here in person, because there's nothing that beats the human connection of having them here in flesh and blood, and the ability to perhaps pick their brains about a couple of things. So taking the same spirit forward, let us first display to you some of the key highlights from day one of the Pakistan Banking Summit 2025. Let's take a look. Welcome you to the inaugural of the Pakistan Banking Summit 2025.
The banking sector has now become the largest taxpayer in this country. Every single sector in this country has to contribute to export. Period.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Highlights जिसने भी बनाई है उसकी मुझसे तो बड़ी कोई दुश्मनी थी. यानी ऐसे बनाई है कि पता ही ना चले कि सिद्रा भी थी, but I like being the best kept secret of Pakistan Banking Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our first session. This is future-proofing talent, developing an ethical, inclusive, and skilled workforce. So we all have seen these debates about what the future of workforce will be like. For those of you who've had the pleasure of interacting with Gen Z, have been full of opinions about them. And I think this is just not the regular understanding. I mean, I remember as a millennial, when we entered the workforce, we had similar arguments against us. We were told how we are too tech dependent, we are the WWW generation, for everything we run to the internet. And that is when we had analog childhoods and a digital youth. But what about Gen Z and Gen Alpha, which is soon going to be with us, and 2025 onwards, it will be Gen Beta. So how are we actually training them? An interesting fact I always liked sharing, all the kids who are in college, university, and schools right now will be going into professions, 60% of that has not yet been discovered. So it's going to be a very different kind of a world they will be stepping in, a different way of interacting and understanding life. How do we make sure that A, they have the skills, B, we have the skills to deal with them? There's so many times you still have to make people sensitive to a number of issues, be it be gender, be it be skills, be it be, and we're all learning. The world is a different place, and we're very excited to have our next speakers who are truly working with the young people and understanding their needs, and I'm sure they have a lot of insights to add, not only from a national perspective, but also from a regional and international perspective. So first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker, she is the director at the Commonwealth Secretariat in London. She has 29 years of experience in diverse sectors, starting with public financial management. She's the first woman to serve as a governing body member of the Cricket Board in Asia, and remains on several boards related to culture, women in sports, and finance. Somebody I personally look up to as a mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director of Commonwealth Secretariat, Alia Zafar, and she has a fantastic conversation lined up for you. So please welcome her. Let's put our hands together for Alia Zafar.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, I see hands raised. I think seetiyan nahi baji abhi tak, which is great. Good to be back in Pakistan. I do have a presentation. I generally do not stick to presentations normally, so I probably will just be using it like for your attention here. Just one question that I have for all of you, and I would like to put a few questions to you as I go forward in my presentation. How many of you have used ChatGPT? How many of the organizations that you are working on have a policy on the use of ChatGPT? Okay, so there's a clear difference here. And that's the first thing that I'll look at when I'm talking about any kind of talent and talent management. Yesterday's, I think, conversations, and especially around sustainability, really hit the spot for me, because one of the components that we look at and we talk about constantly on a global scale is how all the factors that are coming in terms of changes, in terms of disruptions globally, are going to be managed. And is it all going to be managed by chatbots, AI agents, all kinds of generative AI, machine learnings, or is there a human who still has to be like behind all of these things? Now, for a talent management perspective and from a leadership perspective, if we are speaking about all the dimensions of changes which are coming in, and we don't talk about the people who are at the heart of all of it, I think we would be missing one of the most important points about people, about transformation, and about going and stepping into a new world, which is pretty much here. So when we look at today's few slides, and I'll go to the first one, which is how the landscape has evolved and changed already. And that change is pretty much upon us. How do we look at talent, and how do we actually become curious about talent as leaders? And I see a lot of very well-known leaders sitting here who actually steer the whole conversation within the industry. Do you think you have an eye on the talent that you have available right now? And do you have an eye for the talent which you need to define and to change within the organization? Now, that change becomes extremely important now, because the change is on us, but the change is also extremely interestingly different from what it was earlier. And I'll give you just an example. If you look at, again, ChatGPT from 2018 June to 2020 June, it changed from 1 to 2 to 3. From June to November, it changed from 3 to 4. And after that, we have had so many new iterations, not just on ChatGPT, but multiple other things coming into the market. You must have heard of, in the last 3 weeks, DeepSeek. You may have seen how Claude AI has been having, again, another challenge. So there are a number of things coming in. Now, what is that doing actually to the human brain behind it? You were all sitting here yesterday. You went through a lot of context, a lot of things which are coming your way. Now, whether it is climate change, whether it is ESG frameworks, if you're looking as a banker on the new ways of working around finance, global finance, how do you look at green funding? How do you connect all of this to human development, and what is human development, and how is that linked with talent management within organizations? So there are so many things going on, even just for one day in a summit, that you need to think about. So when you think about these things, who's going to implement all of these things when you go back to your offices and to your banks? And that's the people component, and that's the people factor, which becomes really important. Now, the people factor has had multiple changes. Some of the changes I'm talking about, you know of, and these are all AI-driven. Now, there is a thing called AI-driven marketplace. Now, that marketplace, are we aware of that in talent management? And if you are using that, if you can just sort of raise any bank which is already using an AI-driven marketplace from talent management perspective? Not yet. Again, that's something that we need to be aware of. What is it? And you can always reach out to me later on, and I can give you certain indications of certain tools. I won't name them here because I'm not marketing them at all. But at the end of the day, these are things that we can utilize very easily, comfortably, and create an equal space for everyone. So when we talk about talent management and when we talk about human development, the first and foremost thing that we look at is how we are giving that opportunity to each and every one of the staff, the organizational employees, to be able to reach their full potential. Reaching their full potential in an equitable way is not easy. And we may come across a lot of complaints at all times, grievances around performance management, around promotions, around not being given the opportunity which another person has been given because that person is somehow in the eye of the management. Now, how do you take that away and bring in equity? And these are the marketplaces that bring in equity. The skills-based, this is a second component, again, which is highly disruptive, but it's also highly equitable. It is, again, an equalizer. And we need to look at these equalizers and what do they do? How do you actually, while sitting within your office and working on whatever you're working on, still be able to learn, to be mentored, to be coached, to be able to connect with the things that you need to connect for yourself, for you as a person, not one size fits all. How can that be done? Well, it's being done. It's being done globally in a number of organizations now. How is that being done? Technology has a big part to play. Machine learning has a huge component. Generative AI is being utilized as a tool to really change the landscape of managing the talent that we have. But what it does in two ways is extremely important. The first one, of course, is it is equitable. So that's the baseline that needs to be there. Of course, there's this whole conversation around the data that you feed into it, and I would refer to the case of Amazon back in 2018 when they actually had a big, huge challenge in their recruitment, AI-driven recruitment platform. And the reason was the data that they were using was already biased. So the bias was against females, interestingly. That's surprising, isn't it? You know, we normally don't have biases towards females. Okay, so but Amazon was quick to withdraw that app and not use it and fixed it in any case. The third component, which is extremely important, is agility, the speed of change. The speed of change is mind-boggling. It just goes beyond anything that we have experienced before. And I'll give you again an example of what is happening, for example, on the talent landscape related to AI, as well as the legal and ethical considerations. And some of the cases which have come up in the last literally 2 weeks, how the regulators are looking at these aspects, how organizations, when they connect with, for example, rules around GDPR, rules around EU AI Act and its implementation, the penalties which are coming pretty much at speed as we speak, and these are huge. And how we don't even understand at times that we are going to be hit by these things pretty much now, not later. So we need to work now. We need to be more agile while our working ways, our policies, our processes are not really that agile. And that's the real challenge that all of us are facing within organizations, and HR is facing, because HR needs to upskill themselves while they go around trying to sort some of the components around agility and learning within the flow of work. Of course, beneath it all, you have this whole concept of diversity. And diversity, when we speak about diversity, we are not really speaking about gender only. This is something that comes up again and again, and it's very interesting because as regulators, especially the regulators, when they look at gender, it's an interesting thing because it's a social construct. You're supposed to look at sexes, but you're not necessarily going to look at genders. But if you look at genders, then you look at more than two. And are we open to that even? Are we open to actually looking at two genders? So I think there are a lot of questions on diversity. And whenever you embed this component of diversity in any of your tools within the organizations that you work in, it's very interesting how you get the responses. And one of the promotion interviews of a very senior person I'm reminded of, and the question on diversity to a banker had a very interesting response. They were thinking about diversity in portfolio management. The immediate recall was not really diversity of thought, diversity of people, diversity of ethnicities, of age, of race, and none of that. So this is how we tend to react to certain things, but overall, globally, when you look at it, diversity actually is bringing in a lot more profits. It really makes the business sense to have diverse thought processes within your management, within your decision making. So all these components, when you look at it from a Pakistani banking industry perspective, are disruptive. They're highly disruptive. While these highly disruptive things are happening on the one hand, you do have a very static regulator. So what comes in between? How do you navigate and how do you go ahead from these is essentially where we need to look at. How do we bring it all together? How do we actually look at this landscape and how can we make it work better? So how do we foster all of this? How do we look at it? Are you curious to know? Yes, no. Yes? Where is the curiosity? Is it here just now for the next 5 minutes? Or are you really curious as a person? So are you curious as a person? Yes, no? Okay, next question. How many of you have learned something new in the last 6 months? A new skill in the last 3 months? A new skill in the last 1 month? So you see, it's a declining thing. So how many of you are actually curious about yourself, about your capacity, about your potential? Goes down as we actually go through these questions. The next question, how many of you have actually invested in your clothes in the last 6 months? And how much of it? Like it was a big, big, big thing. Okay, lots of it, lots of it. I'm surprised. I'm actually not surprised at all. So was that your own money that you used? Was it? Your own money. Nobody was, the bank was not giving you money to get dressed nicely. Was the bank giving you anything? No? No? Yes? Okay. So that's the money. That's where you're spending. That's your own management of your own talent. The outward is important, of course, but what you have inside is way more important. How are the banks investing in talent? Are we investing in talent? How do we invest? How do we actually foster it? So the leaders here on these tables, are you curious about your own team, about your own self? Are you having these conversations? Are you investing in them? And how do you invest in them? There's one component, of course, the technology tools, which will help you a lot. But before that, there are other aspects that you need to look at. But when you look at, for example, are you coaching your team? Or are you too busy? You're too busy, you can't do that. Are you mentoring anyone other than your team? Anywhere in the world? Are you mentors? You should all be mentors naturally. Can you raise your hands? And there's no shame in it. If you're not, it's perfectly fine. It's just something new which you can start. How many mentors? How many outside your organization are you mentoring? How much pride do you have in all those wonderful people who actually make it? And that pride is extremely important. How much pride do you have in your own team? Or you want to sort of गालियाँ निकालने का दिल करता है सिर्फ. Most of the time यही होता है. कभी आपने, most of the time you're using one or the other kind of abuse. And abuse comes in various ways. Abuse is micromanagement is abuse. Calling them at 2 a.m. is abuse. Please remember that. And that's the hard one. That's the hard one in banking. Calling them at 9 p.m. actually is abuse as well, even 6 p.m. Now that becomes really, really tough, doesn't it? So when do we work? We are supposed to work, 24/7, aren't we? So that's the thing. How do we actually foster a person psychological safety if we are doing this to a person with us? And that person has a family, that person has a lot of other things going on. So looking at human development really means looking at the well-being of the people around you. It goes beyond managing talent. It goes towards the human experience. How many of you bring your authentic selves to the organization? Or you wear ties and suits at home as well? Everybody does? Yes? Now, the thing is, the authenticity of you as a self, you may be a singer at home, you may be an artist, you may write poetry and recite poetry, you may be interested in cycling and in so many other things, you may like to ride a bike, but do you bring that bike to work? And if you don't, and if you straighten up your hair because that's the way you need to look, and you straighten up and change your attire because you're going to your office because it's a different space. To some extent, I can understand because there's some uniformity which requires some kind of, the effort of discipline. And yet, does it actually also take away from you your authentic self? Can you speak? Do you have a place at the table? And if that place at the table also works for you? So it's really important on closing this loop, and whether it's the loop or is it the start of the loop. So what's this start of the loop? And we were talking earlier about on academics and academic. We have a few of wonderful university leaders here as well. I think the important aspect is that we tend to look at skill development, and we look at human development and talent management in multiple ways. And one of those is, okay, what are we getting out of the universities, and how the universities are connecting this whole aspect of talent management. What is their curriculum? Are we getting ready to up to speed resources within the organizations, or we have to really spend a lot on training them? And a lot of this, 70% of the organizations in a survey recently conducted said that we have to spend more than 60% of the budget for training on getting people into the organization and providing them the very basic components of their work that they are not aware of, and whether these are soft skills or technical skills or hard skills or power skills, whatever you may call them, these are all not really there and they are missing, and that's where you have to invest again. Now it becomes like an industry where you are like you're putting in, and I won't say you're putting in completely unskilled resources. There are some skills, but these skills are not aligned to the industry, and that becomes a real conundrum as to how do we actually fix this whole component. So that's why I think PBA and the regulator, they have a very good opportunity here, because this platform can be used to have those conversations and create those linkages with universities which you require, so that you do get better trained resource as you start. And once you have that, you can take it forward in a better way. Now, the bigger picture here, of course, is who's going to do all this? Who's going to be responsible for all this? So is it just the management, and how do we define management? Who is management? What do we mean by that? Is management just the top tier? Or is management second tier and third tier as well? What is your opinion on top management? Do you think it's just the N-1, as we call them, the C-suite? Just raise your hands, which works better. Or is it you sitting anywhere? So can you be a leader if you are, for example, heading one branch, looking after 2 people, but where lies the decision-making? So if the decision-making is all central and centralized, then the role of management becomes huge. In most of the organizations within the banking industry that I have experienced, a lot of it is centralized. And yet, this cannot work going forward. Because when you have a centralized system, that means the empowerment is not there. The capacity to take decisions reduces, so your resources are not skilled to take decisions on the go. And if that is the case, the responsibility of it all again will come back to you, and you would think, okay, I am indispensable, I'm the top. I need to do everything because nobody else is capable. But that capability, that capacity needs to be built over a period of time. And how do you do that? You do it by making everyone empowered to take decisions. Because if you don't do it now, the pace of change is humongous. You look at the industry, you look at the fintechs, you look at the whole spectrum of new ways of working. New organizations having 5 employees and over $1 billion coming in. Gig economy has been here for quite some time. You look at the bigger firms, bigger organizations, Fortune 500 companies, and the top ones, and what are their business models, and what are they looking at? Is it all centered on just having a structured hierarchy, or these are now flatter, shorter, smarter, faster? And if that's what the industry is going to compete with, the telcos who are becoming techcos, the data which is going to be taking over. So all these components come into the talent management within the financial sector. And how do we actually create that integrated approach towards this talent management requires that you look at the whole bigger picture, and you're able to synthesize. You can look at your own business strategy and see how fast can I develop and how fast can I take this forward. Is it going to take me 5 to 7 years, to 8 years, to 10 years to bring about any change? Is it going to take me 2 years? That's also a little scary, because if you look at a span of 5 years, the world will be somewhere else. We are looking at AI agents taking over a lot of the lower components of work. We are looking at the shifts in populations, immigration patterns, which are changing. When we look at all these aspects, we need to realize that what we are doing within the industry itself is already changing. And if we don't react to it quickly, and if we don't preempt it, and if we don't analyze and see where we need to go and charge now, it may be too late. And that's where the role of the regulator becomes extremely important. The regulator needs to be more connected with the talent within the banking industry. The regulator needs to be sitting within the organizations at times. And this is, again, a practice which we have seen globally, but I don't know how much of that is there, because the regulator seems to be on the other side, and the whole industry seems to be on another side. So that just doesn't work. the regulator needs to be engaged fully. We do have, I think, as part of this PBA, we do have a very, very good platform where all the banking industry is coming together. So when you look at all these aspects, and we would go into a little bit more detail in the next session, some of the questions that we will be taking. But at the end of the day, whenever we try and change, something bites us back. And what's that? That's what we call culture eats strategy. But it just doesn't eat strategy. It eats much more. It eats everything that you may think you can fix, because you don't fix the culture. And how do you fix the culture? You need to dig deeper into the people component. And that has to take the center stage, which it hasn't so far to the extent that it needs to. When we talk about business strategy, how many times is HR sitting at the table and defining the strategy with you? And if they are not, you are actually missing a huge chunk of how this transformation can take place and how the cultural component needs to be in place. How many of the organizations then within the industry have a senior person responsible to look at culture? Have you had a culture audit in your organization? And have you actually defined what culture you really need to have and want to have, and how to embed it within the competencies, within the behaviors? How do you embed it through the tools that you use? And if you haven't done that, you haven't even started on the work. Nothing that you create, which may be wonderful to look at, will be implemented in spirit. It may be sort of implemented in pockets around you, because you may be an inspirational leader, but when it goes down into the countryside and the smaller branches, this may not necessarily be there. So looking at it as a unity requires that we are able to look at the agility, and that really takes me to my first slide, the agility of it, how to actually take it forward. So I would be closing here with just giving you a bit of a summary of what I've sort of touched in terms of the global practices and how we need to move forward. In any talent management practice, the first part is being empathetic. Are you an empathetic leader? That's the baseline that you need to follow. In any part of your own development and the development of your team, what is important is curiosity. And if you are not a curious person and you are not engaging with things around you which are changing every day, and you're not excited about these changes, you may be missing the boat completely. And if you are not there as a human, as the central point of everything around you, which may be completely transforming through technology, and you still don't have a human-centric approach towards the technologies that we use, you may be missing the boat as well. So it's extremely important to bring it all together. At the heart of it lies a diamond. And that diamond happens to be that one person that you want in your team. To reach out to that diamond, sometimes the AI will not work. So just thinking that, AI will do all your work for you in itself is also a fallacy. So how do we balance both factors is something that we need to look at for in the future. And that's where I end. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Alia, for once again bringing the focus back to our humanness. Of course, AI can help you sift through multiple, maybe gazillions of CVs, but the person that you're looking for, it's one thing to acquire them, it's another thing to continue having them in your team as a top performer. For that, you have keep giving them skills, you have to offer your empathy. But more importantly, when we talk about inclusion and diversity, these terms in itself evoke a certain emotion in a lot of us. I remember being a part of a diversity sensitivity training for an MNC. And there were times that you would really feel as if you're hitting a roadblock. I remember sitting with a few gentlemen, and just to evoke this sense of empathy, we kept telling them, why are you not forthcoming towards your women colleagues? You know, what if tomorrow your sister or your daughter or your wife needs to work in a similar organization, so what the culture would be like? And one of the gentlemen, I remember, stubbornly turns around and says, but why would my sister be working? So that's the mental block that we need to unlock. Hum ladies log face a lot of problems, but at the same time, whenever you're doing well, there may be a quarter of people, there may be a certain circle that believes that you got it only because you played the woman card. So how do we take away this stigma? And this, by the way, does not exist just for women. Any organization you pick, you will see that there are little silos created because of ethnicity, because of language, because of alma mater, because of the car you drive or the neighborhood you live in. How do you look beyond that and to be really becoming inclusive in the true sense of words? Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is someone who I've had the privilege of having as a teacher and as a mentor. Alia, you had a show of hands, and I think we all owe it to our mentors to be doing what we are doing. And I remember a fresh college graduate back when he was working with the Aga Khan Educational Services. I still found his words to be very intriguing. We all look at life through a certain lens. And I remember Wasif Bhai explaining to us what a great mathematician Ghalib has been. I always saw him as a great poet, but when he tried to mathematically define one of his poetry poses about life, about universe, I was absolutely blown away, and it has stayed with me. But most importantly, I also had the privilege of working with him when he was putting the first American-style liberal arts college for Pakistan. And I still remember he said, you know, we look at the Harvards and the Yales and we want to recreate it, but they were done centuries ago. So really, nobody alive knows how to do it. But if you really had to pick a person who could make it happen, it would be him. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, the founding and the current president of Habib University, Pakistan's first undergraduate-focused liberal arts and sciences institution that now proudly produces a number of very talented people to come out. Please welcome Mr. Fasif Rizvi. His talk is about championing the diversity and inclusion agenda.
Good morning, salam, adab. So the good news, especially Atif Bhai, this presentation is just 14 slides. The shortest that and unlike Alia Sahib, I actually adhere to the slides pretty rigidly, so it's not going to be. So the highlight film yesterday obviously didn't do a good job on including, so they excluded Sidra. But at least I got a positive vibe from it when I looked at the same sofas. So that means that for finance minister, you didn't bring out your Fendis and Armanis. We'll be sitting in the same setup. So there's some semblance of inclusion. So Munir Bhai convinced me, it's very hard to say no to him. So उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे पता है आपको शेर व शायरी का शौक़ है, लिटरेचर का. So Pakistan banking has a history of some very famous literary figures like Yusufi Saab and Zia Saab and so on. मैं कहा वो तो है मगर आहिस्ता आहिस्ता वो डिमिनिश होता जा रहा है. कहते नहीं है. मैंने कहा वो क्या कहते हैं, वो सलीम रज़ा के अंकल अच्छे शायर थे. So that tipped the balance. So I want to start with a somewhat stale joke about bankers, and which is, okay, it's good that you guys are having this summit early in 2025, because the word is, okay, banks are going to lose a lot of jobs. So then the obvious question is why? Because your bosses are losing interest. Right? it's, it's not going to be that fun year where one can golf away to record profits, right? Right. This is the title of this session, and so the future is weird, right? So and somehow आजकल इतना राइज हो गया है that you have to sort of, in order to appear sexily intelligent, you have to talk a lot about the future. And what it invariably does, it blinds you from what is in front of you, which is the present, right? So how does it do it? There are usual images of the future, right? Some of them do hold merit, and there is undeniable impact. But I bet none of you are looking at the future, imagining these headlines for you. We want to work in a place which is singularly toxic and has no sense of community. That ain't coming in the future, right? It may be here, but that's not an aspiration. So they wish they weren't so empathetic, right? Right. So this is you're lamenting at Pakistan Bankers Association. कि क्या यार ये, what is this empathy and customer centric? Or let's find employees who are really uncreative and thick as an oak. So that's not going to change. This is one interesting way of looking at the present. So instead of obsessing about things which are going to change dramatically, maybe they will, a much more sensible, maybe productive, insightful way of strategizing would be what is not going to change. So we all have a list of things that are going to change, and we speculate, and spectacularly wrong most of the times. I remember sitting in the same hotel. One of the advantages of living in Karachi that our hotels are now formally part of archaeology. So, so I just remember sitting here. There were people sort of, doing backflips over nanotechnology that's going to change everything, right? This was 30 years ago. So the sensible thing is to look at what's not going to change, right? I hope that doesn't become explicit aspiration. So just to echo the previous speaker's words, that this actually brings in phenomenal value that many business enterprises are hopelessly clueless about, right? They just really don't understand the complexity of it. That what does it mean to have diversity and inclusion? So one of the strangest things happened in early 60s, right? So 60s are perhaps in the sort of modern story of our species was a very interesting decade for good reasons. And at the start of the sort of, I should say, reaching the peak of the civil rights and women's rights movement, they found an unexpected ally, right? The last place where you want to look for diversity and inclusion would be Harvard University, right? Maybe for sociopathy, but not for diversity and inclusion. Well, it's my alma mater, so I have a right to say it. So we'll talk about it. These are some of the adjectives that we aspire for, right? That how critically imaginative is our enterprise? Can we innovate? Can we engage? Do we have empathy? We talked a lot about it. But there is no other path for it to come from, right? So in the structured modern institutions, it's been established, reviewed, studied, that there is only one possible portal through which this can be achieved. And higher learning institutions, some of the good ones, are a good example of it. So what happened? This is actually a great quote. I don't know how long does she have, but she's still standing at Brown, right? So educators, what she is not quoting, maybe she doesn't know, that how they were put on the front line. And it wasn't a social or moral decision. It was something at the heart of the business decision-making at Harvard Corporation. So this is a famous, not really famous, relatively unknown 1962 Harvard crisis. So what happened? For the first time in their existence, they were ranked lower than what they regarded as inconsequential universities, non-Ivies. So they did swallow bitter pills of being ranked below Yale or Princeton. But what the hell is this Stanford? Right? And in 1962, it was a merely 60, 70-year-old university. That's what Stanford were doing. It was California, somewhat different, a college where rich and poor will stand alike. This was part of their mission, and in their operation, elements of that mission was indeed being reflected. So President Kennedy at the time was, I think, part of the board of overseers or maybe chairing it. He promptly summoned a task force. The task force promptly first fired the president of Harvard at the time, and the new guy came back with this report that Stanford is diverse and we are not. So there is no way we can hang with them in the next 40 years if they keep bringing the most thoughtful talent that's available regardless of their backgrounds. So this is the business of higher education, right? Unlike interest or bottom line, they do need sensible, profound, innovative ideas and theoreticians. And they weren't finding it where Harvard was getting most of their students, which is about 8 prep schools in the New England area. This was the entire catchment of Harvard, right? Then there are countless studies, right? So I encourage, we have it in our database, that all of these aspirations of empathy and inclusion and innovation and imagination, community building, can only be cultivated via having a community that comes from different perspectives of reality and has had interesting experiences which are different than the person sitting next to them. So this became the foundational DNA of eventually more political slogans regarding diversity. But universities were doing it to remain relevant, to remain competitive, to be able to win the grants, to be able to get the best Indian or Chinese or Iranian or Pakistani person who can actually come up with an interesting idea in quantum physics or critical race theory. So they weren't doing it out of goodness of their heart. They were realizing it because intellectual content is their product, and it couldn't be produced from a bunch of MBAs from Kellogg Business School, right? So why it doesn't happen with you guys? Why in 2025 you continue to agonize over it, right? Because the academic and intellectual and evidence case is pretty compelling and self-evidentary. It's because we live in this world. This guy is the foundational philosopher of enlightenment, right? He says, every other species of men, so first the women are hardly a species for him, be naturally inferior to whites. There had never been a civilization any other complexion than white. Right? He's not alone. Karl Marx feels the same way. Hegel feels the same way. Even Steven Pinker, in a contemporary guy, masks it but feels the same way. So this is at the heart of exclusion and this toxic sense of control. So what would be the 2025 version of Hume after political correctness, but still in some bar rooms when nobody's looking? Women are too emotional, distracted. This is a real quote by a business leader. Why don't you have more women? Right? And that's not only in Pakistan. After this 70 years of doodag, ye wo, vagara vagara, it's still barely 10%, and about 90% of those 10% are lifestyle and cosmetic and, not really significant companies. That's our unconscious response to the idea of diversity. उनका नंबर पूरा कर देते हैं. And with the slightest hint of political problem, they go back to reading Hume. Right? White men are going to decide how Meta is going to be run. Yeah? How does it manifest here? So thankfully in our culture, it's kind of abhorrent to racially segregate people, right? Which is good, great. But there is this ever-present issue of class, right? So the reason you continue to agonize over diversity because you don't understand the structural dynamics of exclusion that occurs via class. Right? So while we say we are hiring people from LUMS or IBA, what we are really saying, we're hiring people who believe and speak in the same language as we do. Right? Whoever had the displeasure of, in one of my presentations, this is should be a known statistic. So what percentage of students in Pakistani high school come out of A-level? Of the total Pakistani high school output, 2%. It's 45,000. 98%, which is 25 lakh, come out of local examination boards. What's the enrollment of LUMS? Right? 4% from that 98%, 96% from that 2%. IBA, which is a public university, has roughly the same affliction. So even if you hire women and maybe a Baloch person or a Pakhtun person from Lams or IBA, it's not really diverse. Right? Because you're basically hiring your own clones. Right? People with same values, same view of the world, same view of reality. And Harvard University, with the thappad that they got from Stanford, realized that ain't going to do much. Right? So one of the most devastating literary person, seeing this when white people were directly running Pakistan, where Pakistan is, Akbar Allhabadi. The red one is in the spirit, लाखों को मिटा के जो हजारों को भारे, इसको तो मैं दुनिया की तरक्की ना कहूँगा. Right? I mean that if an education system that privileges 2% irrevocably over 98%, and it's not even a conversation among the HR, it's not a structural insight that I have heard anywhere in any bank or any other corporation in Pakistan, that means you're not really interested in the problem. You understand just the fringes of it, performative aspects of it, right? So I want to say, take a guess. Why don't we have any fresh ideas around here? You're all the same people. Yeah? And if you start viewing it as connected to the core interest, let's say it is the most reductive interest, which is bottom line money. Even for that, you won't go very far by not including and not having diverse teams. Your enterprise is going to be the envy of this country and sometimes envy of the world, because I know that thankfully Pakistan hasn't emerged from David Hume's or Hegel's appallingly racist, ignorant nonsense. You have some other values, some other background to look at. And if you do it, you may be doing something that J.P. Morgan or Morgan Stanley would only wish that they did. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif Bhai, for that very comprehensive introduction of how deep-rooted our privilege or our methods of exclusion can be. And since you mentioned Mushtaq Yousfi Sahab, so there's one quote that I've often used in my, in my television programming whenever we take a gender lens to it. And Mushtaq Sahab wrote, and I quote, कि सिगरेट पीने से मर्दों के फेफड़े और औरत का किरदार खराब होता है. So that's how we differentiate on things. But ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed and speak about this theme of how to future-proof our talent developing in an ethical, inclusive, and skilled workforce, now we are going to segue into our moderated panel. And please allow me to invite one of the most accomplished women corporate leaders of Pakistan, who's led many distinguished organizations, as our moderator today. Her professional growth was with the Unilever Pakistan. She joined Unilever in 1983 and has 23 years with the organization that span from brand management to country operations, including posting in at the London head office, where she worked for the Asia Pacific and the Africa Middle East regions. She also has worked with the Citigroup as a country head for Consumer Bank in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator, the former CEO of Unilever and L'Oreal, Ms. Musharraf Hai. May I also request our distinguished speakers to please join this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Alia Zafar and Mr. Wasif Rizvi. May I also request two other panelists to please join us in this panel. First and foremost, Mr. Muhtashim Ahmed Ashai, who's the president of the Suneri Bank and has 32 plus years in the local and international financial markets. May I also take this opportunity to invite the Dean and Rector of the Karachi School of Business Leadership, the KSBL, Mr. Ahmed Junaid, to this panel. Musharraf-ji, over to you. We have about 25 minutes for a moderated conversation and some Q&A from the audience as well. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, and hopefully a very happy morning today. And it's an honor to join you all, a hall full of bankers. And thank you, Munir and Atif, for this honor to moderate this extremely relevant panel. Now, having heard Wasif, we are going to have a combination of a seductive topic because it is about future talent, certainly, but also very relevant. So while seductive, it is also relevant. And it really connects very well with the themes that were discussed in yesterday's session. And I think it's a connector because it's not about just the present, which is very important where we stand, but also the ability to go into the future that we have to. That's relevant too. So with that, I would just like to recall some of the pertinent themes. And I recall shifting sands. I think it's a point of reflection for us. One of the speakers mentioned that. And how do we manage in times of shifting sands? Can we read the trends? Can we predict the future? Then there was this whole talk about existential threats. And two threats were mentioned, demographics and climate. So in this world of shifting sands, transformations where the velocity of speed is a disruptor, where do we as leaders stand? And how do we navigate these stormy waters with, of course, talent at the heart? So with that, I really turn to Dr. Junaid, and I would request him to share his views on how are we strategizing the future of talent? What are the key priorities we should have? Because this panel discussion will be really about trends, but also offering the panacea, the solutions of what we need to do. So what would be the building blocks to walk towards this sustainable future, this sustainable growth? And what would be the top two priorities in your mind that you would like to share?
All right. Thank you very much, Musharraf, for the question. And thank you very much for Pakistan Banking Association for having me over here. It's very hard to, speak after so two power-packed presentations. I think my mind is all over the place. I came up with some thoughts that I'm going to speak about, but these presentations, and that's the best part about these presentations, that they really provoke you to think and think in a very different way. So yeah, future is changing, and it is changing at a very fast pace. AI has transformed everything. The way that the whole decision-making process happens, it is completely being transformed. We have to be very cognizant of a few things over here. Although the future is changing and it's very uncertain, but as Wasif Saab was mentioning, that present is very important. And the few things that will not change, and we know all of those things, but somehow or the other, our focus is more about on the future and what things would be there in the future and how the future is going to shape up. And we are not really concentrating on what will not change and what will always be there. So first of all, obviously, as AI is shaping everything, the future, AI holds the future. The decision-making processes in the organizations would completely transform. But automation is not an end goal. At the end of it, organizations that will thrive in the future will be the organizations that will use AI in their workflows and enhance human capabilities rather than just automating processes. Now, to enhance human capabilities, you know, the rudimentary tasks are going to be automated. Now, is our workforce really future ready for that? I think not, because you know the problem with there's a huge problem with our education sector as well, and as Alia mentioned that you know there's very less industry academia interlink, and because of that, the workforce that is entering into the job market is good for the tasks that are going to be automated, but what they really need to focus upon is thinking big, how to use technology and how to think big, how to think creatively and come up with solutions of the problems. So that is one point where you know academia has to play a big role as well in order to shape and future-proof talent. The second is the movement away from credentials to competencies. In Pakistan, unfortunately, we are still focusing more on credentials. And again, referring to the earlier presentations, as Vasif Saab was mentioning, university name also becomes a credential, degree becomes a credential. And even education institutions are not really working on developing the competencies of individuals, they are just getting individuals, students, through degree programs, so at the end of it, they have a credential that yes, they have this degree to enter the workforce. But because of AI, you know, the time is changing so fast and the need for new skills is so fast that those credentials become completely obsolete after a couple of months and a couple of years. They completely, the new skills that are needed are not there. They're not ready for that. So how do universities change this mindset? You know, so we really need to build on the personality of individuals, develop skills so they can learn fast and unlearn and then adapt to the changes. So rather than just credentials and competencies, we need to build total personalities of individuals. Now, another shift that is happening in the talent management pipeline, when we were graduating, and I'm sure most of people in the room, when all of you were graduating, the most important ambition for any graduate was to land a job in the banking sector. But these days, when you talk to students, unfortunately, that is not the case. And there are many reasons behind that. Number one, these young generation, again, as Alia mentioned, that they are looking for, and in fact, Sidra started off this conversation really well, that, you know, she talked about purpose. So these young kids are looking for purpose. They are not looking for organizations that are just making money, right? So number one. Number two, they think that the perception about the banking industry is, again, they are very traditional, they're rigid, and they are not innovators, specifically the Pakistani banking industry. So the top talent, even the ones being produced by LUMS and IBA, they don't even really want to go and work for the banking industry as a top choice. So the talent pool, the choice you guys have is already, you know, getting contracted, getting squeezed. So, you know, banks need to reimagine their purpose, how they communicate with the audiences and how they market themselves as organizations. So the purpose has to be there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the third thing that is happening, and I think in the first day as well, we heard a lot of talks and discussions on this aspect, sustainability and ethical leadership. The problem with all of these discussions is that we define leadership in a very myopic and narrow way. You know, what is a great leader? If I ask you, you know, everyone will come up with a different version of a great leader. You know, if I talk about a corporate success, we will say that, you know, a leader is a person, a great leader, a great business leader is the one who expanded the organizational expansion exponentially. You know, and then everyone will have a different definition of a great leader. But the problem lies that we have these different lenses to look at problems, right? So the first lens that we put up in corporate organizations is profitability. Then, obviously, we bring a lens of sustainability. Then we bring a lens of diversity and inclusion. So we really need to change the first lens, and that is the core of leadership, and that is character. And whenever we talk about human development, we really need to focus on developing individuals, developing their values, and aligning the values of the organizations with the core values, what define us as humans and what is the present. And that, my friends, is character, the value of speaking the truth, and the value of building trust amongst yourself and with others, and from an organizational perspective as well. To be humble so that you become a lifelong learner and you keep on learning. To be a person of integrity where you practice whatever you preach. And then, most importantly, striving in the times of hardship. And that is where your true character speaks. And this philosophy of leadership, we call it as the philosophy of character and good manners. And this lies at the heart of leadership. And this is going to stay no matter what. We have seen diversity and inclusion agenda has changed globally, but this will stay forever. So, Musharraf, coming back to this, I think this is where we really need to work upon.
Thank you so much, Junaid. I was just about to, it's not an exact quote, but I was reading the NVIDIA CEO, Huang Jensen, and he said very recently, until and unless you have really experienced pain, there is no character building. And I'm sure all of us have experienced pain, or if not, we should. I think, that's where characters are made, and that's where resilience comes. And resilience is the key to walking the path. And with that, I'm going to provoke Wasif. And I'm going to provoke you, Wasif, by saying, and I'm quoting, I think, Salman from yesterday, Dr. Salman Ahmed, we should stop talking too much about diversity, and we should start practicing, doing it, just do it, like Nike says, and let the product explain, and let the product give us the credibility on diversity. So how do we embed this culture in financial institutions? Where does rubber hit the road?
Well, fortunately, I wasn't here yesterday to hear that. I think it's the same, it's just like another angle, right? So you won't have a great product, you won't have any good content, you won't have the right kind of imagination without it. So whether you want to look at the outcome or the process, it's not hard to see that how compelling is the evidence of inclusion and of diversity.
How do you do it?
Right? So even if, that was my parting slide, that even if you focused on a great product in terms of the culture and the development of your folks within your organization, or the outcome, which is your service and your innovation and you being able to adjust to all the very rapid trends coming out of various vectors and forces, you won't be able to do it if you didn't have a diverse and enriched team. If you won't be able to respond to climate crisis and technology challenges, if you didn't have enough people in the room who can bring all those issues to light from something other than your own perspective. So that's not a difficult calculus to make. Mm-hmm. So even Salman Saab is saying, okay, we have to look at the excellence of the product, that's fine. That's what Harvard was looking at. That how do we have the excellence of the product? How do we have, the most interesting research on various areas? And they realized that a bunch of rich white people are not going to do it. So they started one of the biggest scholarship and inclusion programs, not because they are socially very conscientious, which they still are not, but they wanted to do well for the product. So that's what I've been advocating, that it is, the corporates have to really realize that, and maybe this particular disruption of technology is finally the right kind of impetus, that they won't be able to hang with the organizations who actually have embedded it made it part of their reality.
Thank you. Muhtashem, since you are in this panel mostly into the banking field, so we have to get real now and maybe even a bit controversial. See, in best practice companies, the internal development of leadership takes place through training, coaching, mentoring, and international exposures. Tell us, would you agree that given the shifts we are talking about, AI, organizational diversity, skill versus traditional credentials, with these shifts, are we investing sufficiently in creating a talent pipe within the financial sector to meet not just the present, but also the future? What should we be doing more? What should we be doing more? And when do we start? Tomorrow? Why not? If we have to be in the present, then all of us are sitting here. What is the first action you would say we should take when we go back to our fabulous organizations tomorrow? Muhtashem.
Thanks. Very complex question with a lot of layers. Okay. So I'll try to answer it one by one. And candidly, from the local banking sector perspective. AI enough? No. I think the answer was very clear. I was looking at my colleagues who raised hand for AI policies, ChatGPT as the proxy. Many people were using it, but with no policy or philosophy at an organizational level around it. So the candid answer, no. To me, banking, while I've been in the industry, has been about 2 or 3 key ingredients, and I think the panel has already sort of addressed that. The panels of yesterday were talking about the changing times that you referred to in a very, very clear way, and we realized that we were quite out of touch with the world because we are what you call kuएं के मेंढक, struggling with our own issues. But building on what was said, I think customer centricity, value creation, ethics, integrity, that is what I would look for people who are in my team. So to me, these values transcend the shifting sands of time. So building on that, what do we need to do well? I think you sort of hit upon it. The challenge is how do we integrate assessment of talent at an individual level with the kind of skill sets that we need to enrich them with, because changes may make jobs different from what they are today, and that bit is a given. But honestly speaking, we have time to adjust to this reality. We have people who are quite flexible in terms of doing what needs to be done to solve the problems that we face. So I'm, as a leader of the bank and as part of the local financial institution, not too worried about it because changes have happened over the years and people have always been scared over the years. He talked about nanotechnology. I'm sure AI will come, make the world better, but some of us remember that when computers came, it was said that there will be a large wipeout of jobs. Jobs tend to change and adapt, although Mr. Yuval Noah Harari sort of believes that this could lead to disenfranchisement of around billions of jobs. If we are talking that scale, we have a problem that is much bigger than Pakistan. But on a local level, it may be naive to say, I think if we put our minds to it, we are quite ready to go with the challenge and build on it.
Thank you. But I think the whole message is about the urgency and the doability. Like often when I attended courses and training, we always left the room by being asked, what are you going to do tomorrow when you go back to work? And I think that is the essence of, are we really in these 2 days, as Alia said, there's been so much we've had to absorb, and maybe we have to internalize it. But at the end of the day, we have to be really cascading this to ourselves and our teams and then deciding what do we do. So to sum up, I then turn to Alia, and I would like to ask her to share her views on, we are all talking about the shifts that are happening, right? And we are quite, in these 2 days now, familiarized with these shifts. So how do we balance these shifts, especially in AI and automation, with the human skills that are required, or human qualities, I would say, like creativity, empathy, which really are at the heart, or empathy, creativity. How do we balance this in an automated world?
Interesting one. Okay. How do we balance anything in life in any case? Isn't it like a daily struggle? I do think that when you look at organizations, when you look at automation and going beyond automation into generative AI models, and just referring back to what was being talked about earlier, there are multiple elements which actually are going to be not normal disruptions. There will be changes, absolute changes coming in terms of how we are getting resources, how many resources do you actually would require going forward. So there is definitely a rethink required, more at an industry level as to how this shift is going to impact. But having said that, the balancing part really comes from the center of it all. The center remains the human, the person behind the machine. Machines cannot and will not be taking up all the tasks. Even if you look at generative AI, looks very intelligent, looks to be able to do a lot of work, but it's not really that much work. The analytical thinking comes from the humans. The perception of reality comes from the humans. The perception of identity and what really works in terms of nuanced components of the existence comes from humans still, and it would remain the same way. How do we balance both aspects? The first thing is, of course, as the center of it all, we need to be able to utilize the tools that are available to us. We should be able to connect with these tools comfortably and to utilize them to the best of our abilities, because at the end of the day, what we want to do within organizations is be more productive. What we want to do within organizations is to be more efficient. For that efficiency, you need certain aspects. So the landscape as it's developing, especially in terms of the future, really requires that the upskilling part is embedded within the organizations. What kind of upskilling are we talking about? Are we only talking about people management or power skills? It's a lot more than technical skills that we require. It's a lot more on soft skills, on how you actually become more empathetic, how you become more innovative, and yet you are able to understand things around you. But at the end of the day, when we speak about all these aspects, it really boils down to the value system that we may have as a person, as an organization, what values we refer to, and how we actually bring it all together then.
Thank you. So to end this discussion, I will challenge Vasif to give us a one-liner on the purpose. But before that, I would like you all to think, what is the flywheel of leaders that we want to develop? A flywheel which will bring to us leadership that is ethical, that is sustainable. And sustainable is a very broad word, but I think it encompasses all the values we are talking about. But as leaders, I think that is the essential task, creating a flywheel of leaders. Ethical, sustainable, 1 foot in present and 1 foot in the future. Seduction versus relevance. So Vasif, over to you to give us the final line on this topic. Thank you.
And no pressure, huh?
Well, I got you.
So, I think the reflective question would be, do we have the capacity within our enterprise in terms of people that we have? Do we have the capacity to know reality from the perspective of our own reality? And if whoever is in the room is not representative of a diverse reality, then the future is not going to be kind.
Thank you, Musharraf ji, and thank you for that last parting note. Definitely, kindness is what we'd like in our future to be. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to the panelists and the moderator. And may I request you to please come together for a group photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short and sweet caffeine break, so please grab your favorite cup of coffee or tea. We're going to be back here in about 15 minutes and resume with our next session. Thank you. dreams of the small and medium-sized enterprises. But it is also worthy to sort of revisit what a small enterprise actually means. I remember at my IVLP visit, which was focused around women entrepreneurs and business leaders, when we were visiting the Eastern Coast and got to meet a number of organizations, particularly the departments in charge of enabling women and small-time enterprises, it was really heartening to learn that a small enterprise in the US is defined to be an organization that has up to, but at least 300 to 500 employees. Now, in our cases, specifically if you look at Pakistan, that would be a healthy-sized organization. Now, one can argue that these are a little dated definition, Sidra, because now with technology, you really need to look and have another keen eye on how teams are structured, how AI and technology has actually replaced the humans. So even with a small number of people, you could be creating a big impact. The question remains, what about the access to funds? What about the hand-holding? What about the skill development and the access to market that we have to ensure for the small enterprises to have? I'm going to continue talking till everybody actually sits down and be quiet. So it's really up to you. Ladies and gentlemen, and please know that you're taking away from your lunch hour. So once again, may I request you all to put the house in order and please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, subject at hand, small business, big impact, the global insights, and of course, the Pakistan perspective. We already know that we are a huge gig economy, where freelancers, people who have formulated, a small team, maybe of 2 or 3 people, best defined as macro enterprises or nano enterprises, they are trying to make the move. But how do we actually harness their true potential? How do we give them access, and what are the learnings from around the world? Do they need a specific kind of payment ecosystem? What are the hurdles that they are facing? And if they really want to scale up with their brilliant idea, how do we make that happen? So it's an area that has garnered a lot of interest. Let me take this opportunity for inviting our first speaker, who has a presentation on the same theme. He is the Principal Investment Officer at IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. Based in Dubai, he currently serves as the regional business lead within IFC's Financial Institutions Group, covering the Middle East, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Central Asia, and Turkey region. Ladies and gentlemen, with nearly 29 years of financial sector experience spanning 4 continents, he is a seasoned professional. Please join me in welcoming the Principal Investment Officer, IFC, Mr. Farhan Fasiuddin, for his presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. First, thank you to PBA for inviting IFCB to be part of this banking summit. It's a pleasure to be here. And kudos to them to allow the private sector to speak first before the regulator. Salimullah Saab is there, so let me move. Is there a clicker? Okay, let me start off with a small video of IFC supporting SME growth in Kenya. Can this be played?
My name is Moses Gitau. I take care of the MSME business in Cooperative Bank, that is micro, small and medium enterprises. MSMEs in 2017 created over 1 million jobs. I think it's the highest sector that creates employment in the country.
We want to earn more machines. That means we will still earn more employees, and of course the company will keep on growing.
We are looking forward to opening branches all over the country, so at least you can create employment to other people. Yeah.
The biggest challenge was financing. Clients in Europe required that we have a grading machine So Cooperative Bank of Kenya gave us a loan, and then we were able to buy the machine you can see behind us, and we were able to support more people in our country to get employment and to feed their families.
Most of the corporate here in the country will have their story having started from a very small enterprise, a one-man company now employing over 200, over 300 people.
Okay, so that was just a background on how IFC has been supporting, in different markets. We all know SMEs are the engine of growth in economies, job creation. Almost 9 out of 10 jobs, new jobs are created by SMEs. The gap is considered to be about 5.7 trillion globally in what we call emerging and developing markets. Nearly 50% of these SMEs are still without formal access to finance. So as the largest DFI, we continue to support through various programs and platforms. This below, you'll see a gap globally in different regions, Middle East and North Africa, where Pakistan, we can put part, it's about 226 million in a gap, so quite significant, but much smaller than some of the other regions. 90% of all businesses and nearly 70% of all jobs, as well as 40% of GDP in these emerging markets come from SMEs. The informal gap, other than the 5.7 formal gap, is about $2.1 trillion, so huge numbers. But in contrast to what's happening in terms of the demand, there's what we're seeing on the supply side, that is credit contraction there because of tighter conditions and rising interest rates, and the lenders' appetite to lend to SMEs is limited, right? So you're seeing very high demand for financing, but very limited supply. And this is a global trend in emerging markets. One of the issues that most of you here will be very familiar with is, of course, very stringent collateral requirements, cumbersome application processes. Rates, of course, have been high in a number of markets. They are trending down, but the expectation is that they'll probably start going up again with inflation going up. And then one of the biggest impediments to SME financing is their own financial literacy. So IFC's strategy is basically based on 3 pillars. One is access to finance. The other is access to markets. And then, of course, technology and firm capabilities, right? How we're building these across the different markets. So we have a number of programs in terms of supporting. So we have direct lending, of course, to increase access to finance, where we are providing debt, which is very popular. But then we also have risk sharing, which is unfunded and helps financial institutions take away some of the risk and then get IFC's AAA rating to help reduce the cost of capital on the RWA and improve CAR. So those are some. Apart from that, we also have advisory services. So this is support that we provide to build capacity within FIs to increase their lending. Then with access to markets, we are also supporting VCs to do direct lending to SMEs, mostly on the medium side, but the idea is to then support these VCs and private equity funds to do equity in small and medium enterprises. The other focus is, of course, building capacity within the SMEs. So there's a lot of advisory we do there. We've got the agribusiness leadership program that provides training and management coaching to MSMEs. There's partnerships that we've done through aggregators to provide capacity building to them. And overall, our portfolio on the advisory side has also been growing quite rapidly. So from our IFC's perspective, again, across those 3 pillars, we've got certain priority actions. As I mentioned, liquidity support is always there. But in addition to liquidity support, we're doing a lot of risk sharing, so guarantees where we take up to 50% of the risk of the lending institution. Increased equity, as I mentioned, in PE and VC funds. And then we have a different approach based on how developed the market is, right? So less developed markets, we're focusing a lot on microfinance, lending via FIs. We're looking at microinsurance products and other alternate credit scoring methodologies. For more developed markets, the risk sharing is there. We're looking at deepening capital and insurance markets. We're looking at securitization of MSME portfolios, which is something we're doing in Turkey a lot. And then, of course, we're also started to look at not just private equity funds, but also debt funds. So that's another area that is growing quite rapidly, where funds are providing debt to these SMEs rather than just equity. In terms of enablers, credit infrastructure is key. So we've worked in certain markets when helping develop credit bureaus, different financial models, supporting digital lenders, because that's another area where the infrastructure in certain markets in rural areas, especially where the physical infrastructure is not there for banks with branches and ATMs, digital lending is the way to reach those customers. So our own portfolio has grown quite rapidly. So we've done in FY24 about 9.2 billion in lending to SMEs to support the sector, of which 6.4 billion is on our own account and the remaining is mobilization. You can see the trend. There was a bit of a dip during COVID, but it's picked up quite a bit. And in terms of products, debt seems to be the most popular, but RSF's risk-sharing facilities, which are the guarantees, becoming quite popular as well. And we've just done 2 projects in Pakistan recently that I'll talk about in a little while. In terms of deal size, that's also increasing. Our lending to FIs is about 60 million in ticket size to each FI. And average volume, as I mentioned, it used to be about 4 to 5 billion previously, and now we've crossed 9 billion in FY24. So in terms of what we do as the financial institutions group within IFC, we've got the investment services, which is basically investment products, which range from guarantees all the way to equity, sub-debt as well. But we also have these, the upstream and advisory services, which provides support not only on the capacity building of FIs, but also on the enabling environment, working with regulators. So overall portfolio globally, we've got about 416 clients, nearly 600 projects, with outstanding of about $16.3 billion supporting MSMEs. The reach is about 65 million MSMEs globally, and about 900,000 jobs created. You can see Middle East is probably the smallest. There's a typo there, that's 0.6 billion. So the smallest portfolio is in the Middle East, including Pakistan. So we have, one of the products that we have is the MSME finance platform, where we are focusing a lot on gender finance as well as agri-finance and climate finance as well. We're providing funding solutions, unfunded solutions, as well as advisory through this platform. And the idea is to learn from different markets and use the knowledge learned from one market to another. So knowledge sharing is a key component of this. So in terms of the regional background, if you go in with the MCT region, we've got about 60 clients, 93 projects with about 1.8 billion in outstanding. And Pakistan and Afghanistan is the smallest in this, with just 13 clients, 17 projects with about 371 million in portfolio. The overall challenges, you probably in the audience probably know this better than anyone else. It is a challenge. Domestic credit is under 12% of GDP currently. The gap is estimated to be over $41 billion in the market. The challenges on the supply side, of course, low risk appetite of financial institutions, high lending costs, low levels of innovation, right? But we're now seeing digital banking pick up, so that's one area. And then, of course, climate change. With the floods that happened in 2022, there was a big impact on the agri portfolio, right? So the risks are also increasing. On the demand side, the challenges, of course, I think one of the key ones is limited access to finance, the low levels of formality, and literacy. I think that's a key area, and of course, low affordability with high rates. Then on the regulation side, and this is a little controversial because there is a group that feels there should be no targeted lending, but in a market like Pakistan, we believe that there has to be certain policies that push banks and other lending institutions towards lending to women and to agri sectors and SMEs, because this is an area that is lacking. With quite a small amount of lending overall. I think it's about 4% of total advances as of September were to the SME sector, so very, very low. This is an example that we've done with Standard Chartered, and we're looking to enhance it. It's a risk-sharing facility where we're looking at, it's a $200 million in PKR equivalent, where we're providing support to them to do trade finance, so under 1 year exposures to corporates to support supply chain finance. Another example of what we've just done is we've signed with HBL Microfinance Bank. It's an $80 million equivalent in PKR risk-sharing facility, where we're taking 50% of the risk for their own lending to agri. A portion of this is also dedicated to women gender finance. More video.
The business started since 1994 with me, my mother, and my brother. We can make the thinnest dough in the market. When I saw the success of my mother's special recipe dough, it clicked in my mind, and a dream come true to take this idea and to make it my dream and objective to grow a business. I must admit that the loan, it helped me a lot in achieving my dream. It made me feel secure more in my business, in my career life, for my family, and for my daughter to be in a good, reputable school.
It has always been a challenge financially, especially in Lebanon, especially in the industrial sector, where no one is looking at us.
It's a big number for such country and a big impact. We started the project with IFC. You know, IFC is a major expert in the SME field, and developing the SME is their main objectives. IFC and Bank Audi team together, the people work together on each stream to deliver the best output. This is what made the project successful.
The relationship that Bank Audi has with IFC, I think it's really an example of how we strengthen a relationship through investment and advisory services. I think the small and very small enterprises is where the market failure is the most. And I would say to the banks that it's not per se a risky segment, it's a segment that you need to understand and tailor your offering to be able to manage the risk in this segment.
So here in Lebanon, I think it's 16% of the lending is to the SME sector, and we mentioned that in Pakistan it's just about 4.1%. So the challenges we face, of course, are not unique to Pakistan, right? India, similar situation, 63 million MSMEs, and there's a huge gap there of almost $1/3 of $1 trillion in the market. And our approach there, of course, is again working through all size of institutions, so the large banks, as well as these smaller regional players that are either product specific or just focused on a small market or territory, including NBFCs. Same thing with China, again, a very large market, but similar situation, 41% of MSMEs have credit constraints, and less than 7% survive more than 5 years, right? So again, we have commercial banks that dominate the sector, and we're working with those. We're working with a lot of leasing companies, so there's a lot of NBFIs in the market that we focus on, as well as microfinance lenders. SME Forum, unfortunately, we only have 3 members in Pakistan of this forum, which has over 300 plus members globally. They service about 33 million MSMEs. The only 3 we have are Bank of Punjab, Karandaz, and Khushali Microfinance Bank. So I would encourage the banks here to become members of the SME Forum. It allows you to basically, look at what's happening in different markets, learn from other lenders, how they're targeting this sector. In terms of impact in 2024, 72% said that they gained new knowledge by being a part of the forum. 48%, nearly half, adopted new practices. 33% engaged policymakers, and 24% made new partnerships. So it's a great forum to be a part of, to see what's happening globally in this sector. I'll just end with this last slide in terms of next trends and opportunities happening. We know the risk, right? There are tighter credit conditions, interest rates are rising, appetite to finance is going down because of the risk perception of SMEs. Working capital shortages there. But in terms of opportunities, digital lenders are coming in to try and fill this gap. There are definitely products out there that de-risk through RSFs to help with this risk appetite issue. We're working with different partners, creating platforms to be able to create scale. We have a pooled first loss guarantee scheme as well that helps take the first loss when it comes to lending through this product. Of course, there's increased reach and improved underwriting standards are going to be key in order to reduce this gap. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, some key learnings from across the region, but how do we implement it? Sometimes there's a lot that is lost in translation. There are other nuances, insights, and perhaps some of these ideas have been already put into action, but we have market feedback, we have practitioner feedback, and most importantly, there must be the perspective of the regulator in the short term, in the medium term, and the long term. So to hear more about that, let us now take this opportunity to hear from the regulator. We, of course, have the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, a career central banker and regulator with over 29 years' experience at various important positions at the State Bank, which includes the Head of Strategic Management, Director Agricultural Credit, Director Development Finance, Director Islamic Banking, Director Finance, and Executive Director Financial Resource Management. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Salimullah, the Deputy Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa barik wa sallim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. It's really a great pleasure and honor to be here. I'm extremely grateful to PBA and the PBA's Executive Committee for inviting me to share my thoughts with this very august forum. And let me particularly congratulate PBA Chairman, Mr. Zafar Masood, and the PBA Chief Executive, Mr. Munir Kamal, for organizing this very successful and very, very impactful summit, inshallah. And we will see that this will become a regular feature of Pakistan's financial sector that we will inshallah, I believe, will be holding this summit on annual basis just to create that momentum in the industry. So the collaboration between State Bank and the PBA has been very active, particularly for the priority sectors. I was listening to Munir Kamal Sahab to an interview in a morning show, and he was emphasizing the three main areas where we are focusing on, which are the priority areas, which is the agriculture, the SMEs, and the digitization. And fortunately, all three are under my portfolio. So I was feeling so blessed that these are the areas where we are emphasizing, and we are so actively collaborating with the Pakistan Banks Association and with the banks on an individual level, so that we should be able to give that push to these areas and enable them to develop to their real potential that we are doing. So as far as the agriculture is concerned, we are talking about the SME. Agriculture is also in my mind. So as far as the SME is concerned, you know that we collaborated with PBA not only for SME but also for agriculture and digitization, and came up with a set of recommendations that how should we go about to develop these sectors. And the strategy that we have agreed and we are pursuing to get the SME sector developed is having 3 or 4 very major components. One, that the regulator must ensure a conducive, enabling, and supportive regulatory framework for the banks and financial institutions, so that they could feel that energy and that pull towards that sector, that there is some meat for the banks, because the banks are the commercial institutions. They work for profit. There is no harm in working for profit. They should be making profits. But at the same time, they would be helping the economy to grow by helping the SMEs. So first and foremost, ensuring a conducive regulatory framework. And the second one was that there should be some credit enhancement. Everybody agrees that there is relatively a higher risk with respect to lending to the SMEs and MSMEs. So there should be some credit enhancement, which we are also working on that area as well. And very importantly, the third component, we all agree that we'll have to leverage the technology. If we are not leveraging the technology, it will be difficult for us to achieve our objectives with respect to expanding our outreach and improving our penetration. And fourth component that I would really emphasize is the collaboration and partnerships between banks and various SME service providers. We must collaborate so that the demand side issues being faced by the SMEs, by the MSMEs could be addressed. Because we need to work in a way so that the SMEs or MSMEs could be nurtured and could be hand-holded in a way that they would be growing. At the same time, they would be becoming a better risk for the banks to book. So now coming to the regulatory framework. So what sort of regulatory framework we should envisage? My own perspective on this is that it should be one which should be principle-based. It should not be prescriptive. Ye kar lo, itni ratio rakho, utni ratio rakho. We should move away from all these things. We should not be managing the risks of the banks by ourselves. This is not our business to manage the risk. It is the bank's business to manage those risks. Our mandate should be, and focus should be, to ensure that the banks does have that capacity, that infrastructure, and those risk management systems. So I should be ensuring, or the regulator should be ensuring, that those risk management systems and capacity is available, and then let the banks manage those risks based on their capacity, based on their understanding of the business and the risks they are booking. And then the framework should also be able to promote and to encourage some risk appetite. It should not be killing the risk appetite of the institutions. And at the same time, it should be able to encourage and promote innovation while making sure that there are systems available within the banks so that the banks can innovate, have that flexibility to come up with such products, with such services, with such systems and controls and processes whereby it can better serve the clients and better manage the overall risks that are available to it. And then another component of the regulatory framework should be that it should be able to ensure the consumer protection. There should be transparency, there should be disclosures, and there should be fairness and truthfulness in our communications, in our advertisements, etc. So these are the broad principles that we must see in a regulatory framework, and that we believe that that would be enabling the banks and the financial institutions to aggressively develop their exposures and their portfolios. We'll have to trust our banks and financial institutions in that respect. At the same time, we must see that there are systems and controls and risk management frameworks available. Now, let me come back to the one that what we are doing. ये तो सारी चीज़ें मैंने कह दी कि क्या किस तरह का होना चाहिए, but what we are doing and what is our perspective. One that with respect to this making this overall regulatory framework enabling, we have tried to address some of the key pain points of the industry. One pain point was the credit enhancement, as I discussed, and that was also the recommendation of the task force, which did a very, I would believe, a brilliant job, that there should be a credit risk enhancement, and we came up with that facility of risk coverage, covering 20% first loss for the smaller enterprises and 10% for the medium enterprises. Then we also came up with an overall amendments and changes in our framework, that the overall exposure limits, it used to be earlier on the lower side, then we increased it to 300 million rupees. We are also working, excuse me, very actively with the relevant government stakeholders so that the SME definition could be enhanced. Because the earlier definition, it was given, it was agreed in 2016, so we are working with the relevant government department so that the SME definition would also be enhanced. Then you see that 2.5 years back, we gave, or rather 3 years back, we gave a digital banking framework. And there were two main objectives of that framework. One objective was that there are huge financial exclusion levels. Let's see that how these digital banks can come up with their innovative products based on leveraging of technology so that these outreach levels could be enhanced, the financial inclusion levels could be increased. The other objective was that we must have that customer convenience, the user experience with respect to the usage of these digital platforms. And that also, I believe that both of these two objectives, with one bank already started the commercial operations, the other one has started the pilot operations, and we believe that inshallah, by the close of this year, all the 5 banks will be, that have been given the in-principle approval, they will be initiating and starting their operations. So that is also an area. Then what we see that one area which was largely neglected was the supply chain area. So in the supply chain, we also came up in collaboration with PBA and in consultation with the industry that let's have a digital supply chain financing product. And I'm so happy to note that all banks now have almost developed, and by the close of this fiscal year, every bank would be offering that digital supply chain financing product, either by developing their own platforms or through having those partnerships with the relevant fintechs or other service providers they have believed in. And lastly, let me say this. The collaboration is a must. Unless we collaborate with all the relevant stakeholders and to see SME and MSMEs as a sector which we need to develop on as a business line on a sustainable basis, we must collaborate and see, as I said earlier, that how can we handhold the SMEs and MSMEs. Unless we go an extra mile to make sure that these MSMEs have that capacity, have those records and information available with them so that they can be trusted with respect to their cash flows. So then it will be easier for the banks to lend to them. Similarly, they need a lot of hand-holding with respect to the sale and marketing of their produce that they are doing. So if we can own these MSMEs and see that how can they be a better risk so that the banks should be feeling more comfortable in dealing with them, having minimized the information asymmetries. Alhamdulillah, by the availability of technology, now it's doable. It's much easier that we can minimize the information asymmetries. अब वो नहीं रहा ये बात कि जी ये information set available नहीं है. अगर नहीं available है तो we must collaborate and see that how can we make that such a mechanism so that such information and such information asymmetries could be minimized. I have been emphasizing when I'm interacting with the banks that we must develop our vision and our strategy and plan for SMEs so that these are real business lines for them. And if they are taking it as a business line, then they will be coming up with their respective strategies that how they should be able to develop a portfolio which is sustainable and which is growing at a pace that we need to. So I'm extremely optimistic, inshallah, that with this kind of collaboration and with the availability of technology, we will see a major growth, and the plans that we have made, that we will be doubling the size of the SME finance in the next 5 years, as well as we will be having more than 4 times increase in the number of SME borrowers will be increased. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salimullah Sahab. We have had 2 fantastic presentations on this subject, but now let's segue into our panel discussion on the same theme. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, who's currently working at the Bank of Punjab as the SEVPG, the Group Chief Consumer Banking, an experienced and highly accomplished banking and management executive with a proven track record of 28 years of success and rich exposure. Please welcome Mr. Asif Riaz. May I also request our speakers to please join us for this panel, Mr. Farhan Fasiuddin and Mr. Salimullah. May I also request 2 other panelists to also join us. First and foremost, the President and Chief Executive Officer of JS Bank, who understands banking is about more than just numbers, Mr. Basir Shamsi. And may I also request Mr. Salman Akhtar, the CEO of Technologics and the CEO of Adalfi. He is the co-CEO of Technologics, an IT services firm specializing in implementing banking platforms. Asif Saab, over to you. We have about 25 minutes, including the curated conversation and the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Sidra. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would say that this topic, small business and big impact, there is probably nothing to this topic. We have been upbeating and trumpeting this and talking about this topic for decades and decades now. However, the situation is that certainly we have not put our heart and soul into this. And that is why we have seen that we talk. And certainly, I would not say that there are no lessons learned, but actually doing things where we deliver on the objectives and there are measurable outcomes, I think that is still to be seen. So first and foremost, this is absolutely important for this August gathering to actually take this back home and back to their offices, that we really need to work on putting in our souls and heart into this. I would also say that SMEs are not charity seekers. And SME banking is not about the social work. There is a pure business case around this. We have just seen in our recent times with all the issues related to ADR, inverse yield curve, that how does the corporate world actually take you to task and tax you in a way that your bottom line keeps on shrinking, and then there are obvious choices you have to make. But on the other side, these SMEs, I understand, they are more riskier businesses, but they offer you more opportunity, and there are challenges which we are confronted with, but we, of course, we need to deal with those challenges. So there is a chicken and egg analogy which I would like to draw here. Certainly, bankers will not be able to get all the things documented and then actually start lending. And then the SMEs, they just can't wait that the lenders will come and beg them for actually lending them. So I think there has to be a hand and glove approach, and we have to follow that approach, that the bankers, the customers, both these elements and both these sides of the equation have to work together. So given this, I can gossip around this for whole of the day, but I think given this August panel here, almost having more than 100 years of experience, I would like to seek their insights and their experiences. So my first question to Salimullah Saab, Deputy Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Sir, you spoke about the regulatory framework, this regulatory support, and especially the latest commitment which is coming all the way from the regulator. I think these are great steps. My question to you is that we have seen that the non-financial advisory piece helps SMEs to be more bankable. So in your opinion, how we can actually scale it up to a level where this is cost effective and help SMEs to grow and help banks to actually take care of them as they become more bankable? Salimullah Saab.
Thank you, Asif. So as I said in my earlier remarks, that first and foremost thing is the bank's own vision about the SME sector, that what it wants to do for the sector. Is it something that is being imposed by the central bank and that's why you are doing it by compulsion? Then nothing is going to happen. The first and foremost thing is that at the senior most level, at the board level, there must be a vision, a clarity that is this a sector? Is this a business line that I need to tap? When you will be assuming it as a business line, then then you would be thinking that how to develop my exposures which are sustainable, which are growing at a rapid pace. And for that, there will have to be collaboration, as I said. There are two models available. One model is that you develop your own capacity to provide those non-financial advisory services. Because you have that vision that this is the segment, this is the sector that is contributing 40% in the GDP, that is providing 80% of non-agricultural employment to the labor force, that is contributing almost 25 to 30% in the exports. Here is the potential. So this is one area that you develop your own capacities based on your own vision and understanding and plans that how you see this sector. Is it the sector where you are going to make money? Obviously, you are there to make money. So you would be having that understanding. The second would be that let's look around. What are the institutions? Like IFC was making the presentation that they are also providing the non-financial advisory services. We have institutions in the public sector, we have institutions in the private sector that are providing those non-financial advisory services. So we must collaborate. Either the choice is the bank's own vision and perspective of the sector. If it sees that sector and owns that sector, something where it can develop a revenue stream which would be of a continuous nature, then there is no harm in developing your own R&D. Do that, have that capacity so that the sectors that you are providing, it is critically important. We all know that they lack the capacity with respect to proper governance structures, proper management structures. They lack the capacity with respect to the preparation of books of accounts and financial statements. They lack the capacity on marketing of their produce. They lack the capacity to have quality inputs. So let's see that what can we do. We have an example, Amir Saab is sitting here in the agriculture sector. When HBL came up with a HBL Zari. So the concept was that there are issues available, and if you really own that sector, then you would be coming up with your strategies, how to do that. So there are two areas. Either develop your own R&D and develop your own capacity based on your own vision that how you're going to serve that sector. And then the second one is that let's develop those collaborations. There are multiple institutions. Samida is available. Even in the private sector, there are a number of fintechs are available which are providing all these services. So those collaborations, these are critically needed unless, as I said earlier, we handhold the SMEs and we bring them to a level where they are growing and the bank is growing. मैं जब इस्लामिक फास्ट में था तो मैंने एक स्लोगन दिया था, let's grow together. So this is a slogan that if the SME is growing, you will be growing. So that's how we need to, I think, address this issue.
Thank you, Salim Saab. Great insights. So my second question is from Farhan Fasihuddin. Farhan, have seen your great presentation. IFC is working a lot in ASME space in different markets across the globe. So, and you are very hands-on in terms of experience of SMEs in different markets. So keeping in view your experience of similar markets in the region, for instance, you spoke about India, probably Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. What key lessons do you recommend to this august audience today in terms of taking back home and to their offices which we should work upon, and not just from the banker's perspective, from the policy making side, the banker's perspective, and the segment itself, the SMEs. So over to you, Farhan.
Thank you. I think the first lesson I would say, and it's actually not even a lesson, I think it's a reality, is that this is a huge opportunity, right? I think that's how it should be looked at. I think we estimate that there are about 3.1 million SMEs in Pakistan, less than 190,000 have access to finance. So clearly there's a huge gap, and we talked about numbers. It was close to $44 billion equivalent in PKR. That's the financing gap per year. So huge opportunity. So if you see this as an opportunity, then the question is, are you geared towards catering or exploiting this opportunity? And for that, you need credit scoring models that are different. I think what we are doing is one of the things we've seen in the sector, and again, it's very common in some other markets as well, is there's only a handful of corporates, and all banks are running after the same corporates and are not making the margins because of the competition there. So this is the market that is much larger. And of course, it's a risk-return trade-off, right? So yes, the risk is higher than it would be for a corporate, but then the return is higher as well, right? So if you've got the right model, credit scoring models, and there's fintechs out there now that are providing some of this data that you can link into to be able to do the underwriting on some of these SMEs, I think it's definitely a way to exploit the opportunity. The other piece, I think it's very key, is financial literacy of the SMEs as well. And Salimullah Saab also mentioned, right, the non-financial advisory, supporting maybe SMIDA, right, having dialogues with them on how to build the capacity in the SMEs, because these guys, most of them, or ladies, they are reluctant to walk into a bank and deal with the whole process, right? So to make that process easier is also key. And of course, using digital lending technologies to be able to cater and reach out to more of these SMEs. So I think the financial literacy part is key, working with the organization like SMIDA to deal with some of the literacy issues and looking at the models internally to lend more to this segment. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Farhan. Digital piece, the financial literacy, the underwriting models, credit scoring, I think all these three are the name of the game. So my third question is typically related to the specific barriers to the growth of SME business in Pakistan. Not typically from the bank's perspective, which is just the SME lending piece. I think the question is more related towards the SME on holistic basis. So we have Basir here, and Basir represents, he's the president, CEO of the JS Bank, the progressive bank which has done a significant progress in terms of the SME banking. So over to you, Basir.
Hello. So thank you, and thank you for putting me in charge of giving you the bad news. Okay, we've been speaking about this for years and years. Whether we do corporate banking, commercial banking, consumer banking, or SME, it comes down to really two things. We can either do cash flow-based lending or a combination of cash flow and collateral-based lending, and that's generally what we do. Banks, like all businesses, will seek high returns, and if the risk trade-off, as Vasi said, is right, there's absolutely no reason why we would not like to lend a larger share to the SME piece. Some of my colleagues, Zafar Saab is here, Bank of Punjab, Atif Saab, Bank Al-Falah, HPL, and ourselves, principally not so much because of a risk-return trade-off, but because of our own passion. Now it's been about 5 years, we've been pursuing aggressively these 4 banks on the SME piece. Has it been a great journey for us? Not quite. There have been a lot easier ways to make money than this, yet we are at it. Now we can say, that wheel on the corner there has some barriers, and actually remove those. You see some of those are blank, the green and the red, because I took them out. The barriers are so many that would have taken away, it would have distracted us. End of the day, we have to capture cash flow. We have an undocumented economy. Thanks to some of the technology partners, we are now being able to document the sales revenue piece. But I have visited banks abroad, I've visited digital SME banks abroad, it is so easy. They capture the entire cash flow piece. They capture the salary piece, they capture the tax piece, the input cost, and of course the revenue cost. Then they of course call it a lending algorithm, but once you have all those pieces of information, you know, a 10-year-old high school kid could make that Excel sheet to determine a credit decision. But we are doing this in a vacuum. And the the revenue piece is not enough to make a credit decision. So the economy has to be documented. Now, when we go back to the SMEs, for various tax reasons, and when I say tax, I'm then also talking about SESI, I'm talking about sales tax, I'm talking about all kinds of municipal tax, then income tax on payroll. They incur, even for the ones that have documented revenue, carry out the costs in an undocumented way. And that makes it very difficult for us to make credit decisions. Bankers, you know, we've also had some bad experiences. We all know some banks who set out doing SME lending very aggressively with their heart in the right place had to face a lot of challenges. So those memories are also fresh in our minds. So we have to do this very carefully. The second piece is that we do a combination of collateral and some cash flow assessment. That is the piece that, as JS Bank, we've been a little bit more focused on over the last 5 or 6 years. Having said that, that has its own challenges. A few years ago, finally, we had the new Recovery Act, which we thought would be the game changer in Pakistan. And that has also got bogged down. On that slide at the back, I have some of the challenges we are facing. Personally, at JS Bank, I think we have about 50 stays on the Recovery Act, which actually doesn't allow for a court to give a stay. And these stays have been going on for years and years. So that piece remains a challenge. I think if we are, of the 5 or 7 barriers, if we could solve those 2 barriers, that would, just those 2 alone could give us hockey stick sales growth on the SME piece. And then, of course, other things like, you know, ease of business and education and training of our staff, etc. The only place we've been somewhat successful, especially I think ourselves in Bank of Punjab, is on the subsidized schemes and the credit guarantee programs. I think we all use them under various government schemes, or USAID, IFC, etc. But those are not enough to build a 300, 400, 500 billion book per bank in the next couple of years. So we have to solve those 2 pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Basir. So loans are given in cash and must be returned in cash. The whole story is of cash flows and ease of doing things. So thank you once again, Basir. Fortunately, we have technology industries representation in the panel. Salman Ahmed, who is the CEO of Technologics, and Ed Aldafi. So my question to you, Salman, is how the SMEs can actually leverage technology for bringing in more efficiencies in their businesses. Of course, e-commerce, operations, and lending as well. So I would request your thoughts on this topic, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif Saab. Okay, so SMEs, as with every small business, generally are perhaps much more forward-looking in adopting digital technologies than we think. So if you'll allow me, I'd like to flip this question around. To me, the question is really not what can SMEs do to adopt these technologies. They're already on all the digital technologies, in fact, many more, because they have agility. If they didn't have agility, they'd be out of business. The question that I'd like to address is a little different one, which is this. Wasi Saab talked about the fact that there is a demand gap, that unfunded gap, which is, he mentioned, I think it's about 15 trillion rupees, about $35, $40 billion in Pakistan, 15 trillion rupees. We've seen with the program that you're running, Asan Karobar in Punjab, that you receive more than 100,000 applications, I think, in what, like 60 days, 30 days, something like that. So the demand is there. It's not a demand question, it's a supply question. And that's a question for this room, because you're the supply, right? So the question is, why is the supply clogged up? There is demand, why is the supply clogged up? And I'd like to make 3 points over here. So first, the process of supply. And even that process of supply has to be broken up into its 4 constituent parts. Origination of SMEs, how do you find whom to lend? Qualification of SMEs, which is the credit scoring problem that Basisab just talked about. Then disbursement to SMEs. If you're going to take 2 weeks to disperse, forget it, it's too long. So why aren't you dispersing in real time? And then finally, collection from SMEs, and why is that not also automated? Because that's the way to get your losses down. So without going into all of the detail, the short question is really every bank needs to assess in each of these 4 categories, origination, qualification, disbursement, collection, how digital are you? Because if you're not digital, you can't scale. I'll give you a little anecdote. So one bank that, unnamed bank in Pakistan, I was talking to them and they said, look, for our SME business, we've got about, I don't know, something like there are 300 salespeople in the North region. So I said, okay, 300, that's a pretty big number, 300 salespeople. Okay, so, and how many new customers a year are you targeting? Well, we're targeting about 500 new customers. Like what, 1.5 customer per year? Because a lot of the business is just rollover business. They're just saying, okay, there was some portfolio finish, we'll just roll it over. What does that tell you? That tells you you cannot scale origination through throwing people at it. Not possible. If it were possible, you would have done it. It would have been a solved problem. You can only scale digitally. The reason why they got 100,000 applications in 2 days or 1 month or whatever was because there was a portal, people just went out. And by the way, they were digital enough to apply on the portal. We didn't have to teach them. There was no training program. How do you apply it on the PITB portal to apply for a loan? Nothing. They were smart enough. They figured it out. So you have to originate digitally. And as somebody else also mentioned, there are data sets available that you can use to leverage potential prospects, find potential prospects. There are data partners like FMCG companies, et cetera, without going into the details, who can give you that data, number 1. Number 2, your qualification, your credit scoring better be digital, and it better work on the data that you have. If you are going to say, I have a great credit scoring model, but you know what? To run the data that I need for the credit scoring model, it takes 3 customer visits and 3 months. Well, guess what? No scaling, no lending. Third thing is your disbursement, of course, better be digital, better be real time. And actually, honestly, the reality is, I think there's certainly less than 10 banks right now in Pakistan that do real-time disbursement of loans, of any kind of loans, not just SME loans, okay? Probably maybe 5, okay? So that's a problem. And then your collection should be, obviously, if you're dispersing digitally, you should be collecting digitally. So that's my first. The process is broken because it is not digital enough, number 1. Number 2, product market fit. Do you have the right product for SMEs? So I'll give you another anecdote. With 3 banks, we launched a product for the SME market. And we were all very excited about it because this was lending to that mythical creature called the Kiryana store. Okay, everybody, the Kiryana store, that big SME market, right? So we launched a product, 3 different banks. We were all very excited, great product. Market result, absolutely 0. We literally couldn't convince anyone to take the loan. Why? Because the product was invoice discounting, and it turned out the loan size ticket size was too small, 15,000, 20,000 rupees. They didn't want it. They said, it's not worth my time. So that was a very hard lesson that we learned and our partner banks learned. You've got to get the product market fit right. Now, by the way, one thing that the Kiryana stores did tell us, because we went out to them and said, what's wrong with you? Why don't you take our loan? So they said, कि भाई हमें ये 5-10 हज़ार नहीं चाहिए, कम से कम 10 लाख दो. अच्छा. Now, by the way, 10 lakh means what? It means really go big, don't go small. Of course, I know for a bank, big in your mind means $1 billion rupees. That's when you think it's a big. The GOP thinks $1 trillion is big. You think $1 billion is big. And SME thinks $1 million is big. Uske liye $1 million bhi acha khasa number hai. So, you have to go big. The other thing is, you have to go long. I mean, as a bank, that's what you do. You do maturity transformation. और अब करते ही क्या है? What is your business other than maturity transformation? So you have to go along. If you're going to say to the SME, मैं आपको दे तो दूंगा 1 million rupees, but आपने मुझे वापस करने 40 दिन में या 45 दिन में या 60 दिन में, we have a partner, again unnamed partner, took this product to market. Okay, we will lend a minimum of 5 lakh and a maximum of 20 lakh, has to be returned in 6 mahine. Like, okay, man, that's just, why are you not going long? Now, of course, there are reasons for not going long because the risk goes up, etc. But that's your sweet spot. That's what you do as a bank. You go big, you go long. Again, big again, like I said, you go with $1 million. If you go to a Kiryana store and say, for example, I have an RF line for you, $1 million, 2 million rupees for 2 years, 3 years, that's a pretty interesting product. They said they want that. Okay? So that's the second thing, product market fit. The SME market has its own incentives and the way it operates. You've got to get that right. Okay? The third point is, what I think is some good news for you. So here's some data, right? Let's expand SME to include MSME. Right? So if you include sole proprietors, right now in Pakistan, you've got about 20 million deposit accounts when you add in sole proprietors as SMEs. Okay? 20 million deposit accounts. Now, we've run models with 4 large banks in Pakistan, and I can tell you very confidently that about 15% of them will qualify for credit. Okay? And qualify very conservatively. There's not give out all the, throw money from helicopter scheme. Okay? Conservatively, 15% will qualify. Okay? 20 million, 15%, that's 3 million. Average ticket size, and because we're talking about unsecured lending, was MSME and collateral to koi hai nahi, okay? And of course, if you want to go digital, then collateral becomes a problem. So average ticket size that we worked with the banks was about 2 million. Because वैसे 3.5 million की cap थी, तो 2 million. 3 million multiplied by 2 million, 6 trillion rupees. 6 trillion, okay? Let's say 25% uptake. Okay, not everybody takes a loan. 1.5 trillion rupees. These are customers you've already acquired. ये 50 साल से जो आप काम कर रहे हैं ना, वो deposit account create करने में, ये आपके existing books पे customers हैं. They're just not customers on the asset side. Okay? So 1.5 trillion rupees की, of qualified lenders exist on your books today. You're just not lending to them. And क्योंकि माशाल्लाह इन्होंने 20% cover दे दिया आपको, so I really don't know why nobody's picking up this free money on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Salman. You want to say something?
Yeah.
Please, Salim.
So thank you, Salman. I am really impressed with the kind of observations you have made. In fact, you see that yes, there are barriers, but the hard reality is that the banking industry as a whole have not owned this sector as yet. If it has been the compulsions coming up, and we have to come out of these compulsions. It has to be a business case. Compulsion se koi cheez nahi chalti. It has to be a business case. So there are business cases available now. The margins that are available, which are on sustainable basis. The windfalls are not coming in from the investments in government papers, etc. But this is the area, if we can own it as a business line, and then all these solutions are available. There are barriers and there are solutions to the barriers as well. And if we can collaborate and fix those barriers, देखिए अब इस बात से आगे चलना होगा कि ये वाला मसला है और yes, there are issues, but we must collaborate, including the regulator. We should not be giving sermons, but we should also be acting with our sportive actions that are needed by the industry. So everybody will have to play its role. We'll have to move forward. And lastly, I would request, let's develop a credit culture. This credit culture will never come from these subsidized loans and all these things. हमने पूरे माशरे को addict कर दिया है with these subsidies, etc. This is my very strong conviction. We'll have to come up with market-based solutions for our MSMEs, for our stakeholders. These subsidies are the injections of addiction, let me say this. The moment they goes, the subsidy evaporates and the market evaporates. So we'll have to develop that credit culture, and we have to make sure that if you're not behaving responsibly, you're out from the market forever. That sort of credit culture would be developed. So usko hame agar hum develop karenge, not based on these clutches of subsidies, etc., but based on true ownership of these sectors as the real business lines, then all these platforms which are available, I think that could be tapped and leveraged to better serve the SMEs. Thank you.
So thank you, Salim Saab. Salman, you spoke about your favorite topic. Just dwelling on what you said, I think we have to work towards creating digital identities of our SMEs, or even of every individual, every consumer in our country. I think that is one area we need to focus on in order to scale it up. So Yaya is also sitting here, so I think that is one very, very important area. Secondly, what Deputy Governor Saab was saying, that we really need to focus on actually building onto this SMEs ecosystem. I think a couple of opportunities which are right in front of us. State Bank has been, and the government of Pakistan has been kind enough in rolling out this credit guarantee scheme, 20% for SCs and 10% for MEs. I think this would be a good idea to also include agriculture in this. Yeah. So let's call it ASMEs because in the whole universe it's called ASMEs. Agri is not different from SMEs, and these are just interlinked. There is a very, very thin line between the two. Leaving the farm sector, whole non-farm sector is also SMEs. So I think this would be a good idea to include those as well. I would also recommend that we should focus on now operationalizing Pakistan Credit Guarantee Company so that the reliance on government schemes and government incentives and government credit guarantees actually reduces, and we commercialize and operationalize Pakistan Guarantee Company Limited. Of course, government of Pakistan is already there and they are one of the major stakeholders. So that is the second thing. Exempt bank. I think that is another important area which now really needs to scale up since this refinance facility is already taken off. So that is one thing. We really scale it up. And finally, this non-financial advisory. As you said, Salim Saab, I think the digital piece also get into this. We need to develop non-financial advisory piece and scale it up for the skill set training and make SMEs more bankable, bring about the necessary technological and skill set advancements for the SMEs so that they can produce better, they can work better. Thank you very much. To be eager to ask a question.
The idea of these forums is to have some kind of debate, to have some kind of argument, and let other people take their view on things. And in the same vein, since myself and Salim Saab has been arguing a lot on subsidies, my view is different from Salim Saab's, and I wanted to share it with all of you. My view is that you have to learn to walk before you run. And subsidies are important for somebody to run, eventually run, and then you withdraw the subsidies. Now the question is, those subsidies have to be target-oriented and time-bound. And if they are not delivering, then certainly they have to be withdrawn. Our problem is that in the past, we have been getting the subsidies which were unstructured and which were unmonitored. If we have the structured and monitored subsidy, then that will go a long way in reviving this, the priority sector lending, especially agriculture and SME, and this is what my view is. Salim Saab and myself keep on arguing on this one. I completely agree with Salim Saab on the principle of it. There shouldn't be any subsidies, but Salim Saab, somebody has to learn to walk before they run. Thank you.
Yeah, I am Humayun Bashir. Very interesting session and very interesting talks, Farhan. Very good coverage. My only observation is when you talk of SME, and as the finance minister said, we need to focus on the S part of the SME. The traditional banks are not equipped to do that. They don't have the risk appetite. What I suggest, if we do it next year, there should be a seat for a microfinance bank or one of the directors of a microfinance bank. I sit on the board of microfinance bank, and I have seen this ecosystem, which has lost over 50 billion rupees in the last 2 years, and the banks have pumped in new capital. Even this year, large banks like Habib Micro, last year results, half-year results, and others are showing. Khushhali, Finca, I mean, across the board, 80% of banks are under. And there is no microfinance lending taking place in reality. It is only secured lending against gold and against deposits. However, the mindset is with the microfinance, and they need a seat on this table when we are discussing SME, especially the S part of the SME. So my question to you is very interesting that you have done a project with Habib Microfinance Bank. And you also mentioned Khushhali as one of your 3 partners or on your table. So you have appetite for microfinance banks and for other banks to approach you for this year or next?
Thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely we do. I had a slide up on the Habib HBL Microfinance Bank. So it's a 50% risk share. So we won't call it a subsidy because, yeah, it's not it's not a subsidy, but we are sharing the risk, right? So at the end of the day, what we're doing, we're not providing cheaper financing or encouraging that or taking away or providing a first loss. Here, it's a direct 50-50 split. So if something goes wrong, we take 50% hit, the bank does it. So that way we ensure that the underwriting practice is not diluted because the bank has skin in the game. So, so that we have this appetite to do this with banks on the SME sector, including the agri sector, and we are in discussions with a couple of banks on this.
Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close. Unfortunately, can we take one more question? We're really eating up into the lunch break now, but there are 2 contestants. Can we hear their comments if there are comments, and would you want responses? It's going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you. It's a wonderful presentation, and I would say that Salman stood out, and that's perhaps because he's not a banker, and the bankers need to think the way Salman is thinking. So my friends sitting here, left and right, the president and all the banks, they should have more people like Salman in the banks to change the thinking and all that. And coming on the argument we do have about the subsidy and all that, I'm not sure about the subsidy and all that. What I see is the issue is the space. I mean, the president sitting next to me and all that, they don't have a time to consume on those small numbers when they have a very big numbers coming from the other place. So the big numbers coming, so we need to run primary fiscal surpluses. Once you run primary fiscal surpluses, you create private space. Once you have that private space which is required by corporate is consumed, then we go and look at the SMEs. That happened in 2004-5, or there were a couple of years when we ran the primary fiscal surpluses, interest rate came down and all that. There was no corridor though. And the private space was consumed as well, and all the banks thought about it and lended to that. I think we are moving towards that era again. Now, we ran a primary fiscal surplus last year, we are going to run this year, and I think we are going to run the next year as well. And that would create some kind of a space, and with the big private sector has the capacity slack, they're not really in the expansionary mode, you'll look into the SME. But when you go to the SME, what you need to see, what was the experience in the past. In that era, 2005 to 8 or stuff like that, when NIB came up with their credit scoring model, and that was some fancy thing score over there and all that. And there were the banks, Alpha was there, and other banks were there, those who were aggressive in SME lending, but they burned their hand. Now, how to move up from that? The piece what Salman is telling about as the cash flow lending, and as you have that creditworthiness of about 1.5 trillion rupees or something kind of that. So we need to move on that. We need to introspect on that. But the right conducive environment is there, and more like a digital push must come from there. And there I would ask the Deputy Governor Saab to push on those issuing those digital banking licenses. You have just issued once, issue more. So that'll put my CEOs from here on the foot and think about where they can excel. Thank you.
Thank you, Khizr Saab. This was a very comprehensive conversation about it. Would you want to respond to that? Or maybe we can take the gentleman's question first and club the two responses, please.
Thank you. Humayun Saab, I totally agree with you on the opportunity for microfinance bank. And just to add to what Farhan said, we have an $80 million deal. It's just not the protection at the bottom line, but more critically, we get 11 billion rupee space of zero risk weights. Now that gives the microfinance bank an immediate opportunity to lend, obviously right, and doing the risk parameters around it, but of zero risk weights. So I would actually advocate this bottom at the production line with this IFC guarantee, and request the central bank to look at other players as well, and if they can create a solution around this, it gives us, the microfinance bank, an opportunity to do more, I wouldn't say aggressive lending, but more critically responsible lending.
Thank you so much for that, sir.
Let me respond.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So as far as this guarantee is concerned, I think it's a very good product that they have developed. And we are coming up with a similar product for other microfinance banks, including HBL Microfinance Bank and the MFIs. It's a product that is funded by World Bank. It is at the last stage of its approval. We are believing that by 1st of July, everything would be operational. And here too, we will be collaborating with IFC. And in that collaboration, we will be able to provide that coverage both to the microfinance banks as well as to the microfinance institutions. The needs are different. For MFIs, the need is of liquidity. So the guarantee would be providing that cover to the MFIs so that they could get that liquidity from the banks. Whereas the MFBs, as Amir said, that they need that coverage with respect to the risk weightage. If they got zero risk weightage on, say, their certain portfolio, they would be having much capital charge requirements. So this guarantee, which is coming up under the World Bank and IFC's joint program, it will be covering both. Thank you.
Thank you, Salimullah Saab. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our session and our panelists. May I request the gentlemen to please come together
This is my
for
last,
a photograph.
I have a question with Salimullah Saab. Let me introduce myself. I'm Syed Nadeem Shah Jamod, Senior Vice President, Sindh Abad Garb Board, a Farmers Association. First of all, thank you, Bankers Association, for providing us an opportunity to share our views and news, and specifically to the ZTBL to taking me on board. Salimullah Saab, as you said that there should be no subsidies, I do agree, but it should not be only for the agriculture. It should be across the board. We are just blamed that agriculture is getting the subsidies. Just now, government has exempted the 18% GST on import of cotton. Rather, they are subsidizing the foreigners, and our own ginners are not able to sell, and they are paying 18%. Aptama is on the losing end. Prior to this, Prime Minister gave 2 billion subsidy to power sector to Aptama. So, it should not be only targeted on agriculture. Agriculture is no more a profitable business nowadays. I will ask you gentlemen to come and take my land and make it a profitable business. Then I will write all the land in your name. Now, the SMEs in the agriculture sector, food processing, I think you are busy in photo session, so I should sit down now. If you are not ready to hear, then it is useless to ask question to you guys. SMEs, food processing, fisheries, aquaculture, our blue economy is totally ignored. We have to work in that also. Crop farming, livestock, dairy farming. There's a lot of sectors, lot of are supposed to be done. As Fasi Saab showed us the showcases of Kenya, Lebanon, it would have been a pleasure if he would have shown some case of Pakistan also. What to do about Kenya and Lebanon. We are feeling a lot of troubles here. Agriculture is the sector which is going to provide the job opportunities. Government cannot provide job to each and everybody. It is the private sector. So whenever you need or you want, we can give you suggestions in the agriculture sector. Abadgar board is ready to help you at any time. Thank you.
Sir, we admire your passion on the subject. There's a session dedicated to agriculture right after, but in between we have lunch, so I would request everyone to move for that. Ji? I love the fact that बहुत घरेलू सा माहौल हो गया, लेकिन ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect, Munir Saab, I think we'll also include a special segment of the art of asking a question in the next summit so that we can have questions coming in. But thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your presence. A round of applause for our session, please. With this, we've eaten away most of our lunch break, so please, may I request you all to be back in 30 minutes so we can resume in time. Thank you. thereafter the Tiger Brands, a large food conglomerate. He was responsible, inter alia, for steering both companies from a controlled to a free market environment. So a lot of learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Andre, the Executive Director, South African Cereals and Oilseeds Trade Association.
Thank you for that kind introduction, Chairman PBA and distinguished guests. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's indeed an honor to be back in Pakistan. I've worked here 6 years ago on a project, and it also was related to agricultural financing and more specifically collateral financing. So it's indeed for me a pleasure to be back. So my topic today will then also cover agricultural financing together with the conference themes and a bit of a more focus on the collateral financing side. Thank you for that. Let me just get right into the presentation. One of my biggest challenges is not conveying the message, but to do all of this in 15 minutes. So first of all, I compiled a few stats to compare South Africa to Pakistan, because the economies are in some ways very similar. Ours is slightly bigger, as you can see on the top number there, 380 billion, about 10% bigger. This is according to the World Bank statistics of 2023. Then in terms of population, we are significantly less, 63 million to the 247, and that automatically tells you that our capita or GDP per capita is about $6,000 per person compared to 1,300. Our contribution to agriculture, primary agriculture to the GDP is about 2.4%, and yours is significantly higher at 19%. But if we add the processing side, which we consider very important, following from the primary side, it's about 10%, and that will make it about 13% to the GDP. A very important sector in South Africa. The rest of the statistics you can have a look at. I also deliberately left out the cricket statistics because I thought it's maybe spoil my speech. Then I've prepared a number of slides. I'm going to just glance through them and highlight a couple of points, but they are in detail and they are there for perusal for those that are interested. And I've also prepared a paper that goes with the slides, and this has all the electronic links. There's a couple of hard copies available for those interested, but the electronic links will take you to the programs that I'm going to refer to in my presentation. So next, just to say something about Sukota, we represent the grain and oilseed traders and the supporting services. This is our associated members, and I'll get to that just now. And my members are responsible for about 80 to 85% of grain trade locally and internationally in and out of South Africa. On our member list, you can see 2/3 are physical grain traders, half of them are the international players, and a speaker yesterday referred to the importance of, if you want to compete globally, you need to have that expertise and that size, and we are very privileged that about 10 of these international companies have offices in South Africa. They are very instrumental in the grain and oilseed industry, buying the product, sometimes directly from the farmers through agents, through the local traders, and then also in terms of food security, importing the product, and so forth. And under the associated members, we have 3 major banks that are part of our membership, and the traders are primarily responsible for the collateral financing, as I will get into in a while. And so these banks, the collaboration between them as members, associated members and our members are very important. And then there's a couple of others there that I don't want to go into now. So I want to spend, divided my presentation in 3 categories, saying something about the value chain in itself from farmer to processor, some important concepts in South Africa, and then important industry structures. And it will also align with a conference theme for this particular session, although it's embedded in my presentation, I'll not explicitly refer to that as a discussion topic, but it is there. I'll highlight some points. So let's start with the production side of agriculture. We're all familiar with the normal application and balance sheet and income financing. That is our traditional financing for farmers. But what has now lately been the case there under point 2 is that we find that with technology available, farmers that don't own the land, or if the land is already in debt, there will be financiers and traders out there that will satellite map these lands. They'll write a contract that the produce grown on that farm will belong to the financier or the trader, and then they will make available the inputs, and often it is restricted to certain suppliers to ensure good quality seeds and fertilizer and so forth. And then there will be some price arrangements going with that. Then under point 3, we do receive a lot of grant funding in South Africa as well. And that is a very important part on the emerging sector particularly. But what we've seen lately is the concept of blended financing. So we see that these grant funding, whether it's government funding or from NGOs, is combined with commercial funding. So to limit the risk for the commercial financier. And this is just an example of what we see here in our land bank, which is a semi-government bank, and then the agricultural department that has made some financing available here. So that will then limit the risk in that respect. So that is a very popular trend that we find. And then another way that we find in South Africa in terms of the production is that, especially in the emerging sector, to make sure that the farmer is serious about producing and taking care of the crop. His own contribution will normally be to plant the crop, the seeds and so on, but then once the crop has emerged, there'll be financiers that will top it up with the required financing in terms of labor, diesel, chemicals, anything to that effect that will still be required. And then again, maybe selective suppliers of these products to ensure quality. Then I'll move on to the equipment side. So we have strong programs from the equipment suppliers that will finance equipment as part of their marketing or sales. And this will often come at a much reduced rate from the prime rate, as we call it. And of course, they use the equipment as collateral, as this advertisement from John Deere saying, yeah. So that's very, very common for the sector as well. Then I get to the warehouses. So warehouses is what we consider the heart or the core of the financing sector in agriculture, especially, of course, the grain and oilseeds. So we have a bit of a different history from Pakistan. We have about 300 registered grain silos in South Africa, big complexes that are varying in size from about 30,000 tons to over 100,000 tons. These were built under a government program in the late 1960s, 70s, with soft loans, but it was cooperative. We have a very strong cooperative system at that time, and it's built on cooperative land. The cooperatives took the loans from the government, and it was redeemed over the years. And so the assets belong and are still managed by the cooperatives. Many of the cooperatives have converted into agri-businesses, expanding and diversifying their businesses. But their core business remain grain handling and storage, and it's also the most profitable. That brings me to point 2. We find a lot of new warehouses in agriculture. And the reason for that, it makes economic or financial sense if you want to forward integrate your business as a farmer or backward as a trader or processor. And it's also very profitable to build and manage a silo in the context of South Africa. So we find a lot of that, and there are some of my members that are providing that services as well. These are also financed by the commercial banks under their asset division. And then just to make sure that the silos are managed properly, we have to register by government. There's a government registration that's required as a food business operator. And then there's several other audits that are being taken place in the agricultural sphere of grain and oilseeds to ensure for food safety, for quality and quantity. And each of these facilities also has a intake grading laboratory where sampling is taking place of every load that comes in. It's aggregated, and that sample is also sent to the national laboratory, and I'll speak about that a bit later. Now, for me to explain the system of managing the risk, I just need to go to our commodity exchange, which is core in mitigating the risk for the financier in South Africa. So our commodity exchange allow for physical delivery, as many other exchanges in the world do. So its primary function is to serve the local industry. So you can actually deliver your product. Whoever has got the long position will receive the product. If you don't want it, you have to close your position in time before the delivery month. And that means that the price on the futures exchange, commodity exchange, will convert to the cash price in the delivery month. So it's not a speculative price out there, but eventually it converts so that those two prices reflect the reality in the market. But financiers would then use the exchange when the product owner wants to finance it, like in the case of a trader. He has to have a long put option to protect the downside and the pricing, or a short future to protect that side of it, or an off-taker agreement. But what the commodity exchange does is it enables scaling up, and we are already trading 12 times our local crop, which is about 22 million tons combined on the exchange. While deliveries are very low because it's a risk management tool, it's only about 1.4% on deliveries now. So it's used for risk mitigating conditions now. And then the financier, if the loan by the product owner is not redeemed, he has a contract which we call a sell and buyback contract. He owns the product. He can then just deliver it on the exchange. Exchange is volatile, is liquid enough, as you gathered, so that he can then deliver that product. He's not stuck with a product. Quantity, price, everything has been sorted out, and that helps a lot in terms of the financier being interested in this market. The whole objective in our case in South Africa for the financier is to bring the risk down to just about zero, because we know that financiers like zero risk. So, and I think in the case of the collateral financing, that's really what we are succeeding in doing with the structures that are there and the ones that, the little bit that I'll still explain. If we then move on about collateral financing, very strong due diligence process in the beginning of the season, a lot of documentation and so on. If a trader has not financed or agribusiness before, then it'll take a couple of weeks to complete that process. Once it's completed, the objective of the financier is to disperse the funds. They claim also that they can do it in 48 hours. They do it between 24 and 48 hours. So it's a very quick and efficient process, but subject to that all the documentation is in place at the beginning of the season. Then it's just like a recipe that you follow. The market price and the adjustment of fair value is an important part of collateral financing, because agricultural prices in a free market moves up and down all the time, and you need to have a reliable price in that respect. Then insurance, we have the normal insurance that everyone has, the all risk and professional indemnity, and as I said, the price risk insurance. Then audits I referred to before. We have several institutions that are semi-government institutions that audits the facilities to ensure that the product is there. And if the financier is still not satisfied, he can appoint an independent collateral manager to take care of the warehouses and ensure the intake and outtake so that there's no theft taking place. So there's 4 other processes when the product leaves the warehouse. I'm not going to go into the detail, but this is also financed in the case of South Africa as the product moves to the processor or to the harbor, and the product or the stock is used as collateral together with the necessary documentation. Yeah, I've already, in terms of gearing, we know we're all familiar with the concept, but you have to maintain your own contribution as the market moves up and down, as the product owner that has acquired the financing. That is important, again, to manage risk. And then for climate resilience and food safety, we are installing systems now that will do the traceability from the farmer all the way through to the processor. That's very important, so that you know that the right chemicals and fertilizer and so forth are used, and that product then arrives at the storage facility, fumigation and so forth, and you can trace the product as much as you can in a co-mingled system. Remember, I should have said in the beginning, our grain is co-mingled, bulk grain and not bags. Then you can trace it all the way through the system to ensure the necessary food safety. We're interfacing the different systems that are already there. It's not one giant system, it's not feasible. Let me then get to the next part, which is also the insurance. We covered those first topics, but the one that I want to add is that we also have for the farmer on insurance, income insurance, so where he can take out, insure his income, obviously the price times the volume, and that is really what matters to him, is not whether his quantity is down or whether the price has moved, but what is his overall income per hectare to cover his production cost and his margin. Legislation is important. The financier insists to know what is the actually financing in terms of the product, the quality, the different grades and so forth. There's differences in price and so on. And then the other one that I got here is marketing, which guarantees our free market system, so that you cannot halfway through the system change the rules. So it's a more delicate process if you want to interfere in the free market there. Then in the last category, the important industry structures and role players. We have different forums that we work with government and the marketing of the products, and also with the banks and so on, and I mentioned the JSE already. Then the four that I want to highlight here is we have a very strong grain information system. It's compulsory to supply information and the regulations, and that helps to make sure that there's audits and that we know what product is out there. And then we have the national laboratory that ensures the quality. Those results that we receive from every crop is published. It's public information. It's published on the website. And then we have an association similar to Sukata, the Agbiz Grain Association, which represent the grain storage operators, and we are regularly consulting and discussing efficiencies and problems and so on. And then there's a couple of others like CropLife, where the seeds are important, especially nowadays with GMO seeds and new breeding techniques and so forth. And then on my last slide, just globally, we belong also to the International Grain Trade Coalition, who represents our interest on the global forums, especially in terms of non-trade barriers, tariff barriers, and plant health. And then we have a program, the master plan, which we collaborate with government. The industry and government sits together quarterly. If we have proposals to improve the efficiency or we have problems, we put it on the agenda. There's different levels. Ultimately, if it's not solved, it ends up at the desk of the minister. So that is my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity. We have a slogan that says, "Together we can achieve more for the benefit of all." Thank you.
Thank you for that, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, when we talk about the agriculture sector of Pakistan, 60% of Pakistan is directly or indirectly linked to this sector. Furthermore, if you look at the workforce, 60% of the workforce in the agriculture sector comprises of women, most of who are underpaid, or they may be not unpaid for their labor. So it is really a big segment that we are looking at. Not only are we looking at it from the expertise of what new skills can be given to them, what new technologies can be brought in, how do we improve upon the productivity and the efficiency. One example is, of course, right exports and production in the country, where you see that the industry took note of that, and over the last many years, perhaps half a decade, they've invested in the technologies. We saw it happening. But the looming danger, of course, is the vulnerability of ours towards the climate. And despite our best efforts, there's so much more that needs to be done. Addressing these important subjects, we have our next speaker with his presentation. He, of course, has been linked with the philanthropic and other skill development areas of Pakistan for a while, serves as the chairman for Idara-e Taaleem-o-Agahi, one of Pakistan's leading civil society organizations focused on enhancing learning and school education. Ladies and gentlemen, he's also the co-founder and the CEO of Pakistan Agriculture Coalition, which builds new business models for growth in agriculture with Pakistan's largest business groups and leading donors. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kazim Saeed.
Thank you very much, Sidra, for your kind words. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, distinguished bankers and leading professionals from other areas linked with agriculture here today. I will take just a little bit of your time to introduce 3 bridges that the banking industry can have with agriculture. And they are in stages of either getting scaled up today or quite well developed and ready for scale. The title of my presentation is How to Expand Bank Credit for Sustainable Agriculture, and let me go through these 3 areas. Just an intro about Pakistan Agriculture Coalition. We were created as a Section 42 company in 2013 by these leading business groups of the country with a very sort of unique mandate, which is to create commercially scalable business models for growth in agriculture. And that's what we've done over these 12 years. And based on that, we also provide policy and strategy advice to governments, businesses, and donors. And as you can imagine, many of these new attempts succeed, many don't. And some of the ones that have succeeded and have found some traction with government is what I'm going to focus on. Just a couple of points on how to look at agriculture. I think it bears mention that 75%, over 75% of Pakistan's exports are linked to agriculture in some way or another. Of course, leading with the cotton crop. We have fruits and vegetables being exported, then we have leather, etc. These 5 field crops that government has been focused on forever, calling them the major crops, they dominate the sector with over, in terms of just mass, land mass. Of course, livestock brings in about 60% of the GDP of agriculture, but there's some 54 million tons each year passing through the system, supply chains each year, of just these crops. And this, I say, makes Pakistan a sort of global agri-superpower. And this word superpower and Pakistan, you don't often hear them together, but you call China an Olympic superpower because in probably dozens of games at the Olympics, they are able to get the gold or the silver or the bronze. And Pakistan, for a huge number of crops, is among the top 10 in the world. Wheat, for example, 120 countries do wheat. And Pakistan is at number 8. Punjab alone will be at number 10. And we are not even, at the yield levels that we should be. So that's the way I feel it's justified to call Pakistan agri-superpower. Now, still, the banking sector has a sort of tenuous link with agriculture. Less than 20% of farms have a direct bank loan. And I'm talking mainly about crops here. We talked to Dr. Andre last night about what percentage of South African farmers have a direct loan from banks, and without even a blink, he said 100%. Practically every farmer that brings product to trade has a loan, and he said actually they have more than one loan. So the supply chain inefficiencies, the low yields, low access to capital, it means really that glass is half full. There is plenty of opportunity to do business with solutions that can stick. And one of those is in the supply chain for these major crops. We did a study for USAID some time back where we worked out for maize, rice paddy, and wheat. There's about $12.5 billion worth of commodity, of each of these commodities coming to the farm gate each year. And about $1 billion is lost in quality or quantity. And we can go into the details of what those are. I think many in this audience are quite aware of those. Probably you've heard this too many times. Question is, how do you solve this? It's actually also it's a very difficult challenge for exporters to get a ton of basmati rice out of Narwal to Karachi. But 6 people have to be involved rather than just the one guy who can click and just trade, if you can trust that the quality is the same. Now, Dr. Andre mentioned that he's worked in Pakistan. There he is. And I'm glad to say that we were the students of the guru there. And the warehouse receipts work that he talked about, we've done a great deal of work in these last few years on this, where basically the way the system works, as he said, the way it's been developed here in Pakistan, we were able to convince IFC experts to come in from Washington who have built up these systems in 20 countries over the last 25 years. And they helped develop the regulations for the electronic warehouse receipts regime of Pakistan. And a unique kind of license was given, and many other companies can also get this license. Currently, only Nemat Collateral has this. We were able to, it's an enabling entity, and we were able to bring these angel investors for this cause to invest in Nemat Collateral as the enabling entity. And it does basically 2 things. One, it accredits warehouses, which come into the regime. And the other, it basically runs the electronic repository of warehouse receipts, which I'll explain in a moment. It's similar to what the Central Depository Company does for the capital markets, where all the shares are electronic. We were very clear about bringing that system in because you bankers are familiar with that system, and you're able to just click and put a lien on a share and give a loan against a share. So that's what happens here. Any owner of commodity, could be farmer, trader, you, me, could be bank, could be exporter. If they bring in commodity to an accredited warehouse, they basically test it, and if it passes the test, then the specifications are the same for across the country for every crop, and it goes into the electronic warehouse. The warehouse operator issues a warehouse receipt, which is then tradable on the electronically under the Pakistan Mercantile Exchange, and a bank can just go in and click in the Nemat system and put a lien on that and disperse the loan. And the loans have been dispersed actually for this season's data, about 13 billion rupees worth of product has been under warehouse receipts in the last six seasons, and about half of that loans have been dispersed. Mainly HPL and the Bank of Punjab have been the main ones to get the system going, put some trust in it, and move it. Nobody's lost money. Ramat, you can clap. Next is you. If you're clapping, your bank is next to join. And now, if I may just suggest, there's a pretty strong, as they're called, security package. These IFC experts helped us with the regulations, the warehousing guidelines that each warehouse has to meet, operating procedures with all the insurance and everything. Each agreement is already, standard agreements are there as per international practice with Pakistani investors. And we have to thank SECP and the State Bank of Pakistan for all the extra work they've done on this. Now we are now proposing to the government and also the provincial government and federal government to bring the wheat sector into the 21st century. They have pulled back from the actual purchase and storage of wheat by the government. And this is a great opportunity. It hurt farmers, that's fair. It should have been done as a transition, but it opens a great opportunity for the private sector to do warehousing under this regime, and also for farmers to get loans, financial access, tested and standardized wheat, so we can do more value-added products, not just flour from wheat. Government can do a strategic reserve under this regime and hold its own warehouse receipts, and also reduction in borrowing by government. That doesn't mean it's bad news for you. It's already gone. That borrowing is gone, but you can do the borrowing against a lot more commodity by traders and farmers. That would be a lot bigger lending than what you have seen just lending to the government. I'm going to move now to another topic that was mentioned by Sidra. Thank you for presaging this. The effects of climate change have been influencing every sector, and the agriculture sector actually has been hit much earlier, and farmers are much more aware because agriculture is a very climate-sensitive business. If I may draw your attention to the perils mentioned at the bottom: flood, drought, excessive rainfall, heat wave, hail, windstorm, and frost. These are climatic perils you'll find in any crop insurance policy anywhere in the world. And the last one is the biological one, pest and disease all clubbed into one. These are usually the perils covered. Now, you are probably very familiar that the crop loan insurance scheme that has been there for 15 years in Pakistan's banking sector, it covers these perils. But if you ask farmers, if you ask many bankers, they'll say it's not bringing the benefits that it should bring. And the reason is, I think the scorecard of the policy is basically in these 15 years, the premium paid by the government for farmers below 25 acres has been 14.3 billion rupees, but the payout is half of that. And we've had 200-year floods, 2010 and 2022, and many other hits as well. And the reason is basically two issues. One challenge is that the insurance payment is only made if there is a declaration of calamity by the government. And that's not a scientific process, and certainly not focused on data from the agriculture sector. And the solution now is available. Professional insurtech firms are there to use scientific methods, satellite data, and send their fields and the teams. So we brought that. Also, the other challenge is there's a ceiling on the payout because the insurance industry didn't have the financial heft to take on the risks of agriculture. And the solution to that in many markets in the world is the global reinsurer is brought in to take 80% of the risk. But you've got to have the surveyor trusted by the global reinsurer. And so we were able to put this together. On the right, you see TPL has been very aggressive about it, and they've done the 3 or 4 pilots we've done on this. SCORE is like Swiss Re, Hanover, it's one of the world's great reinsurers. And Pula Advisors has been the surveyor, the insurtech firm. I won't go into the transaction structure, but in Sheikhupura, in 2022, there was a heat wave. There wasn't only a flood that year. And there was a payout to farmers. Farmers were very surprised that they're getting a payout on heat wave. In Pakpatan, you always hear about Sutlej overflow. There was excessive rainfall this time in India, and there was inundation in the rice paddy crop. There's a payout. The first one was HBL and Bank of Punjab. Second one was only Bank of Punjab. In Rahim Yar Khan, we did a project on traceable and sustainable agriculture with leading corporate players, and a whitefly attack really hit us, and that was mainly based because of climate change. This, by the way, the crop insurance, the government of Sindh, I think it's in advanced stages of trying to pilot this in a few districts. Don't hold me accountable whether they do it or not, but our hope is that they'll do it before the season comes in. Just looking at the time, I'm just going to very quickly mention that. So our proposal to State Bank was to add the product, that area yield index insurance product that we have been working with HBL and Bank of Punjab, to the crop loan insurance scheme. Now, I won't go into detail on this. I just mentioned that, as Sidra said, when you're doing the rice crop, I'm talking about mechanization here, it's the traditional way is in the first 15, 20, 30 days, the crop is very vulnerable, the plant is vulnerable, and it's done in a nursery. It's very concentrated, and then it's transplanted by hand. And when you hear 37% of our population, our workforce is in the agriculture sector, most of them are doing this kind of work, which even in developing countries, machines are doing. And so, I won't go into the details of how the machine does that, but this is something, these machines, harvesters, transplanters, they do 8 to 10 acres a day. And if you have 90% nearly of our farms less than 12, 15 acres, it only makes sense that service providers are brought in. And we were able to bring in Gharib Sons, Jaffer Brothers, Meske, these leading players into this business and build up the business model for them. And so this is now being picked up by the Public-Private Partnership Unit of the Government of Sindh. And our proposal is to bring in, I'll share the slide on our website, to bring in perhaps 25% equity for the machines from the service provider, 25% matching grant from government, but 50% loan from the bank, so they have skin in the game. But our request to you, bankers, is to try to help us to figure out ways that you can lend against the machine as collateral. I know this is not something so straightforward, but that's the way this mechanization is going to happen in Pakistan. We have some reports we do with Pakistan Business Council. In closing, I'll mention we do the State of Pakistan's Agriculture reports. These are on our website. And finally, final thought. You've heard this word moonshot a lot in management documents. We need a moonshot, and there's a handful of books on this. Now, this goes back to the 25th of May, 1961, when President John F. Kennedy put out this statement. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth. When you hear people say, make America great again, from Pakistan, America looks pretty great from our perspective. But those who say make America great again, this is the America they're talking about. These are the kind of things America was doing at that time. Now, that's why it's called a moonshot. Many of the technologies that were used in the moon landing on July 20, 1969, they didn't exist in 1961. So that's why it's called a moonshot, something that sounds impossible, but it's worthwhile to do. And our request is for us to consider a moonshot for Pakistan's agriculture. And for banks, all it means is a bank loan to every Pakistani farmer. Does that even remotely sound like an impossible thing? Collateralized credit to field crops that come into the market, crop and livestock insurance to every Pakistani farmer. Our request to you is to work with us, help us, strengthen us and yourselves to make this happen, to support the Pakistani farmer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kazem Saab. I think this is where the real conversations are happening. And, in addition to all that has been said, there's so much more when it comes to delivering the vital infrastructure or elevating the productivity, the yield, and the income of the farmers are concerned. I think one of the key elements is, of course, going to be putting the well-being of the farmers and those who are attached to the land, who are toiling away and doing all the hard work. I was looking at the losses. They amount to about 1.1 billion as per Kazem's statistics. And it is, these are the factors that directly impact the farmer and his wellness. So we are very, happy to have our next speaker shed some insight on that, because his is a vertical that is dedicated and is putting the farmers at the center. Ladies and gentlemen, he brings over 3 decades of extensive experience in banking, finance, and regulatory affairs in his role as the Chief Executive Officer of HPL Zarai Services. And this in itself has been a vertical set up for scientific crop advisory, high-quality farm inputs, machinery, the well-being of the farmers, and I had the good fortune of being there at the launch of it. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome for his presentation about the well-being of the farmers and sustainability in the agriculture sector, Mr. Amir Aziz.
Thank you, Sidra. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm very grateful to PBA and especially my friend Mr. Munir Kamal, who convinced me to come to this summit and share our story. I wasn't so convinced at that time, but spending the last day and today, I think this story needs to be told. This story needs to be shared, and it is a ray of light, in otherwise quite a depressing, conditions that, we're going through. So they called, the topic of my presentation, the success of HPL Zarai. So, we're too young, we're just a year old, so it's too early to call it a success. But at its best, it's an earnest attempt to, break this deadlock that we find ourselves in. So a bit of a history, how we started, HPL, how it started. So this was basically a sponsor-driven agenda, which was obviously coming from the AKD and EGFED, where they said that, while the bank is doing great for the last 75 years, but they were asking the management, the board, that what are you doing for the uplift of a common citizen of this country? What is the difference you're making in his economic and social life? so with this backdrop, HBL became the first bank in, I think it was late 2018, where they created a separate vertical and they called it the Development Finance Group. And they brought me as the first head of development finance. Obviously, we had to quickly come up with a definition, what is development finance? So our definition for development finance was that, we look into, those segments of Pakistan economy which are significant, but still are sidelined or marginalized. And by that prism, obviously, agriculture was the first, sector to look at, because, there are many more pressing developmental needs as well. So we started thinking on what to do, what has not been done before. And luckily, I'm not a commercial banker and I'm not an economist, so I tried to look at with a very fresh pair of eyes and a perspective. And then that's how our story starts. Now, if you see, if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right. Nothing could be closer to the truth for a country like Pakistan. It's just that we don't realize when agriculture misfires, performs, what it results in for the whole economy and the country. So this is an inverted pyramid, and but it tells you what the essence of what we're trying to say here. Now you see agriculture at the bottom of the pyramid, contributing 23% to the GDP, and then we enter into the SMEs and the large-scale manufacturing. But what we don't realize is that agriculture in Pakistan is the main foundation for SMEs, which are predominantly agri-based, and our top corporates are also, on the processing side, like textile, oil, sugar, cotton, are all based on what is produced by the farmer. So if agriculture is not performing, the entire, the corporate sector, obviously will get affected badly by it. So one mistake that we make is to see agriculture in isolation. We should not see agriculture in isolation, because it is not in isolation. All of us are, connected with that. Now, this is, just to give you an idea, starting from labor force, a lot of speakers have already alluded to it, so, it's nothing new that I am saying. But having listened to Rizvi Saab's presentation, which was quite mind-opening in my thinking, this is a very depressing state of affairs. It tells of a banking sector which is divorced from the real economy of this country and the real people of this company. It is still corporate-centric, it is still city-centric, and Pakistan is neither of those. Corporates just contribute, about 5.5% to the country's GDP, and 70% of the population of Pakistan is living in villages or in peri-urban areas, while the banks are, clearly focused on the corporate and the city customers. So this is an untenable solution. And as Mr. Rizvi said, that while we talk of the future, we must not ignore, what the present is. So, HBL obviously is the market leader. We are very proud of our agriculture team. But, it's nothing to be happy about, because, when we compare, which is the largest lender to the farmers, and we're talking of banks. But what we don't talk about in this discussion is the biggest lender to the farming community is not a bank. It's the informal market, which is the biggest lender. And when you compare yourself with that, this is not a great state to be in. So I'll take a bit of this time because we all need to seriously think about what is happening. So now this is what I call the problem statement when we talk of agriculture. So we'll start with a lot of other people have also alluded to it. The biggest issue Pakistan faces is the issue of inefficient production. We should not be, take comfort in that, we are the 5th largest producer of wheat or 6th largest producer of rice. What matters is that how much 1 acre produces. And when you use that matrix, then the reality dawns upon you that, we are an extremely inefficient use of land and natural resources. Think of wheat. Pakistan's annual, wheat production is around 29 to 30 mons. The Indian Punjab is 60. The Chinese are doing it at 80. US 103 mons an acre. You talk of milk production. Our average per animal milk production is probably 4 liters. Compare it with the Dutch cow, 45 liters. So that's where we are getting that hit. And unless we address the issue of productivity, we don't have a good case for agriculture, period, this is it. So the issue of productivity has to be dealt with. The second is, not many people talk about it. Being a farmer myself, I know, when the crop is harvested, my heart is in my stomach. Why? Because I don't know what to do with it. If it is perishable, I have a very limited window in which to sell. If I can't, it'll all go waste. If it is storable, either I don't have a storage space, or if I have a storage space, I don't have the financial muscle to wait for a better price. So in short, the farmer always sells from a position of distress. And this distress is taken advantage by the widely held view is, just the artis. But as we got deeper into it, it's the industry itself. So, the arti only has a pound of flesh, and the whole workflow goes to the industry in terms of unfairness of prices. So what is the result of this? The result of this is that our farmer is in a subsistence mode, and I agree with the bankers that he makes a poor credit risk also. So, if I were a banker, I would think twice before lending to such a farmer. And, since he is in the subsistence mode and, our productivity is not going up, he takes the entire economy, with it. So we can't remain indifferent anymore, because this indifference is costing, the country a huge amount of, we are paying huge cost for this indifference, and it has to go now. So now this is quite an eye-opening, because, we say, okay, we're talking about the industry, the airlines are doing good, the oil and gas is doing good, but this is what happens when agriculture misfires. Now these are, like 5 years figures of our food category import bills. Now as a Pakistani, and Pakistan is an agriculture country, this is a very, very bad position to be in, that, we are importing. And look at the size. Every year, we are, $10 billion are going out of our economy to import these. Ideally, not ideally, at least we should have been self-sufficient, at least to produce these at least inside the country. But if you were, firing on all engines, this should have been a 10 billion export. Look at this swing from -10 to 20. So this is the impact agriculture has on this economy and on this country. So at development finance, we then, got down and, started to, write a new model where it is easier for the bank to lend, easier for the farmer to, get that lending, repay that lending, because it has to be a business case. When I joined the bank, so many of my colleagues thought that it's a CSR activity. It's not a CSR activity. It has to make financial sense. It has to make enough revenue so that banks can take it forward. Now, the first thing that I did, when I was writing this model, the internal audit guidelines, the compliance and the risk framework, and the board allowed me to do that. I totally ignored them and put them in the deep freezer, because I said I'll not care what this, this framework is saying, because obviously it's not delivering. So my only constraint was that I had to follow the regulatory requirements. So the point I'm making is that, when you're innovating, you have to break free from the existing restraints. It's only then you can think of some innovative ideas. So the primary motivation, inspiration for this model actually came from a very unlikely source. That was the Aarti. While I was at the State Bank, we carried out a pretty comprehensive research on how the Aarti works. Yesterday, Zafar was complaining on the security and the collaterals and that stuff, as a reason for not lending. But when we made that study on the Aartis, and there were three main things that came out of that study. The first, he lends clean. He doesn't have a security. Second, he doesn't have strictly speaking, a legally enforceable contract. And the third is that, he lends at an extremely exorbitant rates of interest. When we conducted that study in central Punjab, I'm not talking of, Sindh or Balochistan, this is the most developed part of Pakistan agriculture sector. The going rates were from 65 to 120%. That is a fact. But his recovery rates were near perfect. Isn't that amazing? That, he was able to recover, what he lent to the farmer at, say, 80% markup rates, and his recovery rates were, near perfect. So what were the reasons? Of course, he knew the business well. He understood the importance of relationship with the farmer. But the cold truth is that he was able to recover this money because substantively, in the majority of the cases, he was the buyer of the produce also. So that was a kind of a closed-end value chain transaction. And, when you talk to banks, obviously they say, State Bank will not permit us to, buy commodities. We are not allowed to go into the commodities. And it was a huge challenge to me also, to find a way around it. But then when you study an Aarti, this guy might be sitting in a small shop in a Mauza somewhere in Punjab or Sindh. What does he do? So he aggregates crops, from the farmers, close by, and he aggregates the crop not for himself. He aggregates the crop for the industry. Now that gave me an idea that the industry, where is the industry? Industry is sitting right, in your balance sheets. And if banks don't realize that they're in a very powerful position to take over that role, in the sense that, banks, tend to work in verticals. This is the investment banking, this is the corporate, this is the SME, this is the personal loans. But if you cut across the advances portfolio of any typical bank, cut horizontally, you will see from up that all the stakeholders are already sitting in that portfolio. You see a farmer, you see an SME, you see a large-scale manufacturing. So what could be a better platform on connecting these seemingly three different kind of stakeholders so banks can become that platform where, all three can work and banks can bring the financial discipline, the discipline to, honor your commitments by connecting all the three. So what we would do was that, we would not give them cash. Rather, we would, out of their loan proceeds, we would provide them with inputs, make available machines on rent. Our average farmer is a small farmer. He cannot afford, an 80 million combined multigrain combined harvester, which he would probably need for a day. It doesn't make sense. So the mechanization is a rental model, and our strongest intervention was, in this case, was the introduction of agronomy, which is the agriculture science. So the science drives it. So our agriculture officer would sit with the farmer, draw up a crop plan, exactly quantifying, how much he needs to, what amount is needed for the land preparation, what amount is needed for the inputs, what are the machinery rentals, and we would then, come up with the entire loan amount for it, sanction that loan, but we don't give him cash here. So that ensured that the cash was utilized for the purpose for which it was given, which banks, tend to generally, miss out on that. Now, and our agronomy is throughout the crop maturity, working with the farmer to make sure that, the crop is being managed well. Now comes the crop selling stage. So learning from the Aarti, we started talking to our corporate clients and try and understand their quality requirements, because every processor, when he buys, procures any agriculture produce, it has to meet certain quality parameters. We understood that, and then we went to the farmer, and we convinced him that if your quality parameters are met, you can sell directly to this corporate buyer, thereby eliminating a number of handoffs. Then he doesn't have to go to the mandi, he doesn't have to go to the Aarti, and so his selling costs obviously comes down significantly. And we then convinced the corporate buyer that once the quality has been met, you have received the produce, you will pay for the proceeds into the farmer's bank account, and the moment the funds landed up in his bank account, his loan was automatically adjusted. For the first time in HBL's history, we lent clean, meaning we lent to the tenant farmers, and the overall lending volume was about 1.5 billion spread over a period of 3 years, and our results were extremely encouraging. They were actually way better than our BAU results, and more so, the unsecured ones were even better than the secured lending. So what does that mean for the farmer? So we help him with his production through provision of quality inputs, machines, the farming knowledge, and the agronomy advisory throughout the crop cycle. And obviously, it's not a rocket science that his production goes up. Then, through better use of, putting science ahead, better use of fertilizers, pesticides, fungicides, timely use of those. So, we lower his cost of production, and through better selling, thereby, he doesn't have to, pay those exorbitant commissions and deductions, to the middle market. His selling costs, the cost to sell greatly reduced, and the end result was that the farmer made much more money than he was conventionally making under the old system of farming. Now, and this is a question. This is a slide. I think the bankers need to appreciate that obviously, it's not a CSR activity, but this is a serious attempt because right now, the way I see it, like I said earlier also, the banks are, now, the turf is, the battleground is only cities, and, probably it's getting overpopulated. Where will the growth come from? Now, here is a country, where 85% of the population still is financially excluded. You have to reach out to them, not just for as a Samaritan cause, but in your own self-interest. And since the corporate is not going, so where do you land? So you have to find new markets, both for SME and agriculture, because that's the real economic activity in this country. And by the way, in our model, everything, was on market rates. There were no concessions. So, and that's my firm belief that if the farmer is producing efficiently, he's getting a fair price, he doesn't need any subsidies. So this is the development finance journey. I'll quickly go through it, but the thing that needs to be appreciated is that it's difficult to start, but once it starts going, it grows exponentially. I remember the second half of the year 2020, when I went to Sahiwal, tried to convince the farmers, only 5 farmers agreed to, this way of lending. But the next year, it was 10,500 acres. The year after, 22,000. 45,000, and then 65,000 acres. So they would only believe you once they see. So this is our basically the basic journey for us. And when this strategy was presented to the board, जमील साहब बिल्कुल टाइम पे आए हैं क्योंकि अभी मैं इनका जिक्र करने ही वाला था तो आ गए हैं. So coming back to this, the strategy was that our board asked us to come up with the proof of concept that it works. So for about 3 years, multiple crops, multiple areas, 65,000 crop acres, and then we compiled the proof, which was accepted by our boards. And at the strategic, when we were drawing up the strategy, these things are impossible to do when you're in a bank. So it was recommended that a separate subsidiary should be created, which basically is more geared to cater to these needs of the farmers. So the board gave us the approval, and we are extremely grateful to the HBL board, for showing the confidence in us, especially our chairman, Mr. Sultan Alana, because it would not have happened if that support wasn't there. So after we got the approval from our own board, then we obviously being a bank, we needed the regulatory approvals for it, and I must commend the governor. Coming from that side, it was not an easy decision for him because it's never been done. And State Bank also supported us by giving us this permission, and probably HBA Zarai Services is the first subsidiary of a commercial bank which is not a financial company. So we've got nothing to do with finance anymore. So I'll quickly, I mean, that's how, the crop cycle progressed, from the seeds to transplanting. We applied the mechanical transplanters, and this is our agronomy team. And Kazim was, just referring, what machines do. So, this rice transplanter can, with mechanical accuracy, punch in from 90,000 to 120,000 plants per acre in probably 40 minutes, and the best of the farm labor doesn't go over 40,000, and they take 8 hours. So that's the case for the machines. We developed, because for ease of the farmer, we didn't want him to travel 15 kilometers to our nearest branch. We developed, mobile-based apps. We used satellite technology, to monitor the crops. But this is something that where we are, in all our humility, but we are extremely proud to share this, because this is what we work for. So what does it tell you? This is the result of the productivity gains over 65,000 crop acres. Now, to lend credibility to this, we got these results independently, validated from Princeton University of the US. And it's no surprise. Look at the yield per acre. So our average yield, started from 14 to 47%. And in majority of the cases, the farmer's income actually doubled compared to last year. So that's one point. Another point I want to make, Deputy Governor Salimullah was here. And while the central bank, the federal governments, the provincial governments have always been, historically have been trying to, nudge the financial sector into that direction. But, the policy prescriptions have failed, as we can clearly see that, we still have a long way to go. I think it's high time that the banks realize that, if they want to move in this direction, they also need to think beyond banking, because they need to have a skin in the game where they take some responsibility. We can't leave everything to State Bank. They need to take some responsibility in developing the market and the infrastructure, which is then conducive to, lending to these sectors. So these are the, when I ask, a lot of people that, which is the biggest market in Pakistan, so most people would say the Karachi Stock Exchange. Munir, no offense intended, but look at these markets, So agriculture is the biggest market in Pakistan, and where are the banks, in this market? It's a 88 billion total. I mean, the breakdown was given in the earlier side. 63%. These are your consumers, of the future, which are excluded as of now, and include 39% of the Pakistan's total workforce. So, and of course, we have a small farming community. So now, what is HBL Zarai? HBL Zarai is Okay, I'll quickly rush through the rest of the presentation. Agriculture, HBL Zarai is basically a service industry, which was missing in the formal sector, helping the farmers, achieve their true potential by provision of agronomy, inputs, machines, and then help them sell efficiently. So our whole we have dairies now in four districts, and this is how, this is our dairy in Burewala, which was the first one. If you see, it's in the middle of Tehsil Burewala, and the numbers that you see, they're all chuck numbers where the farmers live. So we took a deliberate decision that, we are going there, they're not coming to us. We wanted to be close to the farmers so that it is easier for them to, come and, avail our services. So this was our inauguration. That's how data looks like. It's a one-stop solution, and most of our data also have a banking booth. We have an ATM. The agriculture lending officer is sitting there. In case a farmer needs a loan, he doesn't have to go to the branch network. So. HBL Zarei is investing into modern machinery, and will continue to do that. We're starting with the harvesting, then we go into the planting side of it. But by just using this harvester, the farm's yield goes up from 10 to 15% because they are efficient. The ones that we are using, the grain losses are anything from 10 to 20%. So actually, these machines cost nothing to the farmer. One last thing, the data are big institutions, but our ultimate goal is to reach to the farmer in his village. So this is, we've come up with this new idea that this is a shop inside a village, and this boy that you see, he's a local boy. He was unemployed. So, we have groceries, we supply fertilizers, fodder for animals, and at the same time, we have, our Connect outreach there, where we are bringing the farmers into the banking fold by, promoting financial inclusion and opening their accounts right there at their doorsteps. Okay, with this, I'll close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amir Saab. Ladies and gentlemen, we now segue into a very interesting segment. But first and foremost, please give a big round of applause to the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Jameel Ahmed Saab. Thank you, sir, for joining us at the first ever Pakistan Banking Summit 2025. And so far, the conversations have been very fulfilling, very enlightening, and let this be the first of many that are to follow. And using this perfect occasion where we see at least 1,000 young practitioners, professionals from across the industry present here, and more than 45 leading institutions represented, 12 international speakers. We are also using this opportunity for the eKYC soft launch. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you more about this wonderful blockchain technology that is now going to make things even easier, integrate the industry and the market even better, may I first and foremost invite the CEO of Avanza, Mr. Waqas Mirza, to please join us up here and to tell us a little bit more about the eKYC.
Thank you very much, Sidra. Good afternoon, everyone. This takes me back at least 5 years when on one of the Saturdays I came to Karachi and we had a workshop with Mr. Raza Bakar and his team. And that's when I told him the kind of work that we are doing for other governments and regulators. And I told him that regulators do not enforce financial regulation through memos anymore. They do it through technology. And when I was asked to elaborate, I presented a few platforms that we've implemented for governments and regulators in the GCC in the Far East. And I was then asked that, what do you expect from State Bank? What do you want us to do? And I said, bring the industry together. And that's when we were passed on to the very able hands of PBA and Tawfiq Saab and his team. And it took them at least 2 years to convince the industry that we need to share data and have a platform that enables our industry for multiple reasons. And then we formally kicked off the project in around June 2023. It has taken us 1.5 years to launch this platform today. Alhamdulillah, we've launched it with 8 of the leading banks in the industry, with another 25 banks to follow suit. So what is that rocket science that has taken 2 years to convince the industry and a year and a half to build. So what we now have is a national eKYC utility platform. So what is a national eKYC utility platform? It's a completely decentralized blockchain-based network, which means every bank has their own blockchain node hosted wherever. We don't have hyperscalers in the country right now. So all the nodes, the blockchain nodes, which are essentially servers with some software running on them, hosted within the bank's premises. So when a kid turns 18 and wants to open up their first bank account, they walk into Bank A. Bank A would do their KYC and due diligence, take the information of that particular individual, and store it in their core banking system like they do. But now with this platform, what this bank would also do is stamp this version of KYC on their blockchain node. As soon as this happens, all the other banks that are on the network will also receive a copy of this KYC record. But they won't be able to see it because it's just a hash, so it's gibberish for them. 2 years down the road, the kid has earned some money, did some savings, walks into Bank 2 to get a lending product, maybe wants to buy a car. Now, when the customer walks into Bank 2, with the customer's consent, and I won't go into the modalities of the customer consent, with the customer consent, Bank 2 or Bank B will be able to see the KYC record that was stamped by Bank 1 2 years ago. Bank 2 will do the verification. They'll see, okay, this is where you work, this is where you live, this is your marital status, this is your mobile number. And the kid will say, no, I have changed my employer. By the way, my mobile number has changed, and I got married. So Bank 2 will then take the verification documents, supporting documents, update this new KYC block on the blockchain, on their blockchain node. And as soon as they do that, all the other banks where this customer has a relationship will get a notification, in this case, Bank 1, remember? So Bank 1 will proactively get a notification on their blockchain node saying, hey, you have a customer whose KYC was done on the network by another bank, and by the way, this is a mismatch of 3 fields between the new record and what you have in your core banking system. And then Bank 1 will do whatever they need to do, maybe give a call to the customer through their contact center, or they will ingest this information through their operations, whichever way they want. And this keeps happening over and over and over for every account holder in the country. Initially for consumers, but later on for corporates as well. So this is what the KYC utility does. You will have, in the next few years, a complete KYC trail of an individual over the past 10 years or 5 years, with all the good stuff that comes with blockchain, which means it will be immutable, it is transparent, and the most important part over here is this is not being done in a bureau model. There is no central entity holding this data. Every bank has their own blockchain node, and their customers' data is residing on it, and there's no central entity. So this is what the national eKYC utility is. In addition to KYC, and we've done this in a lot of other countries, and I'll tell you why this is such a big deal. We've done it for Bahrain, we've done it for Qatar, we've done it for UAE. Pulling this off in these city states and small countries is if not a walk in the park, it's easier. That's because a lot of the data is provided by golden data sources, which means when I have to fetch somebody's employment data, I'll just open a pipe to the Ministry of Labor. If I have to get somebody's housing data, I'll get it from the land department. So there's very little self-declared data that is relied upon. I'll just take two more minutes, please. So in Pakistan, this was difficult, and the reasons why we co-created this with the banks over here is because everything had to be relied on the self-declared data. We could not go to any data source because in addition to Nadra, we do not have any other data sources over here. So a lot of self-declared data from the customer shared with banks had to be shared between the industry members, so we used the collective wisdom. I'll just take 1 more minute to tell you why this is not just a KYC solution. What we've done in essence is we've created a highway of information exchange between banks. And again, without a central entity, without a bureau sitting in the middle. And today, the kind of traffic that is flowing on this highway is KYC. Tomorrow, we can have bank guarantees data flow on this. We can have trade finance use cases. We've done something like this. So in UAE, And I've been listening to a lot of SME lending sessions over here. In UAE, this was a conversation that was taking place 4 years ago. And the industry decided, okay, we will start our SME lending. And one of the biggest problems they had was duplicate invoice discounting frauds and a lot of other trade finance frauds. They set up a network of banks, a blockchain-based network of banks that hedges against these kind of requests. So the industry got together, looked at the blind spots, and tried to address this. Similarly, now the industry has gone to the bank saying, we want a solution for the warehousing of bank guarantees because the big buyers like the ADNOCs and Etisalats and the RTAs, they want a storage for bank guarantees. So again, the same platform, the same infrastructure of blockchain-based data exchange layer between banks is being used. So KYC, a national KYC utility, is the first step in this direction, and we will have a lot more use cases. I'll take 30 minutes to thank some of the people without whom this would not have been possible. 30 seconds. I'm so sorry. 30 seconds. So starting from the patronage and the guidance that we got from State Bank under Jameel Saab and his team, Sir Jahangir Shah Saab and Ajab Ali have been phenomenal. From the PBA, Tawfiq Saab, and then Munir Kamal Saab, your team has been stellar. So people like Yawar Saab, Amjad Saab, Masood Saab, they have brought the industry together and made sure that everybody, stays on course. By the way, when we're doing these kind of projects, technology is not our biggest problem. Our biggest problem are social problems, and this is why people are instrumental. From the industry, Ahmed Mansoor Saab from Bank of Punjab and Shamwel from ICBC Bank, they've made sure that the industry stays on course and everybody sticks together. We have a lot of people here, Faisal Ijaz Saab from Bank of Punjab, we have Faisal Anwar from HBL, we have Mohib Saab from Bank Al-Falah. So the technology, the CIOs have also come in and taken this forward. Thank you again for all your patronage, and this is a big deal for the country. This is a national digital asset. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Waqas, for explaining to us how the idea was incepted, where it lands at the moment, and how it's scalable to not just include the vitals and the data, but it could be a highway. It is the digital public infrastructure that we must be investing in right now. Ladies and gentlemen, as pointed out, it is definitely a big milestone and important moment for all of us. And to learn more about it, our next speaker will be shedding light on it. He is, of course, the head of the Digital and Tech Task Force of the PBA. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Muhammad Yahya Khan for his presentation on the banking perspective on the eKYC.
Thank you. Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Sidra. Thank you, Waqas. So you heard the technology vendor's view, and we'll also be sharing with you the practitioner's view now as to how we think this fantastic development that has happened in Pakistan is going to shape the commercial banking in the country. For those of you who know me, prior to my stint at Commercial Bank, I was associated with a branchless bank. And one of the reasons for their runaway success has been in opening the accounts is a very simplified onboarding. And behind simplified onboarding in the branchless banking is a very simplified KYC. So when the central bank back in 2008 announced the branchless banking guidelines, they allowed a level 0 accounts which could be opened just on the back of giving a CNIC number. So now you've heard it from the horse's mouth. I believe that was the reason why branchless banks managed to open 60 to 70 million wallets. I feel the time has come now for the commercial banking industry with this fantastic innovation that you just saw Waqas talk about, which 8 commercial banks have worked on phase 1 and many are scheduled to work in phase 2. What it does is it simplifies onboarding for the customers. So before I say more, from the practitioner's point of view, I would request if a video could be played and that would highlight the use cases. They have the use cases as of today, and they also have the use cases for the future on this railroad.
Meet Ali, He's opening an account at Bank A. Like always, he provides his details. But this time, Ali opts to share his basic information on the secure eKYC platform. With Ali's consent, his verified details are now safely stored and a profile is created on the portal through blockchain technology, ready whenever he needs them again. A few months later, Ali wants to open a new account with Bank B. With a single tap by giving consent, Bank B pulls his details, auto-filled, secure, and fast. Need an update? Ali simply changes his occupation, updated instantly across the platform. The platform now shows both profiles, notifying Bank A. Now Bank A can update the details or reach out to the customer for more information. Now, let's fast forward. Ali has been banking with Bank A for a while. He has saved multiple beneficiaries, enabled standing instructions, and auto-debit setups. When opening another account at Bank B, Ali provides consent for Bank A to push his existing instructions and beneficiaries to the eKYC portal. With Ali's permission, Bank B pulls all the relevant information, seamlessly. Now, as Ali logs into Bank B's app, all his information is right there, auto-synced and ready to use. No repeats, no delays. Now, imagine Ali's KYC update is due at Bank A. Meanwhile, he recently opened an account at Bank B, where his updated profile was published on the KYC platform. Bank A reviews the updated profile published by Bank B, secure, up-to-date, and verified. With the updated profile verified, Bank A seamlessly extends the KYC review expiry, ensuring uninterrupted banking for Ali. During account open, Bank A identifies Ali as a politically exposed person and published on the eKYC platform. All authorized institutes are notified, triggering enhanced due diligence across institutions. Ali, an existing customer at Bank A, plans to open accounts at Banks B and C. He logs into the Bank A mobile app and provides consent to publish his legacy profile on the eKYC portal for easy access by both banks. Once consent is submitted, Ali's profile is published on eKYC portal, ready for Banks B and C to consume instantly. Through eKYC portal, facilitating the tracking and communication of trade overdue payments between banks, ensuring timely notifications and streamlined process. One KYC, multiple banks, seamless banking, complete control.
Thank you. In our minds, we should think like this. Just like we have Apple ID or a Google ID, this is your bank's record KYC ID. With this ID, just like you have CNIC number, which is a NADRA database for your demographics and your personal details, this is a bank's KYC ID. With that one ID, the benefits of this in two phases. First, there are 30 fields which are secured in a blockchain environment. Also, the other thing, as Vikas talked about, is there is no separate database that has been created for this. Sidra was asking to me earlier in one of the breaks, what about the security of the information? So this information resides within the banking platforms of each bank. We haven't pulled the information and created a separate database for this. When it's needed, the CIF, the customer information form, is transmitted from one bank to the other after the customer's consent. So these are the KYC fields, and some of the important ones, some of the usual customary ones, but the important ones is, for example, the deceased status. When somebody gets deceased, one bank knows, the other banks do not know. Somebody has been identified as a PEP, politically exposed person, one bank knows, the other bank don't. They wish they knew so that they could do the enhanced due diligence about it. Somebody who has changed their profession, he goes and updates whenever he or she is opening an account in one bank, but the rest of the banks with which the accounts are do not know about the change in profession or the change in the annual salary or the annual income. With this platform, whoever this customer's recent bank is, wherever he updates that information flows through and updates itself across the whole value chain. I think that's the biggest thing in this one. So some of the immediate benefits, and I only pick up a few. Certainly the reduced cost. Only one financial institution is performing the KYC. One. and they're sharing with the customer's consent with everyone. No repeat of this. Faster onboarding for the customer. Very quick, I talked about how branchless banking industry managed to open 60 million wallets in no time. This was it. There was no lengthy 20-pager forms for it. So even though we might have digitized the KYC and the account opening forms today, but yet the customer has to go through those forms every single time, not with this project. Protection against the money laundering and terrorist financing, because one bank may have identified something, the rest of the banks do not know about it in the current state. With this project, they would. Standardized records, as I said earlier, wherever the income or the deceased status has been updated, gets updated across. It's secure PEP identification, this is I talked about. Now, last slide is where we see some of the potential use cases as to where this project may potentially go. As Waqas said earlier, these are the railroads on a very secure blockchain technology platform, which is information sharing between bank to banks. It has benefits for the customers, but let's think about a few use cases. This is not an exhaustive list. Switching of the bank accounts. The primary reason why customers do not switch bank accounts is it's painful. They have their beneficiaries created in their mobile banking apps. They have standing orders set up for their bill payments or paying to somebody else. That's the international reason, that's the local reason as well. With this, potentially, the beneficiary information, the standing orders, the direct debit information, all of that could be communicated from bank A to bank B with customer's consent. And then when the customer logs into bank B's app, they see all of their bennies over there. Switching is easy. Legacy. So right now, this project has had to start from somewhere. This starts from the new to bank account. So from this point on, when the customer comes, he or she gives the consent, and from then on, the consent gets published, and every time then the next bank wants to pull the data, this happens. But in phase 2, we would also be touching all the legacy accounts where the KYC has been performed on the legacy account, which is where the juice is. Trade, bank-to-bank communication, trade overdue letters, trade information, trade documentation takes ages. This information sharing would also be put on this platform, inshallah. Digital guarantees between banks for various purposes also shall also be available on this platform. And finally, why not? We can see the dream that the blockchain is there, which is the basis for a currency. In future, there could also be potentially a bank-to-bank payments using the same railroads. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we're moving forward with the eKYC, this is wonderful to know the technology as well as the practitioner's perspective. Now let's take it to the industry perspective as well, and of course the perspective on the entire summit to go. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in now welcoming for his keynote address, the chairman of PBS 2025. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Atif Bajwa.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Governor Saab, honorable delegates from the State Bank of Pakistan, very honorable speakers. Iqbal Saab has just joined us now for what we were saving for the last, the Islamic banking session. So we want to end on a really high note, so we look forward to that conversation. We had to switch the timings a little bit because Governor Saab has to leave a little bit early. So I thought that we just quickly try to summarize some of the things that have been said here. So this is less of a keynote address and more of a summary of what has happened, and perhaps at the end, some pleas and appeal to the governor himself, and so that he comes up here, perhaps respond to that. Of course, starting off, all of you would know I'm a little long in the tooth as far as banking is concerned, probably one of the oldest bankers in this room, bar perhaps Irfan, he raises his hand, and of course my ustad and one of my first bosses in Citibank, Munir Kamal. And in all these years, 40 plus years, this is the first time the banking industry has come together to hold a summit. And that says something that we should have been doing, which we didn't do, but it also says that we now have a commitment to start, and we're not going to stop. And the chairman of PBA, Zafar, and of course the CEO of PBA, Munir Kamal, have that incredible commitment and energy to keep this thing going. And they have a fantastic team. Hafsa, who's been leading all of this, thank you very much to you and your team. So our ambition is to carry on. This is not necessarily just going to be an annual event. We want to take the learnings from here and then take this on as an ongoing exercise. We want to pick some specific subjects that come out from today and then follow it up with more discussions and conversations and perhaps some specific actions. The core objective of us getting together and starting this exercise, number one, is because we need to create a narrative that talks about banking as an important sector of the economy, which we are. It's unfortunate that the narrative has been generally against banking in Pakistan because it's been the favorite whipping boy. And part of the reason is because we've been quiet. We never got together. And we don't respond to criticisms. And I think sometimes those criticisms are misplaced. So I think we need to now stand up and start at least letting other people know our point of view. The other one, of course, other objective was to get together and have really well-renowned experts coming in internationally, as well as our own people here to talk about what's good, what's not so good, and what is the direction going forward. So learn from the expertise of the speakers, and then chart out a path for ourselves going forward. I think, if I look at the last day and a half and the best yet to come, that we've achieved that second objective. We've, I think, had a very high quality conversation. The level of speakers has been excellent. And of course, we started out yesterday with the chairman of the PBS, Zafar Masood Saab, telling us about the role of banking and what we've done and what we haven't done. I won't repeat all of that, but I think it was very useful to learn. And also, he laid out some of the issues that we are facing in the presence of the finance minister then, and of course the governor Saab as well. So I think that was a good start, followed by the finance minister himself making a speech and committing himself completely to the structural reforms that the government has promised under the IMF program, and also reminding us that some good things have happened already, and that at a macro level, perhaps we've seen this stability over the last year, which is no accident. It's actually because a lot of steps have begun to be taken. But the deeper reforms are yet to come, and it's good to hear that he's making that commitment that this will continue to happen. He also reminded us of the existential challenge that Pakistan faces. And he said there are two: population and climate. And that's absolutely true. Those are two things that we're probably not talking about as much as we should, but those are big problems. And I think perhaps, to my mind, a third one that should be added there is the mindset that unfortunately we have in this country. We ignore the problems and we don't learn from mistakes and we don't get to the right policies and the policy framework that will allow us to come out of these problems. Of course, then we started our program with the speakers, and as I said, we've had a stellar list of speakers. Yesterday, we started off with Tansari Azman Mukhtar talking about global economics and his experiences and what could be applicable to Pakistan. We had Dr. Salman Ahmed also really opening up our eyes to what's happening in the world. What are the big trends that we see globally that are shifting so rapidly that perhaps in our own little cocoon in Pakistan, we don't see those implications. Yes, we see the headlines, but we don't see the implications of what is happening out there. So I think it was very refreshing to hear that global perspective. And that was followed by Dr. Asim Hussain, who gave us, again, an economic perspective, more focused on Pakistan and in comparison to some of the countries that we now compare ourselves with, which were, unfortunately, the ones that are ranked the lowest in economic performance in the world. There was a time, Governor Saab, when we used to compare ourselves with Asia. And we used to say we don't want to become an African country. Unfortunately, we are now not even, the African countries don't want us to be on their list of comparisons either. So we now are, unfortunately, in that position. So he woke us up to that reality, which we can't ignore. And then, these observations have been also, while depressing in a way and sobering in a way, they gave us also that there is light at the end of the tunnel if you get your act right. And so that's where the conversation on resilience came in, and Dr. Kamal Munir talked about how Pakistan can be resilient. And he told us, what does it take to survive? And he said, it's not the strongest and the smartest that survive. It's those that can adapt to change. And so that's, in his presentation, there were lessons about, what's happening, what is change, and what should we do to bring about change in our country. This was then followed by the digitization conversation, and Professor Naveed Sultan from the Imperial College, who was a very senior city banker, he talked to us about the transition to a digital economy. And he also laid a very strong, I thought, simple looking, on paper at least, framework that can lead to a national digital policy. And, so we requested him to sometimes come and perhaps have a session with our regulators and our policymakers as well, to which he gladly agreed. And then we had Mr. Corey Thompson from Ashrik Bank, who came and told us about the evolution of digital adoption across the successful countries in the world. The next one, very importantly, was about sustainability and diversity. And Maria Smith from BI came and spoke to us about that. And she and Dr. Aisha Khan, who runs the Acumen Fund, also both spoke to us about these acronyms, SDG, ESG, sustainability, all these. What's behind that and what does it really mean? And essentially what we got is that, at the end of the day, this is about climate, it's about diversity, it is about doing the right thing. So it's not necessarily about money and making money always, but it is about doing the right thing. And that kind of links into the conversation that somebody had started about values and value. So if you have the right values to do the right thing, and sustainability, diversity is that, then it will lead to creating value as well. And then today, I think today's discussions will be probably more fresh in your minds, so, but I'll just quickly say, Alia Zafar spoke about the skills development and talent management issues. Wasif Rizvi of Habib University, I think he's one of the best storytellers that I know of. He's mesmerizing in the way that he puts together his thoughts with very little words. And so he did kind of tell us, diversify or die. Then we went on to the SME side, and on the SME side, Farhan from IFC spoke to us about the various experiences that IFC has been involved in the world to bring about energy in SME financing and unleash the potential of SME. And so we have a lot to learn from that. And then, of course, Deputy Governor Salimullah Saab came and spoke to us in detail about the right kind of approach that we must all take together as regulators and practitioners and the businesses to develop SMEs in this country. I think that was very, very useful for us. But some comments that I noted was that he said there is no compulsion from the regulator, but there must be good business cases. And therefore, market-based solutions are to be encouraged. And I think that is encouraging for us to actually go out and look for these business cases and do it, and we'll get the support of the regulator. And just recently, we've just done agriculture. Dr. Andre, Kazim Saeed, and Amir Aziz Saab, they spoke about the experiences that they've had in agriculture. South Africa was in there, Pakistan, and of course Amir just told us about this experience with HBL. And I think this is special, where we also need to recognize the power of banks. How we can, if we step out of our comfort zones and decide to make a difference in fields and sectors that are not our own, we can do it. Because we've got the capital, we've got the ability to do it. So I think that's inspiring, and I think it allows us to think about, transforming this economy using our strengths. Of course, the best is still to come. I keep saying that, so that summary will, I'm sure, be done at a later stage. But Governor Sahab, before you left, I thought it would be a good idea just to talk to you a little bit also. I mean, these learnings have been great. We've had a wake-up call, and I think it's up to us now to take these lessons and to try to implement solutions. I have to say that the role of the central bank and yourself, Governor Saab, has been a very positive one. I think this is no accident that the strongest sector in the economy is the banking sector. It is the regulator that makes a difference. And a strong regulator is all we need across the other sectors also. Strong regulators, their KPIs are to enhance investment, to improve performance and efficiency, and to ensure that there is more investment coming in, as long as it's for the benefit of the customers at the end of it. And I think the State Bank does that. We have our issues also, sometimes we bring to you, but I think on the whole, we appreciate the fact that you are in a tough position. You yourself, you have been in a tough position because the economy has not been easy over the last few years. And yet, from about 2 years ago, when we didn't have the dollars to pay for our LCs, were near default, I think the measures that you took as the State Bank, and you enforced upon us some discipline, I think was very instrumental in bringing us to this stability that we have right now. You also have to take on battles with the politicians in Islamabad, because, as I said, the banks are the favorite whipping boy, so we get bashed. and you get called upon to go and defend the banking industry. But now we want to take up that role ourselves, to a large extent ourselves. So the narrative in Islamabad, unfortunately, is a toxic one sometimes, where, you know, if you make too much money, you're automatically treated as a criminal. Or if they want to go easy on you, they'll tax you. So they've done that to the banking sector, to the extent that now we are one of the largest tax-paying banking sectors in the region, and perhaps in the world. So when 54% of our income goes to the government, they really should be treating us as partners. Because everything we do, if we do well, then they are partners in it. And unfortunately, that attitude is not quite what we would like it to be, and you, sir, are aware of that. The reality actually is that this is the most transparent sector. There is not a transaction that we don't report or the State Bank doesn't know about. It does not mean that all transactions are always clean, but at least they're reported. And if they're found to be wrong, then we take action. And then we report those actions to you as well. I think that's something you can't say for most sectors in the economy. And I think, again, there needs to be an appreciation that this group of people and the ones that work in the banking sector across Pakistan are fundamentally professionals, and they have integrity in what they do. And sir, we are also patriotic. We do our job for the sake of this country. We have the interest of Pakistan at heart. We would like to do as much as we can for Pakistan. And you have seen in the last few months that when you've asked us to step forward, we have. And we will do, inshallah. But what we ask for, Governor Saab, and you know this and you are on board with us, is that we have a level playing field. We have a sustained policy that we can believe in and understand for a slightly longer period of time, that we are also treated with respect. I think if we have that, you will find this banking industry will actually take this economy to the next level and make you proud and make Pakistan proud of us. Thank you.
I think the writing on the wall is that somebody has spoken what really has been in the hearts of many who are present over here. Ladies and gentlemen, as many of you are aware, I do a number of industry-related conversation and conferences. And at the heart of it, just like the banking industry, and just last week I was there at the Pakistan Retail Business Council's initiative of similar nature, where they wanted to come together, talk about the policy environment. It seems that we intrinsically look down upon wealth creation. We somehow demonize the people who could be your biggest assets, your biggest mechanisms and procedures in order to make not just a few wealthy, but the entire country wealthy. How do we actually change that? And Atif Saab's very rightly pointed out that when we take a stock of our assets, we're just not talking the machinery, the technology, the institutions, we're talking mindsets. And this is something which is unfortunately ingrained in our minds. We hate the wealthy, we see them as demons. Pakistan में आम तौर पे किसी भी अमीर इंसान को हम देख के सोचते हैं कुछ गलत काम किया होगा, कोई 2 नंबरी किया तभी बहुत ज़्यादा पैसा है.
So how do we change that? And that's where the banks, the regulators, and each one of us comes into play. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's hear it from the man himself. Please put your hands together to welcome for the keynote address, the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Jameel Ahmed.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Zafar Masood Saab, Chairman Pakistan Banks Association and CEO Bank of Punjab. Atif Bajwa Saab, CEO Bank Al-Falah and Chairman of this summit. Munir Kamal Saab, our distinguished speakers from international speakers, presidents and CEOs of banks and other corporates who are attending, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. Bajwa Sahab, you have raised some of the very pertinent points. I will come to them briefly later on, but let me first start with the expression of my appreciation to Pakistan Banks Association for organizing this event. This summit reinforces the financial industry's commitment to excellence while acknowledging the complexities and ever-evolving dynamics of financial and economic environment. I am very pleased to note that the variety of speakers at this summit, including bankers, economists, academia, agriculture experts, tech and sustainability experts, and other non-banking corporate and financial sector professionals, have contributed in the discussions over 1.5 days, 2 days. I am grateful to all of you for your active participation. I firmly believe that you all have an important role to play in shaping the future of banking industry in Pakistan. I hope that the takeaways from this summit will lead us to rethink our business models and come up with innovative solutions to ensure that our banking sector contributes more effectively towards our collective goal of sustainable and inclusive economic growth in the country. This summit is happening at a time when Pakistan's economy is emerging strong as a result of stabilization policies of recent years, and simultaneously technology-enabled financial services are also changing the business models, and the associated risk profile is also changing. It is only befitting to make an assessment of the current situation and lay out the future course of action for all of us. I am also pleased to observe that the broader themes of the 2 days summit are aligned with the SBP's strategic plan, which we call Vision 2028. For the financial sector, the SBP vision mainly focuses on promoting inclusive and sustainable access to financial services, building an innovative and inclusive digital financial ecosystem, and enabling efficiency, effectiveness, fairness, and stability of the financial system. These focus areas are based on the recognition that Pakistan's banking and financial system has contributed to economic development of the country and has showed resilience on a variety of global and domestic shocks, However, for achieving a more inclusive and sustainable economic growth, the country would require a significant increase in the depth and breadth of the financial sector. At the same time,
customer preferences are fast changing, that along with the structural changes, particularly driven by technological advancements and climate change, are expected to reshape our banking sector in the coming years. Accordingly, the State Bank's strategic goals aim to address emerging needs, including sustainability, climate change, and rapid digitization, and also inclusion and customer-centric banking services. With this background, let me sketch out a few of the focus areas and my expectations from the banking industry going forward. Specifically, I would like to emphasize that our banks need to rethink their current business model, reassess their priorities, and play a more active role in financial intermediation. I believe it is increasingly becoming essential for banks to diversify their exposure beyond the government sector and big corporates. And it makes long-term business sense for banks to invest in building relationships with small value savers and borrowers of our country. A broad-based customer network and a well-diversified asset base are the only long-term assurance of sustainable profitability for our banking industry in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to begin by reiterating the need to significantly increase financial deepening in the country. The size of our banking industry has not grown at the pace that was needed to meet the financial services requirements of our growing economy. Banks' deposit and private sector credit to GDP ratios in Pakistan have remained one of the lowest among peer countries. In fact, banks' credit to private sector as percentage of GDP has declined to 8.4% by fiscal year 2024, almost half of the level recorded in the year 2004. No country can achieve sustainable economic growth with such a low levels of credit to the private sector. It is common to attribute this trend to high government borrowing from the banking sector in Pakistan. But the notion that availability of attractive returns on risk-free government securities does not hold tenable currently. There are quite a few countries where government borrowing from depository institutions as percentage of GDP is either higher or comparable with Pakistan. Yet, private sector has a bigger share in the lending portfolio of these countries. Their ability to grow the deposit base and increase financial intermediation at a faster pace than ours largely explain the difference. With the improved macroeconomic environment and positive outlook, the stage is set for revival of credit to the private sector. In the days ahead, the government's borrowing is expected to be contained. Therefore, it is imperative that our banking industry rethinks its business model and shift its focus to the private businesses in search of better returns. Presently, by the way, I have been discussing this during the internal meetings with the Pakistan Banks Association, and today I am publicly sharing this that banks will have to seriously think about their current business models. Presently, major chunk of credit to the private sector is concentrated in big corporates. The composition of banks' lending portfolio in Pakistan is highly skewed towards established corporates at around 74%, and only 5% of the credit goes to the SMEs. Therefore, there is a need for our banks to reassess their strategies my message to all of you is to focus on mobilizing deposits and increasing credit to the private sector, particularly the SMEs and agriculture sector. Ladies and gentlemen, increasing credit on a sustainable basis and supporting inclusive economic growth would not be possible unless our banking industry redoubles its efforts to increase financial inclusion. We at the State Bank of Pakistan take this objective very seriously. It is a critical driver of our economic growth, development, and resilience. The explicit addition of financial inclusion as one of the core objectives of the amended SBP Act underscores the importance of this objective for the SBP. Our commitment to financial inclusion is also reflected in the significant strides made over the past decade. Bank account coverage has reached close to 64% of the adult population, from 47% in the year 2018. Due to our efforts, the gender gap has also been narrowed from 47% to 34%. And we are very grateful to banks for their contribution in achieving this goal. We have now set a target to increase bank account coverage to 75% of the adult population and reduce the gender gap to 25% by 2028. To achieve these ambitious targets, we want to enhance the depth, breadth, and quality of financial services, particularly for low-income individuals, the microfinance sector, SMEs, and agriculture. In this regard, the latest National Financial Inclusion Strategy 2024-2028 targets a higher deposit base, promotes SME finance, steps up agriculture finance, and increases the share of Islamic banking. To facilitate the achievement of these objectives, fair treatment of customers is crucial. This is why customer satisfaction through building trust in the financial sector is at the heart of SBP's vision for broader financial inclusion. I believe fair treatment of customers is a proposition where the interests of customers, banks, and regulator converge. While in the short term, customer services and profitability may seem conflicting objectives, but believe me, these are very well-aligned goals in the long run. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to the structural changes that are going to reshape the banking and financial sectors over the coming years. In the interest of time, I will focus only on two of these changes: technology and digitalization, and the need for climate-resilient financing. Let's first focus on the technological advancements that are going to reshape our financial sector in the coming years. In fact, technology is already rapidly changing the traditional financial landscape. Banks are transforming from brick and mortar structures to digital banks. Digitalization and financial innovation can be leveraged to accelerate progress and make up for the lost time by providing cost-effective alternatives to alternative delivery channels to enhance the access, usage, and quality of financial services. Moreover, to extend financial services to SMEs, agriculture, and our female population, banks can increase their usage of artificial intelligence based on alternate data sources such as cellular and satellite data. These can fill the gap in hard data required for due diligence to extend credit to new borrowers or small businesses and to also onboard new customers with seasonal incomes or other peculiar characteristics. To facilitate all of this, our banks need to continue investing in technological infrastructure and well-equipped human capital to further incorporate digitalization into their DNA. Digitalization will help to make the overall financial system more intuitive to access and operate for the general public in a country like ours where low literacy levels are there. Only then will we be able to phase out the highly inefficient cash and check-dominated payments landscape. The technology solutions should also lower the various charges for at least the basic banking services, including digital payments via cards and banking applications. I would also like to take this opportunity to encourage banks to work on a war-footing basis to help their business clients digitize their payments. All banks should provide digital transactional access to their business customers, preferably via secure portals, and guide them as to how to use them for their day-to-day transactions instead of visiting branches or using cash. I sincerely believe that technology, if harnessed correctly, can truly act as a silver bullet that may address many of the gaps in the banking that I have mentioned. At the same time, we must acknowledge that risks related to technology are real, and online frauds, scams, and data and information theft are ongoing concerns. In order to sustain this financial stability gains, the industry must proactively upgrade its risk detection and prevention tools. I urge banks to invest in technology infrastructure to constantly align risk management practices and train your workforce in customer-oriented culture. I would also encourage banks and fintechs to partner with each other and provide innovative products for customers that are otherwise not available on stand-alone basis. For banks, such partnerships can help penetrate largely untapped segments like retail businesses and micro and small medium enterprises, yielding beneficial outcomes for all the stakeholders, including banks, their customers, and fintechs. I am pleased to share that technology has always remained a prime focus of SBP to enhance the efficiency of the financial system. We have provided a facilitative regulatory and supervisory framework to encourage traditional banks as well as emerging fintechs to operate in the country and provide inclusive and reliable financial services to the general public. For instance, RAST has been a huge success in Pakistan, and this success is attributed to the hard work of our industry with more than 42 million unique RAST IDs. Further, during the past year, the industry has deployed RAST QR code payment solutions at more than 800,000 merchant locations. This deployment, along with the usage, needs to be drastically increased. Our aim is that we work as an industry and ensure that at least 2 million merchants are onboarded on RAST by the end of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to discuss the second structural change that has implications for the financial firms, not just in Pakistan, but also globally. The need for climate-resilient financing. Climate change extends beyond just environmental concerns. Given its impact on social equity, economic growth, and development and long-term economic stability. The flood-related damages to lives, livelihood, infrastructure, and supply chain in 2022 in Pakistan is one such recent example. The financial sector is not immune to the effects of climate change. Our financial institutions must improve their ability to assess the impact of climate change across credit, market, liquidity, and operational risks. These risks are further amplified by the interconnectedness of financial and non-financial players, creating systemic risks. Given the widespread impact of climate change on the financial sector, SBP's strategic vision 2023-28 is focused on initiatives required to establish a climate-resilient financial sector. This is a reflection of our commitment to climate change, to climate governance and sustainability. We are enhancing our forecasting capabilities, integrating climate impacts into macroeconomic models, working on climate-related financial disclosures, and embedding climate risk assessment within our supervisory processes. While these initiatives will help foster a supportive regulatory environment for strengthening the financial sector's resilience to climate change risks, we still have a long way to go. As an industry, we cannot afford to become complacent. We must collaborate to address issues like data gaps, risk integration, and building capacity to support businesses for sustainability across the value chain. Additionally, I want to underline the pivotal role that our businesses and academia can play in tackling sustainability challenges by contributing through research, policy recommendations, and fostering collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to thank the industry for their very supportive role and their contributions in the endeavors and initiatives of both the government of Pakistan and the State Bank. Bajwa Saab mentioned briefly about the market-driven initiatives. So Bajwa Saab, believe me, we always try to have market-driven initiatives encouraged, and that's the reason whenever there is some new ideas from the market, we from the State Bank of Pakistan at least are very supportive on them and try to support the industry as much as we can. And on this particular initiative, which we just launched, eKYC, Waqas Mirza Saab, he said that they have been working for 2 years. So I will say we have worked on this for at least 5-6 years. First 2 years took us to convince various stakeholders within the State Bank that this is an idea which should be worked on, should take it forward. Then next 2 years at least, we have been, my boss, former boss is sitting here, former Secretary General and CEO of PBA. So we have been coordinating with Pakistan Banks Association on that, and it took us at least, I think, 2 years to convince Pakistan Banks Association this is an idea which is in the interest of the banks, and it is more importantly in the interest and benefit of the customers. Because customers will have to go to various banks, and every time they will be required to provide a lot of information for opening of the accounts and for establishing other banking relations with various banks. So if there is a centralized place and they have been able to provide information at one place, and then banks can share amongst themselves. So it will be very beneficial for the industry as well as for the banks. So I'm very grateful to Pakistan Banks Association and to Evenza and other stakeholders, and also to PBA team, which has worked very hard, and also our own State Bank team including our deputy governors and other team members who has contributed in this endeavor. So I'm very glad that finally we have been able to arrive to this stage, and we will now be moving from pilot to the implementation phase. And with the other related initiatives which are in the pipeline, I'm sure this will be a great support to the customers, and ultimately the banks will also be able to gain in this process. Bajwa Sahab, on the other points, I think we have been discussing all these issues, and you have seen that from the central bank side, we always have been supportive on those ideas and initiatives, and inshallah we will, as we have discussed, we will be discussing on some of these issues going forward also, and wherever the help from the central bank is required. So rest assured we will be forthcoming and will be providing all the required help to the industry, because the ultimate objective is to ensure that the banks continue to serve their customers in a better way, and in the process they also ensure that there is a reasonable return to their shareholders, and they should be able also to make required investments in the infrastructure so that they can innovate and come out with new products which will meet the requirements of the customer. So this is a joint common goal, I think, and vision which we need to work on and ensure that we achieve it through a collaboration, not just between banks and State Bank, but all other stakeholders also. And as I mentioned briefly earlier also, I think technology adoption and digitalization is the future for the banking, and we have to work collectively to ensure that the banking services are increasingly being offered through the digital platforms, and it will ultimately lead us to achieving the strategic goals which we have set within the State Bank, and will also help banks also to achieve their own internal policy objectives. In conclusion, I would like to acknowledge again that the agenda outlined here is challenging but also achievable, which I have said yes. Even more important is the urgency to make the most of the ongoing improvements in the macroeconomic environment and strive to realize the dreams of sustainable growth. I would also like to emphasize the importance of the discussions and collaborations which have taken place at this conference, where emerging challenges like technological advancements, financial inclusion, and climate change are discussed, and these will be reshaping the future of our financial industry. It is clear that a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable financial ecosystem requires a coordinated effort from all stakeholders, including the regulators, financial institutions, businesses, and academia. We have made significant strides in addressing these challenges. However, we must continue to adapt to the evolving global landscape by embracing innovation, strengthening risk management, and ensuring the stability of the financial system. The work done here at this summit, through thoughtful discussions and idea sharing, will serve as a cornerstone for the policies and initiatives that will drive us towards a more sustainable and equitable future. I also hope to see this summit as a regular annual event where we can meet to celebrate our achievements and at the same time also design future plans in view of the emerging risks and opportunities. Thank you once again to the PBA, its executive committee, and all the CEOs and other participants, and also more importantly to all our foreign speakers who have traveled to make this conference a success. Thank you to all of you. I thank you again for your very valuable contributions and for inviting me to share my views today. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Governor of the State Bank of Pakistan, indeed a highlight for the Banking Summit 2025. We will now segue into the fourth and the final session of the day and of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is titled and themed around Unlocking the Future of Islamic Finance, Innovation, Inclusion and Sustainability. This is going to be a power-packed one, and staying true to our format, I would like to invite our first speaker to speak on the subject. He is, of course, the Chief Executive Officer of Fajr Capital, a sovereign-backed private equity firm which invests in Middle East and the Southeast Asia. He is also a member of the Board of Directors of Aster DM Healthcare, Cravia Group, Jadwa Investment and MENA Infrastructure. He's played a prominent role in developing and promoting Islamic finance and investment on the international stage, serving as an advisor to the government initiatives in Brunei, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, and the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Iqbal Khan for his presentation on the subject of progressive evolution and impact of Islamic finance.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. As-salatu was-salam ala ashrafil mursaleen, Sayyidina Maulana Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Let me greet you with the greetings of peace, the greetings of paradise. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi barakatuh. In Jannatul Firdaus, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will greet all the people in Jannah saying, Ya Ahlul Jannah, Assalamu alaikum. And this is, the response to this is this dua, Allahumma antas salam wa minkas salam, hayyana rabbana bis salam. So I extend to you the greetings of peace. As I stand here before you, I am going back to the 90s, when the Islamic finance industry was still in its early stages, when a fast-growing and challenging economy was reliant on cross-border financings from a group of investors called the Islamic investors. The Sharia-compliant industry in 1991-1992 was only $80 billion. Today, ladies and gentlemen, it stands at $3 trillion plus. In my career, I've had the privilege of arranging investing through my funds, which I managed out of Bahrain, and later on in London through Sukuks, more than $7.5 billion in Pakistan, and excess of $1 billion in equity. And one of the equity investments was in Mizan Bank, 25% equity at book value. Today you can look at that bank and see where it has come. Pakistan has been a wonderful, successful story. In the entire $7.6 billion, there was only one rescheduling, and that was for Hub Power project. And that too was because of a technical default. And the technical default was from the World Bank. And the State Bank of Pakistan put 200% of the $178 million which was outstanding in our Nostro account to make sure that the confidence of the market is restored. If you would go to the history book and look at the Euro money league tables, you will find that the Pakistan cross-border lines and cross-border arrangers and investors, the Islamic financial institutions, were at the league tables. But what is very important for that $7.5 billion plus financing track record is people in Pakistan. People like Mr. Javed Noel, who was at that time the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, people like Irfan Siddiqui, people like Atikur Rahman and Citibank, and many other colleagues, many of you are here, who helped us to structure transactions, who made sure that all those financings were successful. I remember at a time Irfan calling me at the Hong Kong Bank, World Bank meetings and telling me that I've had a call from the Ministry of Finance and we need $75 million in the State Bank of Pakistan's account in 2 days' time. and alhamdulillah, we arranged it. Ladies and gentlemen, there are lots of people. There are lots of people, and with the presence of the governor, I would like to state that we often do not recognize the people who have contributed so much, the unsung heroes, the Javed Noels of this world, the Atikur Rahman of this world, the Irfan Siddiqui, and all of you as bankers, what you contribute. You see, a nation, a community, and a family reveals its identity by the people we remember and the people we honor. It's time that the Pakistan Bankers Association should start recognizing the stalwarts who have contributed hugely. I remember coming to this hotel, it was called Sheraton Hotel, and the gentleman who will bring my laundry would say, Sarji, haath rok lein, yahan badi chori chamari ho rahi hai. You are doing, there is too much corruption in Pakistan. You go to the State Bank of Pakistan and somebody in the Foreign Exchange Department says, you got too much exposure to Pakistan. But alhamdulillah, my exposure to Pakistan always was very positive, very constructive. And I think Pakistan has a problem. The problem is most of the educated Pakistanis, and please forgive me if you take this comment as sincerely as it is meant. There are a lot of Pakistanis who have an inspirational dissatisfaction with the status quo. And they often translate this inspirational dissatisfaction with a worst possible picture of Pakistan. And in a way, they are their own worst enemy. The story of Pakistan is not a materialist story. The story of Pakistan is a spiritual story. This gentleman, his name is Prince Muhammad Al Faisal Al Saud. He is the eldest son of the King of Saudi Arabia, King Faisal. He and his brothers were the biggest investors into our fund in Bahrain, from which we did financing for Pakistan. And Munir Kamal, who is here, who was part of this journey as well. Now, in one of the family updates to the sons and daughters of King Faisal, I was telling them that your exposure to Pakistan out of your entire portfolio is too high. And I said, you are at 76% as per GDP per capita and all the things which bankers and economists use. Your exposure should be no more than 20%. And this was his response. And he said, of all the countries which have been carved out in our world, the one country that has been created for the sake of Islam is Pakistan. It is the duty. It is the duty of every Muslim and every Pakistani to realize the vision of its founders. I have never seen a group of people who were so committed. His brother, Prince Saud Al Faisal, who later on became the foreign minister, said to me that when he joined the foreign ministry, he was sent to Islamabad to be attached to Mr. Agha Shahi, the then foreign secretary. And King Faisal said, go shadow him, learn how to speak, learn how to write, how to communicate with foreign leaders. When Prince Muhammad Al Faisal Al Saud, the gentleman in the picture, joined Sama, there was Mr. Qureshi from Pakistan, who was the first governor of Sama. And he was attached to him. I remember coming to Pakistan in 1999 when I was working for the HSBC Group as a global head of Islamic finance. And I received an invitation from the court to be the expert witness. And this was my first time in the court and hopefully the last. And in the Supreme Court, I never realized that it was such a formal structure. There was big chairs, all rise, their eminences are coming. Anyway, when you put your hand on the Quran, all you would say is the truth and nothing but the truth. And I was just concerned about next day, Financial Times writing HSBC senior banker, direct report of the chairman, talking about in a court in Pakistan on elimination of riba. So I asked their justices that if they could do me a favor to ask the journalists to leave. And I saw the power of the Pakistani courts. They said all the journalists who are here should leave. About 7 or 8 of them left. They said, if anybody is still here with a journalist, 6 months. 4 of them left. Then they said, if there's any other journalist who is still here, 1 year. I think most of them left. At that time, we talked about how can we build Islamic finance and why should we build Islamic finance? And I said, you should not be in a hurry. You should build a structural reform and take 30 years to introduce Islamic finance. And from there to where we are today, where the total local debt, I believe, is around 46 trillion rupees or whatever, out of which Sharia compliant portion is only 4 trillion rupees. This morning when we were visiting the State Bank and meeting the governor, the deputy governor, and also Irfan and myself with Sheikh Taki, we were talking about how can we make sure that the Sukuk model is embraced and it should be possible for Pakistani banks to invest into the Sukuk at a larger level. There are 4 books which are kind of books which remind me of Maqasid al-Sharia. And each of them talks about all the themes which Atif talked about today, this a little bit earlier, which you've been deliberating, creating a level playing field. How when economies do well, banks also do well. How to build inclusive nations, inclusive policies to create a level playing field. And all of them, without exception, they are all about, Maqasid al-Sharia, creating a fairer, just, and equitable societies. As bankers, we can often live in a bubble. When India became independent, the Prime Minister of India visited the Reserve Bank of India, and he was shocked at the language of the Reserve Bank, the money supply terminology, all educated in England and America. And he came back and he said to his close confidant, and my late father was one of them, said, I met a group of people who are living in a bubble. Our nation is only 0.3% of the GDP of the world. When the Britishers came, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh were together 33.3% of the GDP. Anyway, the reason I highlight these 4 books is because when I read them, they remind me of Maqasid al-Sharia. Nations and institutions, they first fail morally before they failed materially. And this is a very important highlight. And Pakistan's problem cannot be solved at the same level at which they were created. We must rise above the material problems and seek moral and spiritual solutions by creating a society where individuals are measured by their competence and integrity. Faith is the foundation of Pakistan. Faith in the innate goodness of human beings. Faith in a fair, meritocratic society. A vision that Pakistan is destined for greatness. Allama Iqbal said, when the soul of a nation is awakened, the skies become the destination. And Pakistan, and all of you as leaders in this industry, have a duty to awaken the soul within your organization as leaders so that you can lead the country. We have a responsibility. Integrity is very important. Sorry, may I have a glass of water, please? Integrity is very important and it is more important than loyalty. Competence is more important than loyalty. When the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam was leaving on the greatest journey from Makkah to Medina, he stood up on a hill, said, Oh Allah, I was born in Makkah and I love Makkah. But if I have to leave the city which I love, take me to the city which you love. And the answer was Madinatul Munawwara. He chose his companion Abu Bakr. Then he said, Abu Bakr, I need a guide, somebody who can navigate, who can be our key man to take us from Makkah to Medina on foot in a very hostile environment. So Abu Bakr said, amongst us is Hamza, your uncle, fighter, warrior, brave man. He said, I did not say amongst us. I said, who in the Arabian world is the best navigator? He gave a name of a gentleman called Abdullah ibn Mutliq. He said, he is the best, but he is not a Muslim, Ya Rasulullah. How can we trust him? And the response is very telling. Rasulullah said, is he the best? They said, yes, he is the best. He said, if he is the best, then we can trust him. Nobody becomes the best if they don't have highest level of integrity. So integrity is very, very important. And competence. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam appointed Khalid bin Walid, who could only read 4 quls, and he always struggled in Qul Ya Ayyuhal Kafirun. So some of the older Sahabas, some of the leading Sahabas said, you have appointed over us a commander-in-chief who cannot even read the 4 quls. Appoint one of us. And Rasulullah said, he is the best in the military. Yes, you will read the Quran beautifully in the battlefield, but you will have half the army killed. So competence is a very important part. As leaders, we have to encourage a culture where we have competence. Resilience is very important. Whenever we go through difficult times personally or institutionally or as a country, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's promise is, Inna ma'al usri yusra. Verily, with adversity comes much ease. Yusra is plural. Yusri is singular. With every adversity, there is much ease. So we have to focus on that, because this is the promise of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, this gentleman was in Islamabad a week ago maybe. Who knows his picture? Who is this gentleman? Tayyip Erdogan. This picture is from 1994. I met him when he was a mayor. And the municipality of Istanbul had severe problem. Forget about Pakistan's problem. Municipality was bankrupt to the core. And I met him and he said, there is no water shortage, huge water shortage. Water was being rationed in Istanbul. The Bosporus was stinking. The streets were full of problems, and public safety was a big concern. And he said, I don't have the money to do this. I am indebted up to my eyeballs. So I said to him, Mr. Mayor, one man came to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and said, Ya Rasulullah, I am indebted up to above my head, and I have no means of repaying my debt. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, shall I not tell you a prayer? Shall I not tell you a prayer which, if your debt was bigger than the mountain of Uhud, Uhud is the biggest mountain in Medina, as we all know. So he said, read with me, Allahumma kfini bi halalika an haramika waghnini bi fadlika amman siwak. Oh my Lord, give me halal provisions and keep me away from haram provisions. Wa aghnani min fadlika, and enrich me out of your infinite bounty. Wa amman siwak, and do not make me reliant on anyone. So I wrote it for the mayor. He read it. He said, what shall we do about the water? I said, Salatul Istisqa, the prayer for rain. Anyway, that year, 1994, rain came like never before. And the secularist complained. They said, this is not fair. How come he has the rain when he gets elected? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's bounty is unlimited. So the transformational power of prayers, we all need to have that. Our country and all emerging markets are facing the headwinds of deglobalization, decivilization. We have got majority-minority nations, tariffs. We are in a very difficult situation as an emerging market. And we need to make sure that we have a spiritual revival, individually, as an institution, and as a country. Anyway, when I met him in 2003, he had become the prime minister. And he saw me and he said, now I need the same prayer for Turkey, for Turkey. And Turkish economy had a massive turnaround under his prime ministership. He still has headwinds. I saw him a couple of weeks ago in Ankara. But I think, inshallah, Turkish economy will come out of it because this is a tough period for them and for all emerging markets. So we are living in a society which has changed. We have become a bottom line society. Everything is measured in material terms. And this is not progress because none of us will take anything with us. We have to work towards a better world. So within nations, you have got this majority-minority nations. You've got the problem of within regions as well. And on the global stage, nationalistic policies, Donald Trump factor, tariffs, geopolitical tensions. We all grew up in a deglobalized world, in a globalized world. Now as the world deglobalizes, your iPhone which you have has got 46 parts which are made in 22 countries. If one country is going to make that iPhone, what will happen to the price? What will happen to the innovation? This will all impact. So the shift towards zero-sum thinking is undermining the collective progress which we have. We have to think about those who are not here. I want to move on to Islamic finance. And what is Islamic finance? The Quran describes it as yanfa'un nas. Anything which is good for mankind is Islamic finance. It's about putting money into the real economy, into the value-producing economy. It's about putting money to work so that the world can become a better place for all. As I said, today it's more than $3 trillion of funds under the Islamic finance economy, 1,500 plus institutions. But if you look at what are the challenges ahead, how can we create role model economies and institutions which bring in authenticity and demonstration effect? The challenge is that the banking model does not lend itself to Islamic finance directly. It is the asset management model. The first asset manager, the first Mudarib, was our blessed Prophet. And the first Rabbul Mal, or the first LP and the first investor, was Hazrat Khadija. I think it's very important that as senior leaders in the finance industry, you think about the business model. Because as long as banking model is pursued, we will always struggle in bringing authenticity to Islamic finance. The Islamic banks have done a very good job globally on democratizing financing. But they haven't democratized wealth, savings and investments, and they haven't democratized philanthropy, which is very important. On the day of Yawmul Qiyamah, the poor shall enter the heavens 1,000 years before the rich. And those poor would demand their rights from the rich. So we were left in poverty. We were left without education. This is our duty to make sure we democratize philanthropy and wealth. Fortifying the industry building foundations. Things like what is happening today, and I was very grateful that we had this opportunity. And Atif, thank you for highlighting what was covered. What you are doing as Pakistan Bankers Association should become an annual event. So greater authenticity and demonstration effect will drive our industry forward. We today have very strong foundations in the Islamic finance industry globally, but my colleague and friend Rafe Hanif will speak about the Malaysian experience. Those of you who were here yesterday must have heard Tansri Azman talk about the Malaysian experience, and Rafe will talk about it further. But we need to build inclusive economies. And Atif, to your point about banking industry being treated fairly, the reality is if economy does well, banks do well. If banks do well, the economy would do well. The issue is how can we direct capital to those who need it the most today? And that can only be done by risk weightage allowances being changed, by giving tax breaks to the banks, saying you financed SMEs and you finance the microfinance, and we will give you these tax credits. That is the kind of policy which we need. The government's role has to be of a referee and an umpire, not a player. One of the big challenges in many economies, including Saudi Arabia, including Malaysia, is crowding out the private sector and the public sector becoming too dominant for a long time. We need to build inclusive institutions. And the process of governing has to have a consensus building. I know in Pakistan you talk about the Riyasat-e-Madina. How do we create the Medina economy in Malaysia also? So I was with the Prime Minister of Malaysia in London 10 days ago, and I said to him, Prime Minister, firstly, we need to bring a national healing. When the Prophet ﷺ, he came as a conqueror to Makkah, he stood up on a mountain and he said to his arch enemy, Abu Sufyan, said, Ya Abu Sufyan, Jaitukum karamat dunya wal akhirah. Oh Abu Sufyan, I have brought you the miracles of this world and the hereafter. This is his arch enemy, and he says, he who is in Abu Sufyan's house is safe. He who has Abu Sufyan's protection has my protection. This is the man who tortured him. National healing is very, very important. And inclusive finance, those people who are left behind. We must use the digital technology to reach the unreachable, to make the unbankable bankable today. So we have a huge responsibility as a nation. These are some pictures which broke my heart when I saw them in papers, and I picked them from actual magazines about Pakistan. Climate change, poverty, inequality. The governor talked about it. Healthcare, education. How can we use the technology which all of you as leaders know exists in the market today? How can it be that an FM bond can create a vaccination bond for $20 billion? Why can't we have a healthcare bond? Why can't we have a healthcare sukuk? Irfan, why can't we have a climate change sukuk? Why can't we have a poverty eradication sukuk? You have to lobby your MPs to say, we want a 30-year commitment, national commitment. What does it take? Parliament, military, judiciary? A commitment which allows us to go to the market with that the government of Pakistan will stand behind this particular issuance and address the social issues today rather than wait for tomorrow. This is a very interesting atlas of global competitiveness. Many of you who have been to Kennedy School of Government would have seen this. And this is the atlas of global complexity, global competitiveness. What is Pakistan's competitiveness strength today? What is Pakistan's global complexity? We must tell our government that they must do the asset allocation based on Pakistan's strength. We must have funds for VCs, for SMEs. The banks alone cannot solve the problem. It's a public-private partnership. You need SME funds, venture capital funds. You need education funds, technology funds. The good news is that Pakistan today has access to digitalization. The good news is there are lots of Pakistanis across the world who will come back to the country if we create an environment for them. So as we enter the holy month of Ramadan, and as we enter the dawn of Pakistan and Islamic finance globally, but hopefully in Pakistan as well, the Prophet, whenever he saw the new moon, he read a prayer. Allahumma ahil lahu bil aman wal iman. Ahil means hilal, the moon. Oh Allah, let this new moon come with aman and iman. Aman means security, and iman was salamati wal Islam, with peace and Islam. For a long time, I struggled with this prayer. And the reason I struggled is, why was the Prophet not asking for Iman first? Why was the Prophet not asking for Islam first? Why is he saying Aman, peace, is more important than Iman? Because without peace, you cannot have Iman. And without salamati, you cannot have Islam. So I pray that Pakistan has peace, prosperity, and success. And I want to thank the Pakistan Bankers Association for honoring me to give this talk here. I'm very humbled and honored. Thank you for having me. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Iqbal Saab, for a very timely conversation. And I think the instances that you brought upon, they really strike a chord, especially when you talk about integrity. There can be no excellence without integrity. And if somebody is displaying excellence, then there must be that fiber of integrity within them. And of course, not looking at everything as competition. Someone's gain is not our loss. And sometimes we push ourselves into silos and we create these islands of excellence rather than being able to integrate, to collaborate, and to actually scale up the benefits. So ladies and gentlemen, wonderful information, insights from across the region, from his experience around the globe. Let's move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is the Group CEO of MBSP Berhad. That comprises MSCSB Bank and the MIDF Group. He previously has served as the CEO of Group Transaction Banking at the CIMB from 2019 to 2023. He began his Islamic banking career in 1999 with HSBC Investment Bank in London. Over the past 25 years, he has held various leadership roles. And ladies and gentlemen, he brings with him a host of experience to talk about the subject at hand. Please welcome the Group Chief Executive Officer, MBSP Berhad, Mr. Rafe Hanif.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalatu wassalam ala Rasulullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. I've been given an unenviable task to speak after Brother Iqbal Khan, the doyen of global Islamic finance, at a graveyard slot when I have a flight to catch in 3 hours. So I'll try to use the best of my time here. I would like to take the opportunity. Brother Iqbal and I have known each other for 28 years. He met me when I was a grad student and convinced me to leave law and to join Islamic banking. And we have attended many conferences in different parts of the world together, but this is the first time we are on the same panel. And I thought this is an opportune time to pay my tribute, my honor to Brother Iqbal for all his guidance, mentorship, blessings. He is the giant on whose shoulders I have stood to reach greater heights. Thank you, Brother Iqbal. Now, the topic given to me was Islamic finance revolution in Malaysia. I quickly corrected the organizers by saying there was no revolution in Islamic banking in Malaysia. It was a carefully planned evolution. The author of this plan is none other than a good friend of us. Brother Iqbal and I have known him for many years, Tan Sri Nur Muhammad Yaakob, who was a central bank governor. In 1981, he wrote the first blueprint for Islamic banking. And then later on, he was able to expand it as the Minister of Finance for Malaysia under Dr. Mahathir's time as Prime Minister. So we have 5 decades of experience. So it was an evolution based on the key principle that banking is the engine that fuels economic growth. And any disruption to banking system, any change, sudden change to banking system will have severe impact to the economic viability of a nation. If you look at where Malaysia is today, our GDP last year was $419 billion with a population of 33 million. And our total banking assets is around $550 billion, slightly higher than the GDP. Our capital market comprises equity and debt. The equity piece is around $510 billion, and debt piece is about $500 billion, and asset management is around $230 billion on the private side, and pension fund is $300 billion, and PNB, a government-run mutual fund, is around $100 billion. So you find
financial sector comprises of like a car with 4 wheels. If you want a vibrant and viable financial system, you need to focus on all the 4 wheels. The banking sector, the capital market sector, the insurance and takaful sector, and the asset management sector. So the Islamic banking blueprint was focusing on developing all these 4 wheels that has to churn effortlessly, smoothly towards achieving the financial objectives of the economy. So where Malaysia is today in terms of economic growth was churned, was created through the efficient interaction between these 4 areas of financial sector. The capital markets grew in tandem with the banking sector. You can see the size is not too different. 550 billion in banking, and we're going to nurture this bank to get the blueprint for a viable Islamic bank. And you can see the market share was just 2 billion ringgit, and the main products were Buy Ina, which is no longer practiced, and Buy Muajjal or Buy Vitamin Ajil, which is a markup sale. Then the next stage is the expansion stage. So what the central bank did was, okay, we have got one player, now they've introduced another Islamic bank, Bank Muamalat started. Let's bring all the others to create Islamic windows. Dual banking came into place. Malaysia was the first country to initiate dual banking. There was a liberal dose of interpretation of Sharia in order to get these banks to start practicing or creating Islamic banking windows. So you see there were 2 Islamic banks, 20 local banks with Islamic banking windows, 4 foreign banks with Islamic banking windows, 18 finance companies, 5 merchant banks, and many other players started offering Islamic banking. Even then, the total assets grew from 2 billion to 30 billion. Still small, but what we have achieved is that initially we have started with one bank, now we have increased to larger number of players. Next, we need to go to wider range of products. So you need to have a regulatory framework, you need to have large number of players, a broad base of products and services. This will then help to kickstart the other side of the financial sector, where we saw capital markets. So in the next stage, Government of Malaysia started looking at developing the capital markets because you need capital markets to support the bank and the banks to support the issuance of capital markets. So the first sukuk issuance was done in 1990 by Shell, the oil and gas major, who issued the first. And at that time, it was just 150 million. And in 10 years, you have seen the next stage is called the consolidation stage. We had a crisis in Asia in 1997, 1998. There were just too many players in the banking sector. So the government decided to consolidate, and together they started looking at the Islamic banking consolidation. So in the next stage of 30 years, in 2000s, we saw the capital markets growing from mere 150 million to 1.1 trillion. At that time, US dollar was 250 ringgit to a dollar, so that was about $400 million size back in by 1999, 2000, we already got the sukuk market expanding. So the sukuk market share was almost 39%. This was wrong. The share of Islamic instruments in the total bond market was about 39%. And the Islamic banking market share was still small, 17%. Because a lot of the migration took time because banks were still exploring not the asset side, but also the liability side. Getting deposits was not that easy. Islamic banking was always able to get the asset side growing much faster than the liability side. But here I'm told the liability side is pretty good. I was quite impressed to hear Mizan Bank's CASA ratio being about 90%. In Malaysia, we struggle to even get 1/3 of our deposit in CASA. So in the consolidation stage, the number of players shrunk to 17 players. We had 5 Islamic banks, 9 subsidiaries, both local and foreign banks, and 3 Islamic banking windows. Certain banks didn't want to have a subsidiary. They continued with the windows, but they had certain restrictions. The central bank didn't allow them to spread. Then came the refinement stage, where the government started to look at the financial sector blueprint and said, now we need major local banks created subsidiaries, the Islamic subsidiaries of the larger local bank, started growing from 50 billion ringgit to 150 billion in 3 years, 4 years. So triple the assets at the expense of the conventional bank. There was a lot of cannibalization. Conventional banks started to taper down in terms of growth, and Islamic banks started to grow exponentially. So most of this growth from 220 billion to 800 over billion came from conversion. When there is a refinance, we will offer them Islamic. When there's a new, fresh financing, there was an Islamic first strategy. So the central bank was very keen to make sure that the market share progresses. At the same time, the total Islamic capital market also grew from 1.2 trillion in the second decade. The third decade, we were already achieving 2 trillion, which was around 500 million US dollars, and that was 54% of the debt capital market share. And then in the 2020s, where we are now, is the acceleration stage. What the government is looking for is we now have a large number of players, a robust and comprehensive framework. We have the Islamic Financial Services Act, the 10-year blueprint. The whole financial ecosystem has been built so that the four wheels are aligned and churning in the right direction. The capital markets, the banking sector, the takaful, as well as the asset management. Now they're looking at making it more sustainable. So this is the age of refinement and acceleration, where the central bank has come up with a taxonomy, where now each bank has to look at not only the social impact. Islamic banks have always been focusing on reducing the negative impact from a social perspective. The S part in Islamic banking was very strong. The E part was lacking. So today, all the banks need to measure the carbon footprint, the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. And by 2030, we need to make sure we reach carbon neutrality. And by 2050, net zero. Our bank, we have already completed. We have a clear pathway towards carbon neutrality for scope 1 and 2. And for scope 3, we've already calculated the finance emission for our portfolio. And we have a clear pathway to reduce to net zero by 2050. So this is a part and parcel of creating a more sustainable Islamic banking system. And on top of that, we're also looking at how do we create more micro and SME entrepreneurship. So Islamic banks today play a prominent role in channeling capital into small and micro enterprises. And this again comes under the financial blueprint, where the central bank as well as the government provide subsidized or concessionary funding to certain target industries, what we call infant industries. So if you are in renewable energy, if you are in semiconductor, if you are in automation, if you are in food security, if you are in automotive, we are shifting to EV, all these industries get concession funding at 3%. So we do blended financing. If you want 50 million, we'll give 20 million blended concession funding at 3%, and the balance 30 million could be funded through our conventional or traditional balance sheet price at 6 to 7%. So the overall blended pricing will be around 4.5% for a 5 to 7 year financing. This has helped SMEs to grow to the extent our trade surplus with America is about $25 billion in semiconductor, in aerospace, in many other manufacturing sectors. We are also now building up our renewable energy. We are looking across solar and carbon sequestration. We're also looking at how do we convert some of the waste into wealth. So the waste recycling as a sector is also growing. So these are the stages where we feel that Islamic banking needs to shift to, and there's a lot of emphasis from the central bank that Islamic financing, the first 30 years was just focusing on shifting from a loan based on interest to credit intermediation through profit. So the difference between a straight loan and a murabaha or buy muajjal is there's an underlying trade. But the cost of these two financing is the same because the same time value of money, and the cost of credit is based on the premium that the credit is attracting in the market. So if you are Petronas and you are raising funds in the conventional or doing a murabaha, a 1 year credit and a 1 year murabaha for Petronas will be the same pricing. So they're not going to pay slightly more or less on the Islamic credit intermediation. So the second phase is to ensure the credit intermediation, which is still using the dynamics of the conventional banking from price and from risk and price perspective, shifts more towards E and S. Can we become more sustainable by making sure that our products are creating positive impact? In the sense that not only it has to increase the development goals of Malaysia, but the development goals has to be in a sustainable manner. I mean, all countries, including Pakistan, has committed under the Paris Agreement to reduce carbon emissions under the NDCs. And Malaysia's commitment is carried by the banks to make sure that we are able to find ways for Islamic banks to progress towards meeting the higher objectives of Sharia. So at this stage, we are at 45%. We are 1.2 trillion Islamic banking assets on a total banking assets about 2.45 trillion. And if you look at Islamic capital markets, it's about 63%. So it's quite a sizable market share, but it has taken us 50 years with a lot of effort. And if you look at the efforts, the secret sauce of the vibrant Malaysian Islamic financial system, one I have already mentioned, a comprehensive regulatory and Sharia framework, tapered with tax incentives. There needs to be an intervention. So when Malaysia wanted to shift mortgages to Islamic home financing, there was a lot of tax incentives given by lowering the stamp duty or exempting the stamp duty for refinancing from conventional to Islamic. If you're issuing a sukuk, there is tax exemption. There is no stamp duty on the sukuk document. So there is a bit of a burden to the revenue, but in the long run, you benefit. Because by intermediating through Islamic finance, you're able to mop up all the surplus funds from the economy. Otherwise, in Malaysia, there would be pockets of funds which will not be able to be deployed because they are sensitive, because it's not Islamic. So for the economy to run in full force, to achieve your economic development targets, you need to mop up all this surplus liquidity, and you need to use all these levers. And the next one is the viable financial ecosystem. So you can't have a robust banking system and you find your capital market is lagging behind. So you need to make sure capital markets, banking market, the takaful market, and the asset management market needs to grow in tandem so they can support each other and fuel each other's growth. Large number of players goes without saying, wide range of products across all the 4 sectors we talked about. Quality talent pool is really important, and Malaysia was a pioneer in this. We have IPFIM, which provides more professional training to the Islamic bankers. You have CIF, which is a professional body that gives accreditation as professionals. INCF, many Pakistanis have come to study. It's a master's program. One of it is Sister Nigat. And we are told that there are about 94 graduates from INCF who are in Pakistan today, and also research. We have ISRA, which provides timely research for all the new development we need in the industry. And the last 3 are in the last 2 decades we've been shifting towards digital transformation, and I already talked about shift to sustainability. And last one is to drive global Islamic finance by bringing other countries to adopt this. This is prosper thy neighbor principle. In order for Malaysia to prosper, we need to make sure that ASEAN also prospers. So we do spend a lot of time trying to educate other countries in ASEAN how to shift towards Islamic banking. And also we worked closely with the World Bank and IFC and others to make sure they understand Islamic finance and able to participate in Islamic finance transaction. So it has been a long journey for us, and we are probably halfway through. And what we foresee in the next decade to come, we will reach a tipping point where we have reached the top of the mountain. And now the burden of pushing the rock to the top, and hopefully after this, it will be a smoother journey, and you can see a shift towards Islamic. I think in the next 10 years, we should hit at least 80% of Islamic assets in the banking sector. The only constraining part is the treasury, where how do we get more Sharia-compliant hedging instruments in place? That's a tricky part, and we need to have counterparts who are also Islamic. So that's sort of a constraint on the growth, but I think eventually we'll get there, inshallah. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rafe. I understand that you probably have a flight to catch and would not be able to join us for the panel discussion. But ladies and gentlemen, let's segue right into it. This, of course, is titled as Unlocking the Future of Islamic Finance, Innovation, Inclusion and Sustainability. May I take this opportunity to invite our moderator. He's a seasoned banker with over 2 decades of experience in Islamic banking and currently leading Pakistan's largest Islamic banking business as a group head at Bank Al Falah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Muhammad Imran, our moderator for this section. Rafi Hanif Saab would be taking off, but may I request our other speaker, Mr. Iqbal Khan, to please join us up on stage. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity for inviting our next 2 speakers on stage. We have with us the founding president and CEO of Mizan Bank, having articled with Coopers and Lybrand, London. Mr. Siddiqui qualified as a chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. Please join him as one of our panelists, Mr. Irfan Siddiqui. Last but definitely not the least, we also have with us Mr. Yusuf Hussain, the Senior Vice Chairman of PBA and the President and CEO of Faisal Bank, joining us. I'll hand it over to the moderator now, so you'll have a total of 25 minutes. Also, our panel discussion from the agriculture session is pending, and this session will follow that up. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I've taken the liberty to request Brother Rafe that he's here all the way from Malaysia to give us at least 10 more minutes because he has a flight to catch. But please put your hands to God for Rafe to accept the request, and we'll start right away by asking a question from him. So we had a Zoom call before the session. We were just discussing what are the pertinent points that we can learn from the Malaysian story of Islamic banking growth. And Rafi told us that in the last 50 years, Malaysia's Islamic banking has reached to 50%. So by that benchmark, Islamic banking in Pakistan started 23 years back, and we have reached to 23%. So as far as the run rate is concerned, maybe our cricket team is not doing well, but our Islamic banking is doing good enough. So Rafi, you also mentioned that financial inclusion in Malaysia is more than 95%, and that is a phenomenal figure. So what role do you think Islamic finance and Islamic financial institutions have played in taking the financial inclusion to such a high level?
Thank you. I think if you look at generally in Malaysia, when it comes to Sharia compliance, the population trusts the scholars and the process. So when the scholars of the central bank issues a ruling saying this particular bank is operating in a Sharia compliant manner and these products are Sharia compliant, there is no debate. People generally accept and they will bank with it. But in some countries, every Muslim is a scholar. He doesn't trust the Sharia certification, he doesn't trust the Sharia ruling. He will go and study on his own, talk to his local imam. We have had so many examples. Thankfully, in Malaysia, we don't have scholars or lay scholars as we speak. we trust the system. I think the level of trust is strong. And the government also comes very hard if there's any breach. And in Islamic banking, I remember when Brother Iqbal rather hijacked me from legal profession to join Islamic banking, he said, brother, it's a golden opportunity for you to come and support this new industry. After joining, he told me, Rafi, from outside, Islamic banking looks like a gold mine, but when you come in, it's a coal mine. Because the amount of effort you have to put in to get to that product. You know, if it takes 2 months to launch a product, including UAT, SAT, and so on, Islamic banking takes 3 to 4 months. Do you agree? It takes a lot more effort to launch an Islamic product, and then you get the same pricing. So the central bank comes very hard on breaches. So we have probably one of the best framework for Sharia review. So we have a separate team for Sharia review, which is compliance. We have now Sharia audit, Sharia risk. So the governance for Sharia banking is very strong. So people trust and they keep the money with us.
All right. And thank you. And with that, we'll say you goodbye. You have a flight to catch. And thank you very much for obliging us. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. So, Iqbal Khan Saab made a fantastic presentation, and he mentioned about the zero-sum game. And also, a very important point that the jargons and the economic benchmarks that we use for conventional finance, and he also told the story of the Prime Minister of India, that when he visited the central bank, they were using the modern economics jargons to present the economic story of a newly independent country. There's a very pertinent story in the history. We talk about the city of Toledo. Toledo is a city which is called the city of 3 cultures, because the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians all lived in harmony in the Muslim rule. And they have a great heritage. Even UNESCO has declared Toledo as a heritage city, where the mosques are there, the synagogues, as well as the cathedrals. So when the dark ages were ending in Europe, were ending, they used to send their traders to see why the Muslims are flourishing so much. And one of the conclusions that they said was that in Europe, we believe in a C and G, which is competition and greed. And that's exactly on the foundations on which the modern economic system is based. Cutthroat competition, kill the competition, go for the market share, go for the monopoly. And this is based on C and G, competition and greed. So the European researchers said the Muslim economy of Toledo is based on C and G, but C stands for cooperation and G stands for generosity. So if one shop owner flourishes, he makes sure that the whole market flourishes. That is the reason that in Muslim countries you see an iron market, a date market, a kapda market, a cloth market. All of them are selling the same goods, and they have family ties that goes back to generations. How can you beat them at their game when they are not competing against each other? They are cooperating with each other. So taking that point forward, Iqbal Saab, in terms of our economic growth and progress, how can we go back to those roots of forgetting the modern teachings of competition and greed and going ahead with this concept of cooperation and generosity?
I mean, to build the Islamic finance industry in today's time and world, we have to learn from our history. When the Prophet ﷺ entered Makkah back again, he did not change anything. The month of Shaban and Ramadan was in the Ayyam al-Jahiliyyah, in the days of ignorance. The 7 rounds around the Kaaba was also being done by the pagan Arabs. He kept that which was good intact, and he built on that. He did not destroy the existing system. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you have to build your people. Nations are built by people, and everybody is a leader. And the third thing is to realize that each one of us will have 3 meetings in the hereafter. And one of them will be one-to-one with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he would ask each one of us, what did you do to make the world a better place for all, how did you spend the resources, the talents, the knowledge, everything which I gave you? What did you do to make my world a better place for all? That is the ultimate definition of inclusiveness. Islamic finance is not just about Muslims. In Malaysia, when we had a business in where HSBC Amana, 40% of our customers were Chinese. And they were there because they found the contracts to be fairer. They found the terms to be more competitive, to be more inclusive. So what we really need to do today is to shift from democratizing financing to democratizing savings, investments, and wealth. Tansri Azman was talking about why Tabung Haji was created. For the 20 million Muslims, they have 10 million of them who have accounts in that. Was not just to send them for Hajj, was to build a culture of savings and investments. Pakistan's big problem is very, very anemic saving rates. So we need to take those kind of initiatives and to democratize philanthropy. See, this room is a blessed room. All of you are very blessed, all of us. To those of whom much is given, much is required. Democratizing philanthropy and wealth is the key to the future of building a stable, strong Pakistan.
Thanks a lot. Very insightful. So moving forward to Irfan Saab. I recall a meeting, and that's a very interesting meeting. It happened on the 18th of April, 2001. So how many years have gone by? 23 years. It was in this very hotel, Sheraton, and it was chaired by Sheikh Taqi. And he invited over the experts from the financial industry, and he said that how can we introduce Islamic finance the way it is being done in HSBC Amana in Malaysia and other parts of the world, but in Pakistan, there is no Islamic financial institution. I was attending that meeting, and Irfan Saab was the only person who raised his hand, and he said that I'm going to start an Islamic bank in Pakistan. And I was just waiting for this day, Irfan Saab, that there is one day when I'll ask you what was the motivating factor, what gave you the conviction, and what was the drive that you were so sure that, one, you will be able to do it, and how do you feel now, mashallah, when your bank is the most profitable bank in the country?
Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Obviously, with old age, 2001 seems to be a very long period of time. But yes, I do remember that time. In fact, I was in Pakistan on secondment from government of Kuwait, working with Pak Kuwait, and the better half wife started going to Quran classes, and very soon the Surah Baqarah ayats came through that, getting into riba is having a war with Allah and the Messenger. So I thought, I'm not a very strong person myself, so I thought, I really don't want to get part of that battle and be on the weaker side. So it's better to be safe, than sorry. So mashallah, while staying at Pak Kuwait, we started this Al-Mizan Investment Bank. It was a 30 people outfit in about 3 years down the road. And quite frankly, a very small organization. Until, alhamdulillah, somehow SG was selling out in Pakistan. We acquired that bank, converted into Islamic, and as a result, we got the license for a commercial bank. And then State Bank, Dr. Ashad gave us the first ever license as the first scheduled Islamic commercial bank in Pakistan. So that's how the journey began. And alhamdulillah, from one office to more than 1,000 branches, not because of individual efforts. I think there was a blessing of God, that wo jo barakat hoti hai na, usme wo definitely infused thi. And in this short period of, I would say, 25 years, alhamdulillah, we seen Islamic banking grow from nearly 0% to 25%.
So thank you very much. Thanks. A phenomenal journey. I'll come back to, I have another question for you, Irfan Saab, but I'll come back to it. Yusuf Saab. Another landmark milestone in the history of Islamic banking in Pakistan. So Faisal Bank's conversion was the largest conversion in the history of Islamic banking across the globe. And you were, of course, as a CEO, you were leading it. So what are the key learning points in terms of knowing the roadblocks that you faced during the conversion, one? And secondly, how important is the mindset change during the journey of this conversion?
Assalamu alaikum. So, Iqbal Saab spoke about Prince Muhammad, and he was actually a great friend of Pakistan and the pioneer of Islamic banking in Pakistan. Unfortunate for this bank that we really lost our way in between. So we were a conventional bank up until the beginning of 2023. So the journey really was, you know, it was a massive one, spread over almost 6-7 years. So I think I would talk about the major sort of happenings and major milestones during that journey. One of the major things that we realized, and Iqbal Saab has referred to it as well, that any mission that you take has to be, it has to have a purpose, okay? So when we took on this journey, so the mission really was that it has to be ethical and faith-based banking, and you need to stand for the right cause. And obviously there was, it is a commercial bank, and there was a need identification as well, that there is a gap in terms of Islamic banking that was growing very well, and there were not very many banks. So there was an opportunity in the market as well. So a few of us, I think it was a spirited journey. It was something which came from within. So obviously the board was engaged, but a few of us in the management team were really sort of committed to the cause. And I think that commitment was really sort of key to everything. So there was no precedence, there was no history, it was a full-fledged commercial bank with the universal product range, so there was nothing to sort of rely upon in terms of a model that was tested and tried elsewhere. So it was really a plan that was made. It was a very responsible plan. So it was a phased plan whereby we decided that we're going to protect the stakeholders' value. So primarily it was the customer. I mean, obviously you have X number of customers, you don't want to sort of disturb them. So the journey has to be very, very smooth. Stakeholders included the shareholders as well. So you don't want that you start a bank up fresh and you lose your customers to begin with. So that transformation, stable and steady transformation was required. Then, of course, compliance with the Sharia principles, not to lose sight of those. And then I think you spoke about the mindset, so employees. I mean, how to keep them engaged and how to keep them motivated. So there was a business transformation plan which was made, which was for the first few years really inward looking. So systems, processes, procedures, everything sort of that we could think of was captured. It was revisited after 2 or 3 years, and our friends Faraz is sitting over here, PwC actually helped us. They got hold of global practitioners, and all the sort of best practices were sort of made a part of that. The critical turning points, I would say, which I would like to really share over here is, one was the brand transformation. So it was really, I mean, it was a conventional bank, and nobody felt that it's an Islamic brand, although there was a certain degree of association with the older generation, because they thought that Faisal Bank was essentially an Islamic bank. But really, I mean, the new customers did not know about it. So that brand transformation, clearly, if you see our octagon, the octagon initially had Faisal written in it. So what we did really was that in that octagon, the number of branches that we converted, we started putting in Islami in that. Okay, so that was one of the things that we did. So it was subtle, but whenever the Islamic branches converted, so this brand transformation took place. I think one of the core things which we really did was to define the purpose, and that was Ehdina Siratul Mustaqim, so come towards the right path. And the core values were defined, and one of the two core values were faith and belief. That was the first one. And the second one was amanat and sadaqat, so integrity. Okay, these were the values which were defined. So it was not just I would say a commercially oriented thing. It was really something that was absorbed by people. And in terms of the employees, I think the biggest thing was that we told them that, is there something good for you yourself? Okay, because at the end of the day, everybody is accountable for himself before the Almighty. So a lot of people actually thought about it, and when they read Quran, and when they referred to the ayahs which clearly define that riba is not right, okay, it is something which is condemned by the God Almighty and by the Prophet himself. So I think that really helped in terms of the mental transformation of people. On the practical side, it was really the unlearning that was there on the operational front, because people had been dealing with the conventional practices, conventional bank practices, the products, and it was unlearning and the learning part then. So it was really the people who made it possible. They actually became the change ambassadors, and 1.5 million customers got converted, and there was no noise. I mean, clearly. And the surprising thing was that we thought that we would lose customer base. We thought that we would lose value. Not only did we not lose value, but we grew, and we grew massively. So today, I think we were at almost 300, 400 branches when we started. Today, we stand at 854 branches, and we have grown tremendously. So it was certainly more than what we did. I mean, it was some barakah, or whatever you may call it, that was there. I think customer engagement was absolutely important. Communication was very important, that you keep telling them that what we are doing, why we are doing it, and engagement. So it was really a branch by branch conversion, and it was an asset-led conversion, because we obviously have problems in terms of the asset availability. But it was really surprising that how customers welcomed it. All the corporate customers, all the corporate portfolio was transformed into Islamic. The consumer finance portfolio was transformed into Islamic. We didn't lose any business. The customers, everybody actually really welcomed it. I think one last thought is the stakeholder engagement. So I think all the key stakeholders, the State Bank of Pakistan, the Sharia scholars, locally, globally, everybody was helping. And even to the extent that, the entire industry, including my friend, Mr. Irfan Siddiqui, he was also a great help in terms of that transformation. So that really became a common cause that for the Islamic sector, and even for the State Bank and the Sharia scholars, that they have to make it happen. So it was really, it was such a great transformational experience, surprising in many ways, and we feel really proud of it, that we are, not only we did it for ourselves, but we are actually helping the industry in terms of our learnings throughout to shorten that period of conversion. We call it a journey of faith and belief.
Indeed,
That's what it was.
It is a very inspiring story and a lot more to come in the industry, but you will always remain to be the first. So coming back to Iqbal Saab, you're talking about deglobalization. What we are also seeing across the globe is a lot of right-wing supporters are